I got a warning that Drama, drama, drama. That was the topic for day 2 of the World Rapid Championships. Magnus Carlsen has left the tournament. The reigning champion will not defend his title. Today we will get a new World Rapid Champion. Welcome to Take.
I got a warning that I would not be paired if I didn't go change my clothes. I said, I'll change tomorrow if that's okay. But they said, well, you have to change now. At that point, it became a bit of a matter of principle for me. My response is that, fine, then I'm out. Fuck you.
With a powerful message, Magnus Carlsen has left the building. He will not defend his World Rapid title and has announced he will also not be playing in the World Blitz and will then also lose his World Blitz title. And all because of a pair of jeans. FIDE said they didn't want to let him play round 9 if he didn't change his pants. Magnus didn't change his pants. He kept playing with jeans. He had to stand out from round 9 and announced that was it. He would not play the rest of the tournament. So that was the drama yesterday. Simon, did you get a good night's sleep yesterday, or did you think about jeans?
Yeah, dreaming about jeans. I slept okay. Probably got 4 hours, which is not bad for me. And ready for today. With all the drama going on, there's obviously a lot to talk about, but we are going to get a new world champion today.
Exactly.
And we're only 4 rounds away from finding out who that's going to be, a rapid world champion. So I'm actually very excited about the chess and seeing how the players are going to cope with that high level tension and stress, because one mistake you could lose that opportunity to be world champion. Who's going to handle it and who's going to crumble? So it's going to be a great day of chess today.
Exactly. And what you can expect from our broadcast today with Take is, of course, that we're going to cover the chess. We will name a new world champion, and it's so tight in the top of the standings. We're going to follow the drama on the board all the way until we have a new world champion. But we also do have some interesting guests coming in throughout the day to talk about the jeans drama and Magnus Carlsen pulling out. And in the studio as well, we have Lucas, our chess expert. So when we talk about the chess part, naming a new world champion, who do you think is going to be right now, Lucas?
Well, I said yesterday after the last round, Duda.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to stick with that. I have to admit, I haven't given it that much thought after yesterday.
You've also been thinking about
dreaming
jeans?
about jeans and thinking mostly about that. But I'm definitely ready to look at some chess again today.
Yeah.
And I think all the guys on 7 points have a very good chance.
4 players on 7 points heading into round 10 out of a total of 13 rounds. 4 rounds to be played today. It all is going on the biggest stage in the world, New York City, where we have Gotham chess himself, Levi Rosman. And, Levi, can you spot any jeans there today?
Hi, Kaja. Hi, Oslo. Actually, it's funny. I've been looking around. I've only seen 5 or 6 players. They all do seem to be wearing suit pants, but one of the main camera folks that's hovering around the top few boards is in jeans. I know this is going to be a big talking point today. I've done a lot of thinking because I was there when it happened. I was sitting with Magnus when he gave me a couple of minutes. Then I was sitting with Emil when he gave me about 15 minutes. Just like anything, I think there is nuance involved. I don't think it's as easy as saying one side is at fault or the other side is at fault. And to me, if you just isolate it as a matter of, hey, you are violating the dress code, please go change. No, I'm not going to change, and we're going to kick you out of the tournament. It's very easy to lay the blame basically squarely on the person that didn't follow the dress code. But it's not that simple. Yes, there are top players who have been dealing with these dress codes, like Jan Nepomniachtchi, for example, who had to change. There are also players I've heard across the hall, like the entire women's section is not even playing here, and some folks there are being made to accommodate the dress code. But ultimately, to me, it's not that simple. There was obviously a lot bubbling under the surface for quite some time between Magnus and FIDE. I also don't subscribe to the thing that anytime Magnus has a bad tournament, he tries to find an escape. I don't know where that theory came from. Like, it's literally just the one game against Hans, and we all know kind of like what led up to that. And also, if Magnus won the 9th round yesterday, he would have been a point out of first. So, guys, I don't know. I don't know how much you have to lay the blame, whether it's 50-50, 70-30. But I will say, when this tournament is promoted, if you watch the promo for this tournament, it's fast moves, exciting chess. Not a single person here, I can guarantee you, has decided to watch the games or not, depending on the pants of the players. So that's all I'll say, and I'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, good point, Levi. I want to ask you one question, though. So you were the one doing the interview with Magnus yesterday in the sofa. That interview is now all over the world. All the biggest newspapers, all the biggest TV networks is talking about that interview, seeing that interview. And for you being such an important person in chess, Levi, have you given some thought to how monumental this moment might be for the future of chess?
Yeah, for sure. As an addendum to thinking who really is at fault of how we arrived here and all the different components and so on. Yeah, it seems like Magnus is clearly creating a rift, and this will be the first year in almost a decade and a half that Magnus Carlsen doesn't have a single world championship title to his name. If he doesn't play the Blitz, which starts on December 30th. So maybe somebody can still change his mind. But that's pretty wild. And it's a shame. I think the entire sport is better. All sports are better if the best players and the best organizations are sort of in unity and playing under one umbrella. But we'll see how Magnus does with some of the freestyle stuff that he's going to pursue. But again, I really do think that if it came down to removal for a round, as symbolic as it is, versus allowing him to simply change his trousers and suffer maybe a bigger fine, we didn't have to reach this point. Athletes in the past have been fined for attire. They haven't been thrown out of a match. That's crazy. Like, why could he have not been fined 10,000 or something like that? That's what usually happens. Like, Michael Jordan wore his shoes and was fined consistently. So, yeah, it sucks. But what can you do?
Yeah, and nevertheless, with or without Magnus, well, without Magnus Carlsen, we will name a new World Rapid champion in New York today. And it is just very dramatic on the standing. So many people in reach of the crown. Who are you looking out for today, Levi? Who do you think will be there fighting until the end?
It's a great point, and I think that it's good to start the show with this and maybe sort of throw in some jokes throughout. But yeah, we need to realize that it's actually an open field. Just like we just had Ding versus Gukesh, and we had the entire candidate cycle without Magnus 100% guaranteed. Now we have an open field again, and that's kind of exciting because normally it's just, will Magnus win or not? Now it's, I have no idea who's going to win today. Anybody's a threat. Honestly, I kind of look at Grischuk because he's got so much experience, and he's an absolute monster in rapid blitz and classical chess. So to me, he's probably the favorite for the gold medal right now, but we have probably 30 players that can all catch each other in the span of 2 rounds. So it's completely open.
Completely open. Levi, we look forward to checking back with you in the sofa today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so Lucas is saying Jan-Christoph Duda. Levi is saying Alexander Grischuk. How about you, Simon?
What I said, Erigaisi yesterday, so
yeah.
I better stick with my pick from yesterday. But I think Levi summed it up very well there, just saying it's so open. It's going to be such an exciting day today. I mean, any really of the top 30 players, as Levi said, can win this competition. Mm-hmm. So how exciting is that? It's not, no one's running away with it. You know, every game is so important, and in 4 games we will have a champion. So it's going to be fascinating, and we're going to have a great day of chess today to see who will become world champ.
Exactly. We have 4 players, and let's bring up the standings in the tournament. We have 4 players on 7 points, 7 out of 13. So it's best out of 13 rounds. 4 players on 7 points. Murzin, a youngster, not one of the top dogs heading into the tournament, but look at him. Duda, Erigaisi, Definitely someone we were talking about before the tournament. Alexander Grischuk, 41 years old. He's been around in the top of chess for many, many years. And then on 6.5 points, a bunch of players and the biggest names. Nodirbek, Abdusatorov. And then, of course, maybe the biggest surprise up here, Naroditsky. Daniel Naroditsky, known mostly for streaming, for being a chess commentator, but showing here how fantastic he is also at playing chess. And how far down do we have to go, Lucas, to see players still fighting to win the title? Even those on 6 points like Hikaru Nakamura?
Yeah, exactly. Hikaru is still definitely in it. I mean, if you have anything less than 6 points, I think you're in a bit of trouble if you're going to try to win. But 6 points, if you can win all of your games today, or even like 3.5, that should be like very close to enough, or even enough.
So that means we have probably 30 players with 4 rounds to go, still fighting to become the new world rapid champion. It's going to be such a cool day of chess, you guys. We will be following the drama on the board until we have a new world champion. If we have 2 or several players on the same score after 13 rounds, it will be decided with tie breaks. So it might go even longer than those 13 rounds today. Okay, but we will also, as mentioned, talk about the Genes drama. We do have some cool guests joining us to talk about how monumental this might be for the future of chess. Magnus Carlsen will lose his World Rapid title today. And who knows who it's going to be to. We are waiting for round 10. And we can also check out some of the games that now will be coming up. And especially, I'm looking forward to the games between those players on 7 points. We have Murzin versus Jan-Christoph Duda, both on 7 points. And Alexander Grischuk against Arjun Erigaisi, both on 7 points. So for those 4 players now playing against each other, Simon, will they be very eager to just play, solid, not risk too much? Or do they see that winning in this round will get them so much closer to the crown?
Well, I think one of the great things about Rapid and Blitz in general is that the likelihood of a draw, it decreases a lot compared to classical chess, because in classical chess you can play at a higher standard, and in Rapid and Blitz you can take more chances, you get opportunities to mix the game up. So I don't think any of the players should be thinking a draw. I think that's just a thought that should be out of their mind, because the only way that someone's going to win from the group is if they step ahead of their peers. And as you noted, there's about 30 players there that can all win this competition. So to step ahead, they're going to need to take risks. This is a time to take risks. This is the time to attack. This is the time to gamble. I mean, I was going to say there's nothing for second place, but of course there is. But I mean, you're here to win the competition. So forget about everything else and just go for it. And I think that's why we're going to get some really exciting games coming up now, and no one should be taking quick draws. That's for sure. That should just not happen. That'd be a really wimpish and rather pathetic approach to proceedings now. So I hope that doesn't happen on any of the top boards.
Yeah, you need to win some games probably today, so it doesn't make sense to go for a draw. It's probably like closer to being a bad result than a good result at this point if you're going to try to win.
And I guess also then, especially for the players on 6.5, and especially for the players on 6 points, where we do have Hikaru Nakamura, Ali Reza Firouzja, one of the big favorites before it started, Fabiano Caruana, Praggnanandhaa. I mean, they need to come out swinging today. They need to win games. So we should also pay attention to them, right? Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of players who need to come out swinging, really. But you're right. I mean, the pressure is on even more if you're a point off the lead, because you realise that you have to, if you want to win this competition, you have to start with a couple of wins to get back up into the mix. And maybe just, the way it's going to go is there will be a fair few draws, but I think they're going to be very hard hard-fought draws, and it's going to come down to nerves. I feel a lot. Who can handle the tension, and maybe this is why Levy also spoke about Grischuk, and Grischuk is one of the veterans, so he has the advantage of being in this position multiple times before, which must help you. It must help you calm your nerves if you have experienced this situation, as is this chap here in Nishigiri. He has plenty of experience in these positions. It's got to really help you, that experience of being in tough do or die scenarios.
Exactly. Anish Giri, one of the players on 6.5 points, and he plays Daniel Naroditsky in the first round today, round 10 out of 13, keeping a close eye on that one as well. We also saw Sindarov, who is on 6.5 points, playing Jan Nepomniachtchi here in round 10, also with 6.5 points. Are there any of like the top dogs, the big favorites from the get-go that we're missing in the top here? Except for Magnus Carlsen, of course, who is not in the tournament anymore.
There must be, but to be honest, Kaja, there's so many names.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I'm looking at the names. I'm like, yep, he's good. Yep. And I'm like, this is the top 40 names. So there must be some names in the top 50 or 60, even a bit lower, who are not performing as well as expected or hoped for. But you've got a lot of quality at the top there as well. I mean, Hikaru and the other guys that we've already mentioned, Faruja. It looks like the cream has pretty much risen to the top so far.
Yeah. And here we see Denis, sorry about that, Denis Lazovic, the youngster from Belarus, 6.5 points. He plays Nordirbek Abdusatorov in round 10, also on 6.5 points. Big battles coming up in New York. The intensity is about to start. Fire on the board. Rapid chess. They play with 15 minutes on the clock, and they get 10 seconds increment after every move. We've seen often a calm start to the games. They spend their time, and then it explodes, right? And that's rapid chess for you, right? It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think that's one of the attractions of rapid chess, that we can still follow the openings quite nicely. We can still explain them, but then at some point it just explodes, as you say, and you get all this pressure building until look at that, he's got the James Bond look today. He's looking very smooth with that polo neck, and he's
got a blazer. Jan Nepomniachtchi also had some clothing issues yesterday. They didn't like the jacket he was wearing. And so he had to also go to his hotel room and change, and he did change it. So that's why Jan Nepomniachtchi is still here, but he was also warned because of the clothing regulations.
I was thinking this, it also depends where your hotel is, right? I mean, I don't know if they're all staying at the same hotel, but if the next round was starting in 5 minutes and someone said, oh yeah, can you just pop back to your hotel and change? I'm like, no, I can't, because probably getting through security will take amount of time as well. So, the practicality of changing clothes is something which, I don't know, it seems a bit bizarre to force it upon people. Yeah.
The final day of World Rapid 2024 is only minutes away. You see Murzin here. He plays against Duda in round 10. 2 players on 7 points. We will follow the game between Alexander Grischuk and Arjun Erigaisi. 2 players also on 7 points. None of them at the board right now, but a lot of spectators around the board where they will be battling it out. Such an important game in the World Rapid Championship match. World Rapid Championship coming up for all of these players. Grischuk against Erigaisi. What kind of styles are up against each other here, Lucas?
I would say they have kind of similar styles in a way. My impression is that they're both kind of aggressive / creative, but they can also play solidly. I don't know, what do you think, Simon, about the playing styles?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, really. I mean, they're both hackers at heart. They're like hack / kill, but obviously you can't just do that at this level. You have to be an expert in all areas, and they both prefer attacking. So whoever gets the initiative, I think, will be very happy. in this game, and Grischuk has the advantage of the white pieces, and it looks like we're getting ready now. It's getting closer now. Alexander not sitting down yet. Here he is. Okay, we can see him now on this game, and we're thinking this is, well, they're all brilliant clashes, but this one we're very excited about, so I think we're probably going to follow this game as much as we can. And
Yeah.
I don't see anyone wearing jeans.
Exactly. You know, keep looking out for that myself.
Yeah.
But everyone seems to be appropriately dressed according to FIDE regulations. So far, these are the 4 boards we're looking at. We have handshakes in New York. Round 10 is about to start on the final day of World Rapid Championship. Maybe one of these 2 will be named the world champion after today's 4 rounds. Here we go. We have the opening on the board.
Well, I'm excited to see this because it's clear it's a Sicilian opening, which does suit both of their styles. Alexander Grischuk loves attacking, and he's going for the Grand Prix variation, which is a favourite of a lot of English players, bringing out the knight on the left-hand side, keeping your options open. Probably avoiding Erigaisi's quite well-known opening preparation. He's well, they're both extremely well prepared. So we can see Sasha just thinking about what to play next. What kind of position does he want? He can still go into an open Sicilian by bringing his other knight out and pushing in the center of the board. He can go into a more closed structure, a bit more maneuvering. He can even play a favorite idea of Boris Spassky by fianchettoing his kingside bishop here. So there's many different ways he can turn the game. And that's one of the advantages of having the white pieces. It's not always about getting an advantage. It's about deciding what kind of game you want. With white, you get that move, like having the serve in tennis, and you should be able to force your will, really, upon your opponent. That's what you can do with the white pieces. Use that will and make it a reality on the board. So Sasha here thinking about what to play. And what do you reckon he's going to go for?
Yeah, I was going to say it's interesting that he is spending this much time. I usually tend to do that in my games as well. Even in Blitz and Rapid, I actually spend a bit of time in the opening if I'm not sure what to play. I don't know if it's a good idea because time is such an important part of these games. But you can also argue the other way. So yeah, we'll be interested to see how this opening ends up going and if the time investment is worth it. It looks like he's going for a slightly unusual move order here that will end up in the open Sicilian after all. If he pushes his pawn in the center now, I think that's what we're going to get. And it could even transpose to the Najdorf variation, which is known to be one of the most aggressive or complicated lines.
How cool. Look at this. Arjun Erigaisi. He is not an old player. How old is he? 20?
He is, I think he's 21.
21, turned 21. Well, there's 20 years difference then between these 2 players. Arjun Erigaisi, he recently reached 2,800 on the classical rating lists, world number 4. Alexander Grischuk, 19 years ago, actually, 19 years ago, he became the world Blitz champion. And here he is fighting to become the world Rapid champion.
And we see him going for this option that I mentioned of Boris Spassky, made quite popular. This is what's called the closed Sicilian, where white sort of fianchettos on the kingside castles. But I've played this system myself with the white pieces, and it can have a lot of bite to it because you're not moving the pawn in front of your queen, and Erigaisi now stops that pawn from moving because Sasha did have the opportunity of going into an open Sicilian had he wanted to, but no, he's keeping it closed. So this is more likely going to be a maneuvering battle now, rather than an open slashing tactical affair because they've closed up the centre using those sort of Lego pawns I talked about yesterday, where there's not as many open lines as there could be if they played more open style of chess. So expecting a bit of a manoeuvring battle here. Both sides have advantages. Erigaisi on the queen side and Sasha probably in the centre, and on the king side is where he's going to concentrate his play.
Okay. Hikaru Nakamura is also fighting, of course, to become the World Rapid Champion. He is on 6 points, 1 point behind the 4 leaders. He is playing here against fellow American Brandon Jacobson. I know in like chess community there is some history with this Brandon Jacobson, and apparently he has played. So Brandon Jacobson with the white pieces has played 1A4 against Hikaru.
Oh.
Love it.
Yeah.
I love that idea, and there's a story behind that.
Tell us that story.
Well, the story goes that Brandon played a long match on chess.com with Daniel Naroditsky, and in that match, Brandon played an opening time and time again, which started with the rook's pawn moving and then the rook coming up 2 squares, which is basically known to be a very bad opening. It's known to be a beginner's error, and it loses the exchange very quickly. But he went on to defeat Daniel over a number of games, and then there was some controversy because the admin at chess.com said that he was cheating. He vehemently denied any allegations that he was cheating in these games, and he's now playing this idea over the board, 1A4, and that's a slap in the face of someone like Hikaru, because Hikaru, who actually played 1H4 against me last time I played him, but I don't mind being slapped in the face by Hikaru. Well, I do a little bit, but he played this 1A4 move, and it's basically saying to Hikaru, look, I can beat you, whatever I play, take this, have some of this. I'm going to crush you by playing a rubbish opening. That's how good I am. So it's rather an outrageous strategy, and I'll be very intrigued to see how it works out there.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Would you feel offended, Lucas, if someone played 1A4 against you?
No, I wouldn't. I would be happy about this, but I feel like in this situation, it might put some psychological pressure on Hikaru. He might expect to get a normal game and probably win, but if he doesn't, it's at least not like embarrassing or anything. I think he might feel that it is now if he doesn't win. That's kind of the challenge with facing these kind of silly moves.
But I mean, there's a number of ways to look at it. I mean, it's either really brave, and I like sort of unique openings, unique ideas going against the grain, keeping the position fresh. Or is it just stupid? There's an argument. How unique and clever is it? It might be a brilliant psychological strategy because, your opponent could take it very offensively, and then you've won this battle. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But we can see the Grischuk.
We finally have the moves from New York.
Goodness for that.
So they haven't given us the moves until now, but here we have the moves on the board. So what are we looking at here in this game between Grischuk and Erigaisi?
Well, I mean, you can see that Erigaisi's pawns, mainly on the left-hand side, are rushing up the board in a bit of a V formation. So black has this space advantage on the left-hand side. But one of the ideas behind this opening, which, again, we mentioned Spassky used to favour, is that white can use his kingside pawn majority, and you can see 2 of those pawns rushing forwards. And the other pawns on that side of the board can also start to move forwards to generate an attack against black's king. So that's white's idea generally. Go for the king side, go for an attack there. We see Sasha making a lot of moves with his knight there, doing a bit of manoeuvring. There's not many open lines, so we will have a long manoeuvring stage in the middle part of the game. And it just depends what kind of do you like going for all-in attacks? If so, maybe you like white here because white will have that, or do you like having more space? If you like having more space, you might like Erigaisi's position. I'd imagine this is an equal position, but it's just what kind of game do you like playing, and that's how they've set up shop here.
Okay, 10 minutes on the clock still for Erigaisi. Also, almost 10 minutes for Alexander Grischuk. I can see Levy sitting in New York. Can you hear me, Levy? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. And would it be okay if I check in with you about the Hikaru game where his opponent played 1A4? Do you think Hikaru is upset in that game?
I don't know if upset is the right word. Because actually I was more surprised that Brandon didn't play this against Naroditsky to begin with. But also, I think we should probably focus on the gold medalist contenders, right? Like, drama's good, and we already have plenty of it. Yeah, there is a lot of it. Yeah, Brendan Jacobson showing that, you can play A4 and actually get a completely reasonable position. Yeah, that's sort of chess in 2024. But I think Grischuk and Erigaisi is certainly more interesting. Grischuk has done many interviews talking about... Actually, he's not the only one who sort of talked about how the Indian young stars actually confuse him in many ways. Like, they have very, very uncompromising playing styles. And Arjun is probably the most uncompromising.
So what do you think about the position we see on the board? Does this invite for some exciting chess, a big battle where we might see a winner?
Yeah, for sure. I think right now the draw is the most likely, least likely result.
Wow.
In the game, we have same side castling. It's pretty well known that in Grand Prix attacks, white just sort of goes all in, and Erigaisi is more than happy to oblige. I do see, though, that he is spending almost half of his time at this point on this move. And it could be a big moment in the game. I did say in the beginning, I think Grischuk is my favorite. You give me 4 rounds, you give me Grischuk tied for first. I think, I would bet if we had it, take, maybe add that in the future, get a little parlay going on Grischuk. But but we'll see. If Erigaisi pulls this off with Black Kaja, he immediately becomes the front runner for the gold.
True. All right, Levy, thanks for your insight on the game. You mentioned one word, by the way, Grand Prix attack. That's new to me. What's a Grand Prix attack?
That's just when white plays knight c3, followed by f4 in the Sicilian. And I saw that Grischuk played knight c3 in this game. I'm not sure if his third move was f4. It is a very interesting way to play against the Sicilian. It's one of the first openings I learned how to play back when I was like 7 or 8 years old. So it's a great way to play against the Sicilian. The good news, there's like 7 or 8 other ways to play against the Sicilian too. So for anybody watching at home, I think, chess openings are a big talking point right now, but you're fine. You guys will all be okay.
Thank you. I needed to hear that. Thank you so much, Levy. We'll see you again soon. All right. So do we have a Grand Prix attack here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could say so. Although, like Levy mentioned, you usually end up going for that pawn push with the f-pawn earlier. And this is a slightly different move order. But is it already the Grand Prix attack on move 2, or is it then called the closed Sicilian?
You know what? I mean, I don't really care. And the reason I say that is because names of openings, I guess they're important, but it's more the ideas, right, behind the moves. And people get really, really obsessed with names of the openings they're playing, but they don't really know what they're doing, I find. And it kind of, I guess it's a combination, isn't it? It's a combination of the Grand Prix, the closed Sicilian, of a lot of these kind of different kind of positions. But it's the plans which are important. And I mean, personally, I love attacking. That's the way I like playing chess. And we mentioned before the game, Lucas, you mentioned before the game that both of these players, they prefer to attack, right? So I would have thought that Grischuk could be happier here just because he's got the potential to attack on the king side. We see a bit more manoeuvring going there. Grischuk doing a lot of maneuvers with his knight, but his knight is centralizing, and his knight is basically moving towards black's king. And I can see, I mean, to my eyes, I would love to be white here. I really think it's a very easy position for white to play. I just put my pieces towards black's king and I attack. You know, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Erigaisi's position is not that bad at all. He's got this space advantage, but he's got to try to break maybe with a pawn or in the middle or on the queen side at some point to get some counterplay. So it's probably personal preference, but for my eyes, I really like white here.
Yeah, I agree. I also prefer white. I think most players would, because it just feels easier to play for this attack on the king side rather than what Erigaisi is doing now on the other side. As even if his attack crashes through, it's not going to be checkmate, but it could be for Grischuk.
Yeah, that's the great thing about attacking the king, right? I mean, if your attack works on the king side, you win the game. If you're attacking the queen side, well, you might win a pawn, so what? And Grischuk's going to have to make a big decision soon. Does he keep moving the knight? You can see there's some quite big holes in black's position. Those light squares, if you look at some of the light squares, the white knight has potential to come forwards to 2 decent squares. Or does Grischuk here just avalanche with his pawns on the right-hand side in front of his king? This would be another strategy to attack. Use your pawns to open up. Use them as a can opener, really, to try and open up the can, which is your opponent's king. And white can use those pawns, just push them forwards, start attacking, try to open up the black king. I feel that his pieces are now in pretty good squares. I wouldn't have thought you need to do much more manoeuvring, but he plays another pawn move here. So he's playing it super safe so far, waiting for a better opportunity to start an attack, which will happen, and it's going to get very exciting.
Yeah, that's interesting. So he actually takes some time to stabilize the queen side first. He doesn't want to go all in and commit too much quite yet. It reminds me a little bit of the King's Indian defense, where you have this attack on both sides, and actually both players have to take some time to not only attack but also defend your own position.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit risky playing on both sides of the board because you normally only play on the area of the board where you're strongest, generally, which would be the king side. So by Alexander playing this way, he is opening up the queen side, and that is in effect where Erigaisi wants to play really on the queen side. He wants to open up that part of the board. But I still like Grischuk's position here. I mean, I would certainly prefer to be white just because of the potential to attack, the potential to launch the knights towards black's king here. So, but a long way to go.
Long way to go. All right, this is round 10 in the World Rapid Championship. We will name a new world champion today. Magnus Carlsen is out on the tournament. And we have a guest here in the Take studio. Let's get the video of our guest up on the screen. You all know him as the former manager of Magnus Carlsen. Espen Agdestein, hey!
Hi, thank you, Kaja.
Good to see you. Coming straight from Denmark to the studio, basically.
Yeah. Been following all the action from a seaside resort in Denmark, actually.
Ooh, that's nice. And when you say action, do you mean chess or do you mean jeans?
Both, actually.
Yeah.
So the jeans situation was obviously quite unfortunate, but it was very kind of fascinating to follow everything that has been going on here.
As a former manager to Magnus, and I guess we can still say you're somewhat still in team Magnus.
Sure.
Of course, you're also a part of Take. Have you talked to Magnus today?
I've been in touch with his father, Henrik, and also his girlfriend. So,
okay. How are they?
So I think Magnus is okay. He will kind of manage. I don't think for him this is kind of unfortunate, but I think for all the viewers and sponsors and those who has bought TV rights and so on, it's even worse. It's my impression.
Yeah, because Magnus is such a monumental, such an important person in chess, still the most important person. And after, probably if it turns out, he said he won't turn up to Blitz as well. Is there anything that can change that, you think, or can we say for certain that Magnus Carlsen will also not play the World Blitz?
I think it's a 90% chance he won't play Blitz, but it's still a little chance, I guess. And but it's hard to see what can happen now to make him actually want to play the Blitz.
And that means that probably we will go out of 2024 without Magnus Carlsen being a world champion at all. Do you think that is the end of the era with Magnus Carlsen being a world champion?
Yeah, probably. As he said, at least he for a while in the future now he is not motivated to play FIDE events, and if he's not doing that, he will at least not be a FIDE world champion anymore in any disciplines. So that might be an area. But I think, as Magnus has shown the last year and the year before, he is at his very, very peak as a chess player. He still almost wins everything he participates in. And my impression is that he's still very motivated to play chess, and he has a very busy schedule for 2025. So it doesn't mean that he's not going to play top-level chess. Definitely, he will do that.
I have some more questions about all of this, but we are, of course, also following the games from New York. One player will be named world champion in rapid chess today. Grischuk, it says better on the bar for him, Espen, and you are a great chess player. So I know I can ask you, what do you think about the position? Do you think Grischuk, in fact, is a lot better here?
Yeah, I think the bishop on a6 there doesn't look very smart. And it looks like that Grischuk can have some opportunities on the king side here. He has, so it's difficult to see the counterplay from black. So I would prefer white as well.
Okay. Now we've had Lucas saying Duda, his favorite to take it. Simon saying Erigaisi. I think Levy said Grischuk. Who do you think will be world rapid champion after today?
My favorite is Abdu Sataro. He has won before, and he has strong nerves, and he's a fighter. So my money is on him.
Also, he's on 6.5 points, half a point behind these four leaders. How about Hikaru Nakamura on 6 points, fighting to finally get a world championship title? He has the one in 960 chess, fish random, freestyle, whatever you want to call it, but he's lacking the one in rapid or blitz. Yeah,
he has a chance. So I think, as mentioned here, those on 6 points and above, they all have a chance. But I guess he has to play to win almost all the games then, and yes, he's one of those that might be able to do that, but I think the percentage chance is quite small.
Okay, Hikaru Nakamura is also playing now, and he came out yesterday supporting Magnus Carlsen after all the drama, also speaking strongly against FIDE and the fact that they basically pushed Magnus out of the tournament. With these two strong names, almost like teaming up, they're both a part of Take. What's going to happen in chess world now, Espen? What will the next year look like? Will we suddenly see two federations? Will we see... What do you think will happen?
It's hard to say, because what happened yesterday, it was it's very fresh, and we don't know how that will kind of impact things moving forward. But I know that Magnus and the best players, they are planning to play the freestyle tour, which will be all the best players. And that will be super serious, well organized tournaments. And Also, you have the Champions Chess Tour, which will continue with a spectacular final in
Bigger than
Riyadh
ever.
in Saudi Arabia with a huge, massive prize pool.
Yeah.
So those two cycles kind of is for Magnus taking most of the calendar. So he will be busy playing those tournaments at least, and he also have Norway chess, I assume. So there will be a lot of chess for Magnus, and I think all of the best players will try to qualify for the final in Riyadh, and they want to be part of the freestyle tour. So that's what we kind of know now, and FIDE have their tournaments. I'm not totally sure about their schedule.
Well, it's not a world championship year, but it is qualification for candidates, which is all about next year, I guess.
Yeah.
But you mentioned freestyle chess, and that's a big part of this story as well. There was a press release released before World Rapid and Blitz that Magnus, Hikaru, and freestyle chess on one side had come to some sort of agreement with FIDE.
Yeah.
What has that drama been about?
I think it has been about the name of the tournament,
world
whether it will be a world championship tour, the freestyle world championship or not. That's my impression without me actually knowing the details here. And also FIDE have the rights of FIDE World Championship, but I don't think they have the rights to the World Championship. Everyone can arrange a World Championship. That's a generic title. So, but I think FIDE can, and from what I know, they told the players that if they participate in the freestyle tour, and that's called World Championship freestyle, then they will not be allowed to play in the FIDE World Championship cycle. And that's kind of trying to sabotage kind of the freestyle tour. And but at the same time, FIDE they claim that for them it's important to kind of own that World Championship title. So I think it has been around that, but here there are others that are more kind of informed than me to talk about details in that discussion.
Yeah, but I have to say, it really feels like we're sort of witnessing history now. Everyone remembers Bobby Fischer, who sort of broke out. He didn't turn up to defend his title after winning it in '72. Kasparov broke out with FIDE, created his own federation. And now you have Magnus, another one sort of named as the greatest player of all time. Not breaking out of FIDE, but he did declare on Norwegian television yesterday that it feels like a war with FIDE, is what he said. Yeah,
so FIDE is there for the players. It's not shouldn't be the other way around. So and for FIDE to for instance yesterday with a jeans episode, so Magnus said he was willing to change for the next day. And they insisted he had to do it between round 3 and 4, even though he looked super smart. The rule is actually there to protect to make sure that players don't look shabby for sponsors and so on, and ruining the reputation of the tournament. Magnus looked smart, but then FIDE they can choose how to punish him, and they went to an extreme to kind of not allow him to play the next round, which they understood that would have severe consequences that would harm kind of a lot of themselves. It would harm those who had bought TV rights, all the viewers, the sponsors. So it's a big own goal, which they kind of understood that they were doing. So why would they do that? It's kind of, they could choose to fine him once more or a little bit higher. They had a lot of opportunities to kind of choose the way they would punish him. But they kind of provoked the situation, and that's pretty strange that they would do so, and I think it's extremely stupid. So that's sort of your point of view on that. It's a stupid decision from them. Total own goal.
Big drama happening yesterday. Let's check out the game again. Espen, what's your comment on it right now?
It looks better for white, but Grischuk, he uses a lot of time, so he is addicted to time trouble. But now this time it's Erigaisi actually that is low on time, but that can change.
Exactly. 3 minutes for Erigaisi, 3.5 minutes. Simon, better for Grischuk. What's happening here on the board? Those 2 knights, though, they look kind of scary for Erigaisi.
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive pieces in the center of the board here, but I agree that Grischuk is better, and he's got rid of one of those knights now by bringing a pawn into a very demanding position, and that pawn threatening Erigaisi's bishop, so black has to lose another tempo. And the reason that white is better, there's a couple of reasons. First of all, if you look at the rook next to white's king, that's on a lovely open file, and the other rook may well swing over, and that could start some pressure against black's king. White has 3 pawns in the center, black only has 2, and it's very important to control the center. And you can see that last move, Grischuk swinging his queen into the attack, and he's combining that queen move with the rook next to the king. Already a big threat. Queen takes pawn, check. So the black king is feeling a bit of pressure there. You might even have moves like bishop takes pawn in front of the queen, completely smashing open the black king here. There's the white knight has a good central square, and even the white bishop in front of the king might be able to slide next to the black knight. So there's a lot of potential with all of white's pieces. And Grischuk, I feel, is going to get a very big attack here if he doesn't already have a big attack. I mean, Lucas here, I mean, this looks scary. I wouldn't like to be black here. I mean, there's 2 threats immediately. Queen takes pawn check, and maybe bishop takes pawn in front of the queen, just sacrificing to open up the king. I don't know if you need to play that immediately, but it's hanging there, lurking there. Really, really uncomfortable position for black.
Yeah, it's looking very scary as you can bring all the pieces over. You have this potential with moving your pawn in the center 1 up to win material as well, attacking both the bishop and the rook. Not sure if that's something you want to do. Maybe it's too greedy. But I was wondering here, can Erigaisi defend with his pawn to attack the queen? And then the point is, if the pawn in front of the queen is captured, maybe you can bring your knight back to get a double attack. He didn't go for that. But I thought it could have been a more active defense, maybe.
Massively better now for Grischuk in this super important game. Both players on 7 points on top of the standings.
I mean, a bit of a crazy move there by Erigaisi, because this allows white's rook to come forwards and capture the bishop, and he's relying on some rather crafty tactics to make this move work. So if the white rook comes forwards and captures the bishop, black will then use the pawn in front of his king, move it 1 square. So Grischuk avoids that. He tries to get rid of that defender by offering an exchange of bishops, moving his bishop to the central square. If he can get rid of Erigaisi's light square bishop, the rook runs loose. Erigaisi, on the other hand, is trying to block things up in front of his king. Going for your idea there, Lucas, moving the pawn, but Grischuk showing no fear, grabs the pawn with the queen, and now Grischuk is 1 pawn up. I mean, I don't know about the time scenario. Grischuk always in time trouble, pretty much. He's so used to being in time trouble, it doesn't really faze him. And we'll find out how much Erigaisi has soon. Grischuk just offering an exchange of queens here. He's basically saying, I've won a pawn. I don't need to keep the queens on anymore. A pawn should be enough to win the game, so I can exchange queens. And everything looks fantastic for white so far. I mean, this move does give black an option of maybe winning a pawn back with queen takes queen, and then bishop takes pawn on h3. But that's going to lose a lot of time for black if he goes for that idea here.
Wow, much better for Alexander Grischuk in this super important game in the fight to become world rapid champion. It's heating up. But before I let you go, Espen, chess world is changing. It feels like it. It feels like we're going to enter 2025 not quite knowing what's going to happen. But Take is out there. You're a board member, a big part of Take. What will be this company's role, this app's role? What do you envision in the next year for Take?
No, I think we have such a fantastic team here who are iterating, finding out how to captivate and engage the chess audience every day, and also making it more fun and interesting to watch, to follow chess tournaments. We see chess is booming in so many ways, but we are still behind other sports when it comes to kind of actually spectating the sport, and that's where we hope to kind of develop that in the right direction, and I have a really high hope that Take will be the tool kind of the world needs to make chess much more entertaining and fun to watch.
And have you played Guess the Move yet?
I've done that.
What's your high score?
So, but I haven't kind of really digged into it. So, but it's a cool concept, and it has been the idea has been around for a long time. We also discussed it in Play Magnus. So it's such an obvious idea, but to make it kind of really working and entertaining and kind of wanting to play with your friends and so on, you need to do it in a smart way, and I think Take is on a path to do that.
I agree. We're going to play Guess the Move later on in the show. Espen, thank you for coming here, giving your insight and thoughts on the drama and the games. It's good to see you. All right, I'm going to let you hang out in the office here, and we're going to keep commentating on this game. Time trouble is about to happen. Massively better for Alexander Grischuk. Is he simply winning this, Simon?
Definitely no. I think it would be the answer I give. I mean, I'm actually a bit surprised how massively better that white bar says it is, because again, counting points is equal on material, and with the last move, black is, getting some useful pawns there attacking white's bishops. I mean, I guess the reason the computer gives the position as being so much better for white is white's got these great rooks on the open file. White's got a very nice central pawn, but I don't see why it's such a big advantage. Am I missing something here? I mean, don't you have to retreat your bishop here, which is not ideal, or do you have some tactic? Is the idea here d6? Is that what maybe the move? I'm just wondering why the computer is giving this as such a big advantage for white. And surely if you retreat your bishop, it's not that big an advantage. So is there a tactic here, pushing that pawn in the middle? No, he does retreat the bishop all the way.
Yeah, it might just be that his pieces are so much better placed, and Erigaisi can't really do very much here. His king is exposed as well. His bishop, or actually both of his bishops, aren't doing very much. The one that's quite far into Grischuk's position, the light squared bishop, it looks like it's in a good position, but it might even be in trouble for some tactics. So it might be a combination of like Grischuk's rooks and maybe pushing this central pawn, like you mentioned, that would open up for Grischuk's bishop and for maybe the knight to jump into that very nice square in the middle of the board.
Yeah, it's clear that this is a great opportunity for Grischuk, and he now has a couple of tempting moves, and he plays one of the more obvious ones, bringing his rook in to attack a pawn. And Erigaisi now moves his bishop, offering the pawn as a sacrifice. And what a big win this would be if Grischuk could convert this into a victory. He's looking very calm and very cool. Like we say, he's been in this position before. He has been a world champion before at the quicker time limit, so he's kind of used to it, but he's got to hold his nerve here. There's 1 minute 50 left, and he grabs a pawn. Rook takes pawn and lining up against black's king, and now his other rook can come in. It does look really pretty grim for black, this position. Is there any way Erigaisi can create some chances? He's got to try and gamble. His king comes up to attack white's rook, and now Sasha can either move that rook or defend it with his other rook. He's gone a pawn up. A pawn on its own is probably not enough to win. He's just got to keep his cool here. Let's not forget, the last round yesterday, Sasha Grischuk, he did agree a draw in a winning position. His position was a lot better, and he decided to go for a draw. So that was a sign that he was a little bit nervous. He can't do that today. And let's keep the video on them. His time, it's ticking down very quickly. They're both getting extremely low here.
14, 13 seconds. Ooh, they get 10 seconds increment after each move. But
7, 6,
low
5,
on time.
4.
Oh, with 3 seconds left.
And this is a good time for Erigaisi to try and strike because he's got this time pressure. Okay, Grischuk in 5 seconds left. He's getting he's got to move. Got to move. He's just got to play a move.
Oh.
Why is he spending so long?
He had another minute, it looked like.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah.
I was wondering. Time is going, but
we had a piece in front of the clock there we didn't see.
I really like what Erigaisi is doing here. Erigaisi sacrifices a second pawn. Why does he do this? He's doing this just to create some complications. And the right time to create complications is when your opponent is very low on time. Okay, of course, they're both very low on time. Grischuk should still be doing very well here. Does he take the pawn in the middle with the bishop, giving a check? But then Erigaisi has a tactic. Rook takes bishop, knight takes, and a knight check. There's tactics everywhere here. Very hard to work out. So Grischuk moves his knight instead. This allows his bishop in the corner of the board to cover more squares. And he's now 2 whole pawns up. Is it going to be enough to win?
I think so, yeah. He also has a bunch of threats here, potentially. Like, if he can just get his knight to give this check in a decent scenario, it looks like Erigaisi's king is in a lot of trouble. But now he can't move it because it's been pinned.
And Grischuk is 2 pawns up, and as Lucas is saying, he should be doing well, but he's also a little bit tied down now. The rook comes across to defend the knight, but the knight is going to struggle to move because of tactics. But there is a check there, and the knight comes in. Grischuk moves the rook up. The knight comes back. Erigaisi trying to get a draw in the position by offering a repetition. I think it's going to come down to the clock. This is what Kaja was saying before the round. You have all this sort of slow build-up, and then bang, all the tactics happening under that last minute. And this could be for the World Championships. This is a massive game with the pressure on. Grischuk swings over with a check. Erigaisi moves his king back. What is Grischuk going to do next? Is he going to move the knight in now? No, he comes up to defend his knight from the side.
That's a nice defense.
Like it. Trying to keep everything under control. You don't want to lose control of these positions when you're short of time. If he can just keep control with the extra 2 pawns, it must be enough to win this game. So far, he's doing a great job of keeping control here in still quite a complex position.
Yeah, and Erigaisi is a very tricky guy and playing really well here to get some counter chances. He doesn't just fall over like a lot of other players would do.
Yeah, that's a problem with these top players. They're hard to kill.
Yeah.
They keep finding ideas, keep finding tactics. That's why they're the best of the best.
And for the first time ever, winning position is what I'm seeing on the bar.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Winning position for Alexander Grischuk.
And Grischuk just moving his bishop forwards. He's taken his time. He's been very patient here. And this is a very mature way to play the position. I'm sure a lot of other players would try to win quickly. And what's happening is Erigaisi managing to get some tactics. Well, he swapped off his bishop for the knight. Look at the clock. Erigaisi under 10 seconds. And Sasha rook takes. And I like this move from Sasha. He's just trying to exchange pieces off the board. But Erigaisi comes in with a check, trying to cause the white king some problem. Black's idea is to win the pawn on the left-hand side of the board. If that knight can come over to the left by snaking around and winning the pawn, he might be able to get some counter chances by trying to queen one of the only 2 black pawns left. So this is a desperate attempt by Erigaisi, which Sasha has to defend against. He moves his king out of check, and now I expect Erigaisi to swap the rooks off. He does. The bishop comes and takes. Also the advantage of the 2 bishops here. And now, is he going to move his knight? He's got to try and get some counterplay here, I feel. but the two bishops should be too strong. He does. He moves his knight for counterplay.
Jan Nepomniachtchi has won his game in round 10. He is now on 7.5 points right now in sole lead. A bunch of games still going on here in round 10. If we have a winner in this game, that person will be in sole lead. Of course, we could also get a winner in the game between the two other players on 7 points, Murzin and Jan-Christoph Duda.
Erigaisi is doing everything he can to defend this position, but a rook combines extremely well with the two bishops, and that is the case here. White's rook combining with the two bishops. We can see Erigaisi's last chance is that black knight aiming at White's pawn. If that black knight can take the pawn, he'll get some chances, but there it goes. The knight takes the pawn. This is still quite complex.
Yeah, it could go wrong here.
It could go wrong.
Yeah.
Grischuk is under a bit of pressure here. Even though it's completely winning, you've got to be very accurate here.
Massively better for Grischuk, fighting to become World Rapid Champion. And Erigaisi, he is fighting for his life in this game.
And with that last move, Grischuk is pinning down Black's bishop to the back rank. But Erigaisi moves his knight out. And now Black's pawn is just 2 squares away from queening. What is Grischuk's idea? He maneuvers his bishop around, trying to create some checkmate ideas against Black's king. But now the Black king comes out. I don't think this is as easy as the computer indicates. I'd still be very nervous here if I was in Grischuk's shoes.
Yeah, definitely. And now look at the bar.
The bar is changing.
Down.
Whoa!
It's
Whoa!
changing.
Has he made a blunder now?
It's a very tricky position. I mean,
yeah, it's just very tricky.
Erigaisi is fighting so hard, like the Indian tiger he is.
Erigaisi could win this.
He could even win this. You're right. Erigaisi's making a comeback. Look at the black pawn, the left-hand side. That black pawn is just so dangerous. Any result possible now in a time scramble that ensures. I don't even know who I bet on here. I mean, I might even prefer to be black in this position.
Yeah.
Grischuk moves his rook to pin the black bishop down. The bishop in front of that rook is really tied down. It's under a lot of pressure, but that pawn, the black pawn, looks so scary. Surely just push it. It's 1 square from queening. Grischuk pushes his own pawn, and it's just a complete mess now.
It's a complete mess. This is the final day of World Rapid. We will have a new World Rapid champion. Grischuk is fighting for the title. Erigaisi is fighting for the title. And we also see Jan-Christoph Duda and Murzin fighting against each other. They both have 7 points. And I'm looking at the game. It says balanced on the bar. And of course, we have the top board for... That's not the top board, that's board number 2 in the women's section. But we have 3 players on 6.5 points in the women's section. Ju Wenjun, Humpy Koneru and Harika are all on 6.5 points.
And both sides' pawns are going straight up the board. I think Grischuk has done a great job of avoiding a lot of dangers in the position. And he's now able to capture that dangerous pawn, meaning there's no way that Grischuk will ever lose this position. I think he's just cleared 2 pawns up. It's getting nearer and nearer to being an easy win for Grischuk here. He's got a big pawn right in the middle of the board, 1 square from queening. Look at that. With that last move, the rook eliminates Black's pawns. This must now be pretty straightforward for Grischuk. All he's got to do is be a little bit careful, move that bishop and start converting with the 2 extra pawns.
Winning position for Alexander Grischuk. This could be the game that wins him the World Rapid title. 19 or 18 years ago, he became the World Blitz champion. And here he is, fighting against the youngsters to become World Rapid champion. This is round 10 out of 13. He's in a winning position, but what a dramatic game. And massive time trouble. 16 seconds now, making his move.
And it looks, to my eyes, pretty easy now, dare I say it. The rooks remain on the board, and Black's knight is the only piece holding up White's pawn. But the white pawn is so strong. The white pawn is defended by White's bishop. It's 1 square from queening. With this last move, Grischuk is trying to get his rook down to the touchdown square right at the end to force the black knight away from that square. So the black king has to stop White's rook from entering there. But Black's pieces, they're just too tied down here. And now he swings the rook the other way, trying to find another way to get that white rook in. The white rook is aiming for the corner, and he throws a check in. He's getting nervous here. He's only got about 20 seconds left, so it can still go wrong. He's just got to find a way to convert this position. I like what he did before. Why not put the rook back to where it was? Put it into the corner of the board. Instead, he moves his king in. The king, a very important piece in the ending. Why not improve the positioning of your king? And Erigaisi going for some counterplay with his rook. The black rook trying to take a pawn there.
20 seconds left for Alexander Grischuk. They are playing fast now. Blunders can happen. Does he need to keep all his 3 pawns, Grischuk?
No, I mean, I think he can even lose one of the pawns and still have great winning chances. So he's got a bit of a safety net here. Even if he makes a little blunder, he might still be winning. But I like what he's doing. Before pushing those pawns, he's just using all of his pieces, the king, the rook, the bishop. He's trying to get them all to coordinate together, because if he can use his king to go up the board, great, because the white king ideally would like to attack black's knight. Another thing that he could try to do is use the rook to attack black's knight, because it's just that black knight which is keeping the white pawn out of the queening square. But it looks like only a temporary solution. The other problem that black has is that the black king is stuck on the right-hand side. The black king would like to come towards the center, but Grischuk's rook is like a force field, and it's stopping the black king from coming into the center because you can't move into check. White's king looking great. White's position looking great. This must be a win for Grischuk.
Heartbreak for Hikaru Nakamura, losing to Jacobson after that strange A4 opening. And Hikaru on 6 points before we headed into the final day of Rapid. Is probably then out of the fight to become World Rapid champion. It's going to be extremely... He's going to have to win all his games, basically. And maybe that's not even enough. All right. Grischuk. 3, make a move. All right, he did make that move. Will this be over very soon, or will they just keep playing, keep pushing out those moves?
It could be over soon. He has a very strong move with his rook next, but it could also take a while if Erigaisi has a defense here.
Yeah, this looks like it's going better for Grischuk all the time, I think, because now the black knight has had to move out of that square, and black is really just living on the edge here, trying to stop the white pawn from queening. White can use his king to come forwards. White can use the white rook to try and win another pawn even, or just to promote his pawn. So he's still got to win this, but it's looking very, very close to a win. He might even go 3 pawns up now.
Wow. Grischuk, 41 years old, against Erigaisi, 21 years old. These are 2 different generations, and it looks like the older player is getting the win in this game. He will then be in sole lead. Well, maybe not, because Murzin has a winning position now against Jan-Christoph Duda in that other game with 2 players on 7 points. We could have 2 players on 8 points after round 10 with 3 rounds to go. Grischuk and Murzin, not 2 of the players mentioned before the tournament as top favorites, but 1 player that was mentioned before World Rapid as a big, big favorite was Hikaru Nakamura. And he's in the sofa with Levy. We're going to go to Levy in New York. What's happening?
Yeah, thanks, Kaja. I'm joined now by Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, first time in the sofa. I wish we could chat after a win. I know that was a bit of a strange game. You played Mr. A4, Rook A3 himself. I don't want to ask you too many questions about the game we just spoke. You sort of said you weren't too happy with your play, but... yeah, what a situation we're in. What are these, by the way? They're chinos?
I don't know. You know, it's a fun fact that basically, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's the same pants that I wore in the candidates. In 2022 in Madrid, I think after it was 3 or 4 rounds, they basically warned both Fabian and myself, telling us that like we're wearing jeans or something, and we have to wear dress pants. So I went to I forget what the store was in Madrid. I bought this pair of pants and I wore it the rest of the tournament. tournament. So, I mean, I assume they're okay.
So these are the new ones. Those are not the ones that, or these are the ones that you were warned
These
about.
are ones that I wore then.
Oh, I see.
Because, like I said, Fabio and I were both told that our pants were unacceptable during that event. I don't know if people know that, but
no, I don't know. I do just want to get your general opinion about what sort of transpired. On the one hand, and I've sort of said it's relatively easy to have somebody grab you a pair of pants and throw them on, and I do think like both sides do have some fault in this situation. Let's say. But you got a situation like Jan Nepomniachtchi went and changed the sweater, right? So you sort of have this precedent, but. It seems like if the situation was let Magnus play 2 more games in the pants that he was wearing and come back today, it's probably a better win for everybody on the chess world than what we have now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But I would say what I said even yesterday, that at the end of the day, it's not really about the jeans or the attire. It's about a much bigger situation that's brewing regarding freestyle chess. So it's not something. I think it would have happened one way or another. It's just simply something was going to explode. And from my standpoint, it's. I mean, even if it's very disappointing for the fans, I think it's better to just get it out there right now. Everything explodes right away, and you don't have this kind of simmering tension that continues onwards into the future. I think it's better that everything's just out there.
Can I just ask though, is it? And it's strange to me. Like I would love to host a roundtable. Maybe that's good content in the future. But it does seem like I get Emil here. He sort of says his thing. Magnus says his thing. You say your thing. And so I'm left thinking like, is it really just about the naming rights? Is it, or is it more so that freestyle actually has, I don't know, some bigger long-term plan than just being basically, let's say, Fischer Random, but it's obviously like it's kind of fresher, more modernized, etc., rebranded. Is it really just about the naming rights, or is it much bigger than that?
No, I mean, I think it's definitely much bigger than that. I think that without. Well, let's be very clear. I think that when you look at FIDE, the vast majority of the funding they get comes from, revolves around the candidates, the World Championship, and the World Rapid and Blitz. If you look at the World Championship, I believe something north of $9 million was required to hold the event. For this event, I think it's something like $7 million. So, when I think about sponsorship for these type of events, you're talking about very, very large amounts of money. And I think that without Magnus Carlsen playing, he is, of course, the best player in the world, that it's going to be very difficult for FIDE to get sponsors who want to put up this kind of money. So I think that it's actually a very real and very clear threat to FIDE. I think that if the players choose to play in other events, they will struggle to get the sponsorship that they currently have. So I don't think it's solely about the naming rights. I also think that the other thing is that when you look at the current generation of the older players, I mean, a lot of us have been around for a long time. We've played, you go back like 6-8 years, everybody was wearing jeans. Like, actually, like a good example is my opponent today, Brandon Jacobson. He was wearing sneakers. I'm pretty sure that's not allowed.
Should have reported that like when the position got dicey.
Right, but I mean, but it's another example. I mean, there are many players who have been wearing basically sneakers outside of the pants, but it's very, very selective, and I think that it's very disappointing to see that. But as I was saying, when you go back 6-8 years, you see these videos of Magnus playing, or Grischuk, myself, all of us, like people are wearing like a jacket or a nice shirt, and they're wearing regular jeans, and there were no issues then. So I don't really understand what this kind of is appealing to in terms of having this dress code, other than perhaps the smoke and mirrors of trying to portray chess in a certain way, which, as I said yesterday, I think it's very outdated. I think that when you look at the modern world, I'll use an example. I recently went to some basketball games, and when you see celebrities, at like courtside at a Lakers game or at a Miami Heat game, because I went to 2 games recently, I mean, they're wearing like sweatpants, they're wearing boots, they're wearing like fancy sunglasses or a hat, and I mean, that is the world we live in. It's a very different world than 30, 40 years ago. Even frankly, if you look at Wall Street, many of the trades that go on today, it's all electronic. You still have people on the floor, of course, but it's a very different world, and so I just think it's a little bit antiquated, and ultimately I think that people want to watch chess. They want to watch the best players in the world. I mean, short of Magnus wearing flip-flops and like a Speedo or something, I don't think anybody's going to care. They just want to watch chess. So to me, it's kind of illogical. I think there's a very simple way to have basically business casual and go from there. So I don't really get it, but it's what it is for now, at least.
Clothing aside, how did we get to this point? Like, there are some big stars in chess, then there's always been Magnus, but how are we at a point where a pair of jeans is going to cause an insane butterfly effect in the chess world to potentially split like it did in the 90s? I mean, it can't just be about blazers and so on, right? Like, what could have pushed Magnus here?
Well, I mean, the comical answer is people like you and me. So that's the sort of the comical answer. I think that if you compare the world now to the world, say, 30 years ago, very specifically, I'll use Garry Kasparov as an example. Media is very different now. You have a very big presence on YouTube. I'm pretty well known in the streaming world. I mean, we're both obviously very well known. And so you have a lot of people who are doing things and reaching an audience that was never being reached before. And I think because of that, the dynamics are very, very different now. And, for example, you look at today, there was, I think, Victor Wembanyama. He was out at Washington Square Park playing chess. I mean, I know Luka obviously plays. Many other basketball, football players, etc., celebrities are big fans of the game. And so chess is definitely reaching a bigger audience than I think it ever has in history. Maybe when Bobby Fischer played briefly, there was the same level of interest, but overall it's reaching a much broader audience than ever before. And so I think from that standpoint that the dynamics have changed where the players have a little bit more say, they have more influence, more reach, and all those things have combined, I think, to lead here where you have Jan-Henrik Buettner with the freestyle chess group and who wants to put money in it, try to make a commercial venture out of it. And I think, that can only be a good thing, but ultimately it's because, the dynamics of the world and social media have changed a lot.
That's a great answer, and I really think the only follow-up is what could have been done differently to avoid where we are now between creators, FIDE, top players, investors, and do you think that we can still reach some sort of peace agreement, find a way to work together so that all these positives are sort of combined into one and, the chess world can sort of, be happy we don't have to have situations like this?
Well, I think the simple answer to that would be that you need something like the top 20 players in the world to effectively form a union and take FIDE head on these issues. I do think that if you had the top 20 players in the world basically saying we want business casual for this event, something like jeans, but say a dress shirt and dress shoes, for example, I don't think FIDE would be able to go against that. But the problem is, and this also gets back to the whole situation, is that it's very easy in practice to say like Magnus should have complained before the tournament, or the players as a whole should complain before the tournament. It's very easy to say that, but there is no group, so it's not like you can just get everyone together and they can all complain at the same time. So I think what really needs to happen, at least as far as these FIDE events go, are you need the top 20 players to form basically a loose union. It doesn't have to be anything financial or otherwise, but a loose union where they take on the issue as a collective whole versus it being one player complains, another player complains, and everyone's off doing their own thing scattershot. I think united, it's a much better situation. The players can definitely push for these things. Because I think generally business casual is fine, but the whole like no jeans or no sneakers or these things, like to me it's illogical. And I also think the sponsors, that I highly doubt that they care whatsoever about that either.
I agree for what it's worth. I've sort of made this public. I think less than 1% of people watching the event actually care about what's on your legs. Let's put it this way. But look, I want to also allow you to get some rest. We chat a lot.
I can chat for another 5 minutes. I just lost this game, so the tournament's over.
We can talk about let's say Murzin, who's winning the tournament.
Yeah,
who is he and how is he so strong?
Yeah, first I would say that I'm happy that he's winning because, yesterday's game against him, I never should have lost that game in a million years. So, if you're going to lose a game, you want to lose to someone who's going to go on to potentially win the event. I think Murzin, oddly enough, of course, I'm very familiar with him. He's played a lot of these World Rapid and Blitz championships. I would say he's literally, in my opinion, the only Russian junior who is showing signs of greatness. I don't think they have anybody else in the pipeline who is even close. So it's great to see him shining here and having a good result. I think he's tied for the lead with Sasha, who's one of the longtime top players. So it's great to see. I think also the fact that he's played so many of these events has given him great experience over the years. And, I think the future is very bright for him. But again, playing tournaments, similar situation, say Lazovic, for example, another player where because of what's going on in the world, I don't think he has the opportunities that perhaps he should have.
Are you more excited for the Blitz now? Are you the favorite in the Blitz now?
I mean, I don't know what to make of the blitz. I mean, I think, for me, the reason I'm actually a little bit disappointed right now is because usually when I play the Rapid, on day one I bomb very early, and it's just like I'm basically wasting the next 2 days not being competitive. And in this event, up until a couple of moves yesterday, I was very much in contention to win the event. And then, I mean, today just was a horrible game, many oversights and everything else, perhaps a little bit affected by all the nonsense going on. So a little bit disappointed, because usually it's over before this point. So the Rapid is a little bit but I think for Blitz, you just want to play good chess. I think that if I play good moves, good things will happen, but it remains to be seen.
Amazing. Hikaru, I'll let you go. I really appreciate you stopping by. Well, now you have three free games to meme around maybe, and in the rest of the event, if you said that it's over, in your words.
Well, I mean, obviously I can win the 3 games, but it's not going to change anything, because even if I win 3 games, that's probably like maybe top 5 or something, but it's what it is.
All right. Well, hopefully I'll see you around for the Blitz. Thanks so much for stopping by, sharing your thoughts. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Levi and Hikaru Nakamura. Oh, it was very cool to finally hear from Hikaru, not only on World Rapid, but about the jeans drama. And it seems to me, I've so far still have not heard a player sort of support FIDE in this story. It seems like they're all very frustrated with the fact that Magnus is kicked out for wearing jeans. What do you think, Lucas? Is the players just...
I think that's kind of like the story here. It doesn't seem like any of the players are very happy about this, and like a lot of people have said throughout today and yesterday, this is kind of an unfortunate situation where everyone loses.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think it's too great.
Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, 2 massive names in chess on the same side. They've been big rivals for so many years, but they're on the same, I think for some time now, been on the same side of many battles, Hikaru and Magnus, but heartbreak for Hikaru in the World Rapid Championship, losing in round 10. He says it himself, he's out of the fight to become the next World Rapid champion. But some other players are still in contentions. Let's bring up the standings, you guys. We have 2 players on 8 points. Look at that. Volodar Murzin and Alexander Grischuk. One of them is 18 years old. The other one is 41 years old. Murzin was born the same year that Alexander Grischuk became the World Blitz champion in 2006. Crazy stuff. And those 2 are now on 8 points. Right behind them, Jan Pomniachtchi on 7.5. Russia must be very excited now, Simon.
Yeah, they're doing well, right?
Yeah.
In, top 3 places. Could this be the year where Nepo finally gets a world title as well? I mean, he's obviously in classical chess been pretty close, but failed against Magnus, failed against Ding. And he's only half a point off the lead now. But it's strange because the only player I haven't really heard of is Murzin.
Yeah.
This youngster. Everyone else, I think, in the top 30, I've heard of. I've seen him play, but I never heard of Murzin until this event, and he's incredibly strong. I mean, he's beating all the top players, playing some great chess. He's incredibly young. I think Nepo was talking about him yesterday with Anish when we had that interview, and Nepo was very impressed and saying how strong this youngster is. But at the moment, Russia very happy. They've got gold, silver, and bronze.
Yeah,
I mean, a long way to go.
Yeah.
3 games to go, so that will definitely change. But big game going to happen between Grischuk and Murzin in the next round.
Yeah,
I guess
because they haven't played each other yet.
I don't think so.
Okay.
And that's going to be really exciting to see if youth will triumph over the old man Grischuk, or if the old man can hold his nerve there.
And the 18-year-old on top of the standings, shared lead with Alexander Grischuk, is in the sofa with Levi. Oh, I'm excited about this interview. What's happening, Levi?
Yeah, Kaja, I'm joined now by Grandmaster Volodar Murzin, who is on 8 points out of 10. An amazing result so far Obviously, the tournament is not finished, but how are you feeling right now? And you can bring the microphone up.
Yeah, I'm feeling very good because I think I'm playing good. Yeah, and I hope I win this tournament.
When you signed up to play, did you expect victories against Hikaru, Fabiano, Duda? I think you have one more top 10 in there. Or were you just going to see how your form is and then take it one game at a time?
Of course, before the game, of course, I didn't expect that. I just play. But I don't know. Of course, I want to win. But with Hikaru, I got some lucky because I had a bad position, but I can win that.
But for a tournament like this, you need a little bit of luck too, right? You cannot just crush every single game.
Oh, sorry, what do you mean?
Like to win a tournament with fast chess, you need some luck also. So
Yes,
I think,
of course, yes.
So I think it's okay. You're 18, right? So
Yes.
how much experience do you have playing some of these top players online? Have you played them a lot?
You mean online tournament?
Like Title Tuesday, Blitz. Have you played Hikaru, Fabiano, these guys, in Blitz, especially online?
Yeah, I think it's only Title Tuesday. I don't know, because I rarely play online game. I like offline chess. I mean offline, yeah.
Yeah. No, I totally understand. How have you performed in the World Rapid in the past? Like last year, what were your results?
Yeah, I was 5th place. I think it was a good result.
In
for
Rapid?
Me. In Rapid, yeah. I don't know. In Blitz, I also have some chance, but I lost in the last position, in the last round. Yeah, and I don't know.
But Rapid is difficult to practice, right? I mean, if you hang out with friends, you play Blitz. If you play in a tournament, you play Classical. So do you practice a lot of Rapid chess, or it's just you just play?
No, I'm played. I rarely played Rapid game. I think for me it's only this tournament, World Rapid Chess Championship. I don't play Rapid game usually, only Classical.
Got it. Last question. Those are not jeans, right? I'm just making sure. No, please don't wear any jeans in the Blitz. We want to see you stay in the event. Well, best of luck. I'll let you rest, and good luck with the last 3 rounds. Hopefully, we see you with a medal.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
How cool, Levy. And Levy, you speak a little Russian, right? You had perfect pronunciation there. Can you say that again? Oh, I think Levy's busy. Can you hear me, Levy? Hey, Levy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I thought your pronunciation of his name was so perfect. Volodar Murzin?
Murzin, yes.
Murzin.
Yes, I think, yes. It's hard if you don't speak the language.
Exactly.
it's if you speak it, yeah. The same with Grischuk is how it should be said, but I don't know if we can get a Grischuk out of Kaja.
Grischuk. Sasha.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have to practice my Russian because the Russians are in the lead here. Levy, thank you. Well, do you think we're going to have a Russian Rapid champion now?
Yeah, very likely. Especially if they draw in the next game, because then there's 2 games left. I think they haven't played each other yet, unless I'm. But if one of them wins, then we will only have one. So I'm very curious what's going to be the result. In many ways, the next game is the biggest game because either the leaders will allow in more. For example, you have Murzin, Grischuk, and Nepomniachtchi, who are all in the top. So if they stay there, but they let up, how many 7-pointers do we have? We have 1, 2, 3. We have.
Oh, that's a lot.
We have like a 14. We have a 14-way tie with 7 points.
Yeah.
So yeah, if Murzin or Grischuk win, they're probably guaranteed a medal. But if there's going to be draws at the top and a bunch of 7-pointers win, it's going to be complete madness in the last few games.
Complete madness. That's what we love. Levy, thank you so much for your insight and interviews from the sofa in New York. We have 2 players in the lead in World Rapid with 3 rounds to go. Both of them from Russia. It's Grischuk and Murzin. You guys try. How would you say it?
You want to go first, Simon?
Let's hear your
I
best
don't want to
Russian.
go first. I have the worst pronunciation out of any chess player possible, but Murzin.
Ooh.
I just have to say it like I believe it. Yeah. So,
Lucas,
your turn.
Murzin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you won that. Murzin.
Murzin.
Volodar Murzin. 18-year-old. He's on top of the standings together with Grischuk. And we did follow the Grischuk game that he won. But I think we should take a look at it again. Lucas, can you take us through
Let's have a look at
what happened in this game with Alexander Grischuk? I'll look it up. And
we're still waiting for the pairings?
We are still waiting for the pairings. I keep updating. We did follow the game with Alexander Grischuk and Arjun Erigaisi. And here you go.
Yep. Let's have a look. Let's go all the way back here to the opening. We saw this Sicilian defense early on. Grischuk actually spent a lot of time in the opening here for basically all of his moves. Move by move, he was considering if he was going to go for the open Sicilian or stick to the closed and which variation within those to go for. But he did eventually end up going for this slightly unusual line where he develops his bishop on the right side as a fianchetto and played in quite common style here with pushing this pawn in front of the rook, initiating an early kingside attack, which he was able to follow up a little bit later here. But in the meantime, he kept developing his pieces and building up his position. Erigaisi, on the other hand, tried to create a counter-attack on the other side. And as we mentioned, Simon, this always felt a little bit easier to play for white as you have this kingside attack. But then Grischuk did something very interesting. He didn't go all in for that attack, but he actually switched up a little bit and decided to play on the other side as well, and actually ended up creating an advantage in the center here over the next couple of moves. First with this move, allowing himself to get some more control over some of the central squares, and then this one, trying to get his knight into a central square, which he did next. So after a couple of more moves, he took this pawn here, which was a little bit surprising to me, but it worked out really well for him. And then when he followed up with this knight, it started to become very dangerous here with all of his pieces getting into the action. After a trade here of this knight, we saw the bar just keep going up for Grischuk as he brought out more pieces to the attack. There were a few tactical nuances here, but even this he seemed to be in control of. Then he actually went for a queen trade, which was a little bit surprising as he had a strong attack, but he felt like his advantage maintains here, even after trading queens and giving up a pawn back. And this was, as we talked about earlier, probably due to his very active pieces, his rooks on that open file, and Erigaisi's king being quite open here. Especially in the long run, it's never really going to be safe. But Erigaisi, on the other hand, fought extremely well over the next maybe 20, 30 moves, something like that, and really made it hard for Grischuk. Especially in the time trouble, we could see Grischuk struggling. He was shaking his head actually a couple of times, seemed to have missed a couple of Erigaisi's counterattacks, but played this very well. And he didn't really ever slip up that much. He played very safely, but also kept increasing his pressure here. And I would say for this sequence of moves, both of them played really well. Erigaisi fighting and creating counter chances, while Grischuk was going for the most direct moves and trying to calculate that until the end. So I was very impressed with his conversion here. Although for a little bit here, it seemed like it was actually not so clear anymore, as Erigaisi suddenly has this passed pawn only 2 squares away from queening. And I think what Grischuk was counting on here was always having his bishop potentially being able to block that pawn if he has to do that. So a few more moves ahead. And now this seemed to be a decisive blunder, actually, for Erigaisi, as Grischuk could push his own pawn first and then actually stop this dangerous pawn. Now Erigaisi has no more tricks. Grischuk's plan is very obvious, pushing that central pawn. And Erigaisi actually had to here bring his knight back, sacrificing that only real threat he had left in the position with this pawn. And after that, it was all about converting this for Grischuk, which he didn't really seem to have any problems doing, even though it took a couple more moves. So we can see this all the way until the end, although it wasn't really much left of a fight here. I did see he ended up with a nice tactical trick here in the end with this rook move, sacrificing the rook, but if it's captured, Grischuk would take back and promote to a queen with the pawn. And Erigaisi doesn't have time to take the bishop, as Grischuk would promote his pawn. So that was it. Erigaisi, a couple of moves later here, resigned, and Grischuk moves on to 8 points.
Wow. Yeah. 1 out of 2 players on 8 points, and pairings are out for round 11. And it is, of course, Murzin against Grischuk, the 2 players on 8 points against each other on board 1. We will follow that game. But there's so many cool battles to look out for in round 11. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the only player on 7.5 points, plays against Yu Yangyi from China. And then we have Alireza Vruzha against Daniil Dubov. We have Arjun Erigaisi against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. We have Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Andrei Yesipenko. And another cool one is Daniel Naroditsky against Praggnanandhaa, both on 7 points. Anish Giri plays Denis Lazovic. The action is happening in New York, you guys. And round 11 out of 13 is coming up. We have 2 players on 8 points. Ooh, all right. It's heating up. So many players on 7 points, actually. Round 11 out of 13. Simon, who do you hold as a favorite between 18-year-old Murzin and 41-year-old Grischuk?
I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. I mean, Levy said this could be the game which decides who wins the whole thing. They're only 3 games away now from the end. And if one of these 2 players wins, they're in a fantastic position, because they're going to be a clear leader with 2 games to go. It really is the biggest game, this one. I secretly hope Grischuk. Nothing against his young opponent. I'm always a bit of a champion for the older players, because you're not going to get chances forever when you get into your 40s. Well, rather this young player, Murzin, is clearly going to have many more years and many more chances ahead of him. So a little bit biased there. And Grischuk actually owes me a pint of Guinness as well. So
really?
He might be able to afford it if he wins this competition. A couple of pints of Guinness, actually, I think. But that's another story. So that's going to be a really big game.
Yeah.
And this massive group of 7 points, they can still win this competition, because it's very unlikely. I mean, I know the game between Grischuk and Murzin is the big one, and that's going to decide who leads. But it's still a long way from winning this tournament.
I know, yeah.
Because getting 3 out of 3 is nearly impossible. So anyone a point behind, if they get 3 out of 3, they could be first. So wide open, very exciting. It's the first time we've seen this chap as well, I believe, isn't it? Dubov, who's another Russian player with his normal jumper there.
Yeah.
Only
fashionista.
£5 down the local supermarket, I believe.
Didn't he
jumper.
get trouble for that sweater yesterday?
Did he?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? I didn't know that.
Why?
I heard it on NRK, the Norwegian channel.
Why? What, can't you wear jumpers now?
I don't know. He said he was cold during the game. He said actually he wasn't wearing the sweater for most of the time, and then he had to put it on as he was cold and he wasn't allowed to. But now he's wearing it again. So
Okay.
that's an interesting turn of events. Let's follow that.
Yeah.
That's probably the most expensive jumper
In the room.
in the room.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. Maybe in the whole of New York. I don't know. Probably not. Actually, that's going a little bit too much. But
Daniil Dubo, former second to Magnus Carlsen, playing against Alireza Fruja in round 11, both on 7 points. Well, we're talking about clothes, you guys. It's been a topic for this year's World Rapid Championships. Magnus Carlsen is out after wearing jeans, and we're joined now, you guys, by the FIDE President, Mr. Dvorkovich. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us, Arkady. How are you?
I'm better. Sorry I couldn't make it to New York because of flu, and I couldn't fly for a few days, so I'm really sorry to miss it. And I guess things could go in another direction if I would be there.
Yeah, I guess that's the big question. I mean, getting sick this time of year, we've all been there. I hope you are feeling better from the flu. But watching this drama happening with FIDE and Magnus Carlsen in New York, what's that been like?
Well, I felt really sorry this morning when I woke up and saw the news, as I was not awake at the time when the whole situation was developing. And also, I saw that I missed a call from Henrik Carlsen, father of Magnus. So probably he called me exactly the time when the whole situation was at its peak and was discussed among the main parties. So I just saw that. It's really. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We hear you.
I just thought it's really something that could not happen if I would be there. As during the last few championships, we also had some difficult situations, and we were able to resolve those cases. Also, when I read the communications from my colleagues, I thought that they were consistent. They acted according to the rules, so no question about that. And the rules were known well in advance, and both the chief arbiter, who is the decision maker in this case, and other people, including Vishy Anand, the world champion, of course, and well-respected person, the deputy FIDE president, all of them were acting based on the rules. At the same time, I felt that, things could be different if we would not come to the point where everyone had to work according to the strict rules, that the situation could be discussed in a friendly way before, and it could be resolved. Probably this chance was missed at some point. But again, it's not a place, and I'm far from blaming anyone for that. I think it's a responsibility of everyone and all parties involved, and FIDE does its job. Players do their job. They're responsible for what they do, and everyone has its own vision, but also acts according to certain rules and principles. So again, it could be avoided. It's a great pity. It's really unfortunate that it was not avoided. In the end, everyone was stuck to the principles, and the decisions have been made. The choices have been made. and as all chess players know, each move has consequences, unfortunately, and one has to take responsibility for the consequences. So both we and Magnus take this responsibility for the consequences, which is unfortunate again.
But are you saying, Arkady, as the most powerful person in FIDE, if you would have been there, things would have been different? Do you disagree with the decision to ban Magnus from round 9 that was made by the chief arbiter?
The decision at the point it was made was 100% according to the rules. And I cannot say I disagree with this decision. Again, what I'm saying is that at some point, the development of this situation to the point where the decision had to be made, well, I think we could avoid the whole thing. And it's not about the decision that was made, it's about the whole process that could go in a different direction.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that Magnus Carlsen is the biggest name still in chess. He said on Norwegian television yesterday that it feels like it's now a war with FIDE. Well, what do you think about Magnus's decision to pull out of both Rapid and Blitz and that quote?
Well, first of all, yesterday, again, there was a decision not to pair him for round 9, and he decided not to play further on in the Rapid tournament. I would be patient about saying about anything about Blitz yet, since it's only the day before when all players confirm basically that they're playing in Blitz. So let's not be in a hurry to make this judgment. We will see what of course.
So are you in touch with Magnus and Henrik about this? Is there a chance he will play Blitz?
I will not speculate about chances now. I'm in touch with them. I had a long conversation with both of them, and at least we understand each other. That's a good sign. Both about yesterday and about the future. We have good, respectful relationships, and we do understand each other. We were very open about the situation, and I didn't like some things, including some of the words used by Magnus. And he didn't like some of the things as well. So here we have a little crisis, but I'm confident, really confident that we will come out of this crisis stronger and with much better understanding also with players, with potential partners, with all the parties involved. So each crisis is a chance to learn something, and we are learning here. So again, nobody to blame at this point. We have a dialogue and things to talk about. So I'm confident that that we will find positive solutions to most of the things. Again, no speculations about Blitz at this point. It's not my call. So I do not have any right to make a judgment here. But I'm always optimistic to some extent, so I hope that things will develop in a positive way. And also, I think it's also a chance to refresh the discussions about the ways we develop chess, develop our game, and what we do to make chess look more modern and more attractive to all generations. So there are bad things in this situation, but there are also positive things that we can extract from this.
We do see that round 11 is starting in New York.
Indeed. Exciting event, actually. Many unexpected results and lots of fights, real fights. So I don't think anyone can predict the winner now in both events, Open and Women. it's very tight, very competitive, and the top players lost some games, but also show that they can come back. So we will see. I'm quite certain that Magnus could come back in the last day. He has huge experience in that, but also he was not, I would say, good enough in the first few games. But everyone would love to see him, of course, trying to catch the leadership group.
Yeah.
But again, it's life.
Yeah, there will be a new World Rapid champion today, no doubt about that. I have a few more questions since we are so lucky to have you on, Arkady. Thank you again so much for joining us. I want to ask you, because Magnus pulling now out definitely of the Rapid, it's not this is not where it started. There's been some history here. Very recently, we've heard about this thing with freestyle chess and Hikaru and Magnus on one side, FIDE on the other. There's been discussions with Magnus even before that about other things. How do we sort of get to this, to the point where Magnus is saying it feels like a war with FIDE?
Well, first, again, I don't think it's a war, and let's not take words being said in emotional situations for like something that is going to stay here forever. And I'm a peaceful man myself. I'm always trying to find peaceful solutions, and I think in this particular case we will find one. But you're right. There is a history behind. Personally, I'm in favor of new ideas, new initiatives, and yours also. Take is a nice project. So thank you for covering World Rapid and Blitz Championships now, and I think we have a good future as well. Together, both for FIDE tournaments and lots of private events as well. Also, Magnus has many other ideas and projects, and freestyle project is one of those. It's not completely new, since Chess 960 or Fischer Random was around for many years, and FIDE conducted 2 world championships itself, and private investors who came to this field are certainly welcome. What we are looking for is cooperation in good faith. We are looking for a way to do those things together. Unfortunately, we were not able to find a solution before the end of this year, and basically the only disagreement we had is regarding what kind of function or mission FIDE has in this chess world. We do believe that the integrity of chess, the unity of chess community requires FIDE, who has 100-year history. We are celebrating this 100-year anniversary this year as a body who that puts everyone together. And if we will come back to the 90s, when we had a huge split in the chess community, I didn't think that time that it's good for anyone. Though my father worked actually for Kasparov that time, so I was involved a bit into this discussion. Things not like really involved in chess, but I knew about every move, every step both parties are making. But again, any project can look nice, and sponsors can be attracted, but in the end, only the united chess community can bring maximum benefits to chess. So in this particular situation, it's not about freestyle per se. It's about keeping this unity and integrity, where FIDE acts as a player recognized by the International Olympic Committee. The body that is very important for all national chess federations, as they get support from national Olympic committees, most of the countries, and they do not want to separate from the Olympic movement. So if we will split the chess world, it would create huge risks for the entire chess community. So we are trying to keep it united. And the only thing we want is to find the formula, find the framework where private investors into any chess initiatives will feel comfortable, but FIDE will remain the governing body that keeps things together, basically keeps the entire framework. Certainly, in consultations, in discussions, in dialogue with all partners, with everyone, finding the best possible solutions, but not restricting things. So we want to make sure that if our partners want to have a status of the World Championship, and World Championship status is going to be approved by FIDE. But to do that, we need to basically find the basis for this agreement and find the right legal framework to do it. So we are expecting a bit more goodwill from our partners to find this solution, and we are very flexible about that. And I think it's a bit unfair that yesterday it was mentioned that FIDE is harassing players who want to participate in freestyle. Actually, we just try to signal players that we have this disagreement and we need to find a solution, but it's not going to harm anyone. And in the end, I said very clearly to Magnus, to Hikaru, to Fabi, to Büttner, that I took a decision that no sanctions will be applied to any player who wants to participate in freestyle tour. Yes, we have this disagreement about the World Championship status. We have to find a solution to that, but players are not going to be under any threat. And that was my firm position. So I repeated this today, and I think that's a good basis to start the dialogue again in January next year.
My final question will be, so we also talked to CEO Emil Satovsky yesterday, and he says, and I think you are also saying that sort of the most important thing for FIDE is the players, to keep the players happy, to serve the players. But so many of the players are unhappy with FIDE. What will you do now in the future to change that and unite the chess world? Because right now, there's no doubt the chess world is just split up.
Well, I still doubt it, since I talk to players, and most of the time, as many opinions as the number of players is regarding any particular subject. So it's not about like split about one certain thing. It's just about a very vibrant community where players are really smart, intelligent, and they're making their judgments. They have different feelings. They do have different preferences. For instance, when we discuss the World Championship cycle and trying to find the best possible formula for the future, we face a huge disagreement among all players. We cannot find any consensus on any ground. Some players prefer faster format. Some players prefer keeping it classical. Some players prefer the cycle like it is right now. Some players prefer making it more simple, straightforward, and understandable for younger generations, for everyone, for media in particular. So it's not like we know the solution, but we are trying to resist to taking this decision. There is no consensus about this. The same about anything, like even dress code. Again, I would certainly welcome a more informal dress code. But in case that everyone would follow the rules still, whatever the rule is. and I told one of the top players today, just put it on paper what kind of dress code you want to have. We asked the players' commission to do it, and they did it like it is right now. But other players are saying no, it should be more informal. Okay, let's do it more informal, but the same for everyone. Otherwise, I'm just afraid that we are going to have I don't know, swim shorts in one case, jeans in another case, and formal suits for another player, and it's going to be a complete mess. We need to have some style. We do need a style, but so now we have a certain rule that everyone should follow. Maybe it's a wrong rule, but let's develop another rule then and follow it.
Yeah, and
as simple as that.
Completely acknowledge, with other sports it's so much easier. You have the regular jerseys and the shorts or whatever kind of outfit that everyone will wear, right? And for chess it's very difficult. And you don't want the situation where you have players sitting in sweatpants against a player sitting in very smart suit. So I guess it's a difficult issue.
Yeah, in the festivals and more like informal events, it's okay, whatever. But we are talking about the World Championship, like the biggest thing in the world, followed by millions of spectators, but also by partners and media who want to see some style and whatever the style is. Again, it can be more informal, of course, but it should be stylish. And look good from all perspectives. So let's try to do it together. Maybe your advice would help in this situation as well.
I don't know if I'm the best at giving fashion advice, but Arkady, thank you so much for joining us and giving your point of view on this. Do you think Magnus Carlsen will play FIDE events in the future? Do you think he'll be back for Rapid and Blitz next year?
Well, maybe it's a big mistake I'm making now saying that, but I think yes.
You think yes. All right. Let's make that the final word. Thank you so much. We hope you feel better from the flu, Arkady. Thank you so much for joining us and talking about the issues from New York.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Arkady. That was the FIDE president, you guys, joining us to talk about all the drama that happened yesterday. Magnus Carlsen has left World Rapid. He will not defend his title in World Rapid Championship. One of these two players is likely to take it. They are in the top of the standings with 8 points. It's two Russians, Volodar Murzin against Alexander Grischuk, an 18-year-old versus a 41-year-old. The game started quite some time ago. Grischuk already down to 6 minutes. What's happening on this board, Simon?
Pretty balanced at the moment. They have a symmetrical pawn structure, we can see by just looking at it. And there's two ways to evaluate position, pawn structure and pieces. There's no difference in the pawn structure, equal. Pieces, the only dynamics I can really see is that white has two knights versus black's knight and bishop. If I was going to pick a side to play, I would slightly prefer to be white here. And the reason for that is both of white's knights are very nicely positioned at the moment. They're both attacking that black pawn in the center of the board. Okay, the black pawn is defended, but the white knights just seem to have a little bit more potential. They pressurize that pawn. Maybe they can jump to the right towards black's king side, and potentially they could even come to the queen side as well. So a little bit easier, I think, for white to play this position. Black's a little bit passive. And I have to say, some of the maneuvers that Murzin's done to get the knights to these squares have been particularly impressive. But Grischuk, extremely experienced player, and you would have to back him at the moment to hold this position. A lot of play left, though, so it's going to get exciting.
Balanced in the top game, two players on 8 points fighting to become World Rapid the champion. And here are the other top boards. On board number 2, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi. He has 7.5 points heading into this round, playing the Chinese player Yu Yang-yi. And then on board 3, two players with 7 points. Ali Reza Firouzja, one of the big favorites heading into World Rapid and Blitz. And he is fighting for the crown now in a game against Daniil Dubo. In the women's section, they have now made it to round 10. They only play 11 rounds, so this is the second to last round. And we have 4 players on 7 points in that tournament. And on this board, you see Ju Wenjun versus Harika from India.
I wonder why they play less rounds.
Probably because there's less players.
I guess so. Yeah. There probably is less players. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering. Maybe they don't. Yeah.
We have in the open section 180 players. Well, I guess then a few less now since Magnus and a couple others have left.
No.
And in the women's sections, we have, let's see, 110 players.
Okay.
But this is round 10 for the women. It is round 11 in the open section. 11 out of 13 in the open section. We are getting closer to the finish. We are getting close to a new world rapid champion. It is not unlikely it will be one of the 6 men we are seeing in this image. Volodya Murzin and Alexander Grischuk on 8 points, both from Russia. Balanced here, but Grischuk ticking down on the clock. What do you think about the position, Lucas?
I agree with Simon. It's been very balanced until now. Actually, quite an easy game to summarize so far. It's all been very symmetrical, and over time, Murzin has got this small advantage due to his knight potentially being better than Grischuk's bishop, kind of just looking at his own pawn and going to have a hard time getting active. But at the same time, it's hard to imagine that Grischuk is going to lose this.
It is a little bit uncomfortable, though. I mean, I certainly would not like to be black in this type of position. This is kind of they used to call this kind of play from white Karpovian, ex-world champion Karpov. This is kind of before Magnus Carlsen came along. He was like a zooped-up version of Karpov, you know, but turbo Karpov, Magnus was. But Karpovian, you know, the way he used to play in this Soviet style of play was to really just grind little advantages out of the position, take it very easy. It didn't look like he was doing much, but little by little, he would just put pressure on his opponent and wait for them to make a mistake. And this is what White's play is reminding me of. It's reminding me of like Karpov or a turbocharged Magnus Carlsen even. With this last move, the White Queen is aiming to come over to the king side. And it's that black pawn in the middle of the board that I'm a little bit fearful of for Grischuk. It's under pressure, and the White Queen can increase more pressure on that pawn. And Grischuk is a little bit on the defensive, and at some point you could see White pushing his kingside pawns forwards little by little, very Karpovian, little pushes, and just increasing the pressure here. So I certainly wouldn't want to be black here. I'd find this a bit uncomfortable to hold. And with the time ticking down, big factor. We know Grischuk always plays with no time, but Murzin, he has a big time advantage here. And we see another defensive move played on the board. Grischuk moves his knight backwards, and all of Black's pieces are really just defensive, whilst White's pieces have definitely more potential to attack and come forward. So it really is sort of backs to the door kind of defensive maneuvers from Grischuk here. So I'm not going to write off White not winning this one. Still a lot of defensive play to do.
Yeah, for sure. What would your plan be with the White here? We just saw a move, but let's say even after this move, what's the next move to increase the pressure?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all is White, which White's doing. Put all your pieces on the best possible squares. Try to pressurize Black's weak pawn in the middle. And then when I've got my pieces to the best squares, I think I've done that with my knights, my queen. Maybe I'll look at improving my rook if I can. I try to gain some space. So I start pushing the H pawn. I use that. I try to push it as far up the board as I can. Maybe I start pushing my G pawn as White as well, and I try to use my pawns to create another weakness somewhere on Black's king side. And I just exert this pressure in the center and I increase pressure on the king side at the same time. That's what I'd be looking at doing, and that seems like quite a risk-free way for white to play here. I think white can do that without risking anything at all.
I agree with you that this seems like the correct plan to keep applying pressure, but I thought actually it does introduce some risk as well for white if he does go for this g4, h4, like pushing these pawns in front of the king. It feels safer now, but maybe in the long run it could expose his king.
It could do, yeah. I mean, that is a problem if you try to push too much for a win. Obviously, you can over-push and you can weaken your position. They have, by the way, just, I think, repeated moves once.
Ooh.
I'd be a little bit surprised if white decides to take the draw here, mainly because of the pressure and because of the time situation. You might as well play on. But they are repeating position again. Are we going to see a draw here? The queen goes back and Grischuk moves his knight back. I think Sasha here is just saying, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and see. Can you improve? And now white's got to decide, does he play for the win? Does he keep the game going? Or does he take the draw? This could be a big decision, right? I mean... I think you should always play on as much as you can. Yeah. That's how you become a champion, right? But I would also understand. And he's gone back. This must be a draw now.
Oh, they're going for it.
They've agreed a draw.
Oh, that's kind of disappointing, isn't it? Or is it sensible taking tournament situation into account?
It's very understandable. It's a little bit disappointing for us to not see it get played out, but
too understandable.
Yeah, like
it is very understandable, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure Murzin has great respect for Grischuk as well, and that must play a big part. You know, he probably looks up to Grischuk, and Grischuk's very happy to draw. But yeah, we would have liked to have seen it being played out there at least.
Okay, so a draw here means they are both on 8.5 points. I would like to take you guys to board number 4. In the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Nordrbek Abdusatorov, both on 7 points. Arjun coming from that loss against Alexander Grischuk. I will find that game here because, you know, I'm always checking out the bar.
Whoa.
So do you think we have some action in that game? Yes, we do. It says much better for Arjun Erigaisi against one of the big favorites, Abdusatorov. What's happening here?
Chaos.
Chaos. Love it.
Yes. I think we have to start by counting the material here and then start looking at everything that's going on. There are pieces all over the place.
Really is pieces all over the place on this board. It is. I have no idea. Are they playing on the queen side or the king side? What's happening here?
I think it's probably about Erigaisi's knight now attacking the rook and the bishop and the pawn as well. So he might be winning some material. Also, his pieces are very actively placed. And that's probably what it's about because he's not up any pieces, at least for the moment. He does have a passed pawn as well in the center, which could later on become annoying for Abdusatorov.
All right, Erigaisi and Abdusatorov, two of the youngsters, both on 7 points heading into this round, both fighting to become the world rapid champion. Now, Abdusatorov has been the world rapid champion, or was it Blitz?
I think it was rapid.
It was rapid, yeah. He is a former world rapid champion already at a young age. All right, you guys at home. Hey to everyone hanging out with us on YouTube and Twitch. Really enjoy having you here. I am sorry I haven't been able to talk to you guys that much in the chat, but please send some comments if you have questions for our experts. I have been seeing a lot of jeans emojis. I have seen that, so very cool. And the Take YouTube channel has actually hit 98.3 thousand subscribers. We are so close to 100,000 subscribers. We only need 1,700 people to subscribe to reach 100,000. And it would be so cool if we could do that live here on the final day of World Rapid. So if you are enjoying the show, then please give us a thumbs up and please subscribe to the YouTube channel of Take. That would make us so happy in our mission to make chess more accessible and available with our Take app.
I didn't realize it was a YouTube channel.
You didn't know where you were talking right now, Simon.
No, I didn't know. No. I better check I'm subscribed. Yeah, I better. Sorry.
Please give us
I will have a look. Yeah, I'll make sure. I'm sure I'm already subscribed.
Yeah,
you can check
I don't
now,
feel
right?
so certain.
I'm like 42% sure that I'm already subscribed to the channel. So.
I'm like, I can see our people in New York giving us a thumbs up, subscribing. Levy, are you subscribing? Hello. You have to subscribe to Take. Yeah, thumbs up from Levy there.
Okay, good. Get subscribed.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna follow the count here, moving up, hopefully up. Oh, 98.4 thousand people now subscribing. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate all of you. Action happening here on the final day of World Rapid Championships. We will have a new world champion today. It could be one of these two youngsters, Arjun Erigaisi from India, who earlier this year hit 2,800 on the classical ratings. Massive mark to hit as a chess player. Nordebek Abdusatorov, a former world rapid champion. But Erigaisi massively better in this game. They are ticking down on the clocks. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left for Arjun Erigaisi in a winning position.
Yeah, this last move was very clever, and it looks like Black's pieces are overloaded here. The Black Rook on the left-hand side is being attacked by White's Queen. At the moment, that Black Rook is defended horizontally by the Black Queen. So with his last move in this very complex situation, Erigaisi is trying to divert the Black Queen away from defense of Black's Rook. And imagine you're Black now, your Queen is attacked by the pawn. Where do you move your Queen? Because most of the squares I can see where that Queen goes to, White just simply wins that Rook on the left-hand side. Queen takes Rook. There's nowhere safe that Black's Queen can go to. So this is just a very concrete way of playing from Erigaisi. Erigaisi is trying to overload Black's pieces and take that Rook. Black's best bet might be able to take the Knight, but then you're a whole exchange up. You've got a Rook for a Knight. Looking, therefore, for this reason, extremely good. So, okay, we have Black going for tactics, therefore. Not surprising, very resilient player. And he moves the Rook to do a counter-attack against White's Queen in the center. The Rook sliding over. But now White can, worst case scenario, just go Bishop takes Rook. We'll see that move come up live in the board in the second. So at the moment, Erigaisi well in charge of this one. And it would be a major win. Lots of moves played. The Queen's coming off. Erigaisi is a whole exchange up here. Should be enough to convert into a win.
Wow, that would be a big win for Arjun Erigaisi. It would take him to 8.5 points together with Murzin and Grischuk.
And we can see Nepo on the camera there shaking his head, but that's kind of pretty normal for Nepo, right? I mean, after watching him in the World Championships, he does that quite a lot, but you know, he's in this great position because if he wins that game, he will get into first place. So another massive game going on.
But Yu Yang-yi is actually massively better in that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is struggling, Jan Nepomniachtchi. And then we see Jan Christoph Duda playing here against Andrei Esipenko. Much better for Esipenko in that game. All right.
It's so hard to call who the winner's going to be.
I know.
I mean, after this, there's 2 rounds to go, and we still are not that much nearer to predicting who is going to be World Rapid Champion. And, okay, more moves going on in the game between Erigaisi and Abdustorov. And here, well, it looks still very, very good for White. White's Knight is attacked, so you assume that Knight is going to move. If I was White, I'd probably look exchanging pieces off, but the Knight just comes back to a nice solid square. And without any disaster here, Erigaisi will be winning this game.
Trouble for Abdusatorov, Erigaisi. Right now, the biggest hope for India. India, they have the world classical champion, Gukesh, at 18 years old, became the youngest ever world chess champion only a few weeks ago. And now Arjun Erigaisi is fighting to become the world rapid champion. We also have Praggnanandhaa fighting up there. He is, let me see what's happening in his game. He had 7 points heading into this round. And playing Naroditsky. Balanced in that game. Balanced for young Praggnanandhaa. All right. And here we see, here we see them. Daniel Naroditsky, the streamer, the chess commentator, the chess player, the grandmaster. Ooh, fumbling a piece here. Praggnanandhaa on the other side of the board.
Green power going on there.
Oh, look at that, yeah.
That looks like you love your Joan juices in Norway, haven't you?
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, I am getting into them. You know, swapping the beer for the Joan juice.
Really?
Not always. You know, occasionally. But yeah, I mean, you need to get the vitamins in on a long day like this. And I would love to see, as we say, Daniel Naroditsky do well because he started so strong. And it's not nice to see anyone collapse, especially in their home tournament. And our main game, Erigaisi versus Abdusatorov, still looking very good for White. White is the exchange up. The evaluation bar basically saying that White's winning. You have to convert this. The only problem that White has, I can envisage, is Black's pawn on the middle of the board. If somehow Erigaisi can round up that black pawn in the middle, you just get rid of all the danger. So you just want to try to eliminate the last thing that's annoying you, that pawn. If you eliminate that pawn, it should be reasonably straightforward. But then again, there's not many pawns remaining, so Black does have drawing chances here, more drawing chances than I think the computer is giving the position credit for.
I can see Levy hanging out there in the sofa in New York. Can you hear me, Levy? Could I ask you a question? Thumbs up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which game are you paying attention to? Where do you think there's action right now?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Nepo seems to have stabilized against Yu Yengi. Arjun is on pace to win. I predicted a peaceful resolution there between Murzin and Grischuk, which is not unexpected. So it's going to be quite hectic. Murzin and Grischuk will have to defend their positions against an 8-pointer in the next round, which will be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. And how about Erigaisi Abdusatorov? Do you absolutely expect Erigaisi with 1 minute on the clock? Ooh, but Abdusatorov even less time to just take this home.
Yeah, this does not seem losable for White at all. It only looks drawable. At the very least, I think he's guaranteed half a point. The black pawn standing in the center is not a threat whatsoever. Actually, it's not even the live board. I think we've already had a few extra moves made. At least the one that I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's lagging behind.
But yeah, he's going to consolidate quite easily. It's a huge win for him and very disappointing for Nodirbek, who of course is a rapid world champion from 3 years ago. But this is this is not an easy competition to win back-to-back years.
100%. All right, Levy, thank you for your input on the games. Looking forward to some interviews from the sofa. We are watching Arjun Erigaisi against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Erigaisi massively better. He is thinking now, and we see clocks have... Oh, it was actually Abdusatorov thinking. Some issues with the moves coming in from New York.
It looks like Erigaisi has got his own pass pawn going here, and it's almost all the way up on the other side of the board. So that could potentially be very dangerous.
Yeah, it looks like he should convert this into a win, very important win. Another game which is quite key is Duda versus Esipienko. And I think it was already mentioned that Esipienko was doing very well in that game. And just to confirm that Esipienko is doing well. Look at Duda's king there. Duda's king is very exposed on the live board. He's got 13 seconds versus 18. The black king is safe. The white king, though, look at the black rook right by white's king. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. I love this part of the game. It's so exciting. Is there a win here? He's thrown it in with check. He's repeating the position, Esipienko, but I'm sure he won't settle for a draw with such a strong initiative there. But he's got to move, so never easy with so little time on the clock. And he is repeating position. He surely can't be taking a draw there.
That would be shocking.
It'd be shocking, but I suppose when you've got 10 seconds left, it's not as shocking. Time so important.
Building up time.
And he's taken a draw. They have agreed a draw there. I think that was a lucky escape for Duda.
Oh.
In that game. And
wrist of Duda.
Those are the kind of games you really, if you get a big advantage, you need to convert them at this stage of the tournament if you want to win the competition. We can also see Mamedyarov there.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Mamedyarov yet, the Shaq attack, and it's good to see him in the mix. He's a really exciting, aggressive
always fun
player.
games. Yeah.
With a great story I can remember as well. How he learned chess. I remember Ivanka in the Champions Chess Tour was telling us that, you know, he didn't come from much, and he used to go and do chess in the park, didn't he? I think, and, just to get better. So really nice story of improving.
And his father was a wrestler, I think, as well. And I know he's also very much into fast cars. Mamedyarov, who I think it's a draw.
Yeah.
Between them. Yeah. Between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Sam Sevian. Some games are finishing up, but we can see Janne Pomniachtchi still playing against Yu Yang-yi. And, of course, Erigaisi and Abdusatorov.
Oh, we have a result. Erigaisi won.
Erigaisi winning, and that is a really important win, isn't it? I mean, we see that because of the nerves, there might well be more draws. So any win really gives you that extra advantage at the money end of the tournament. We always used to call this like the money end, right? The last days where you decide if you're going to go home, be able to pay your rent or not pay your rent generally in chess tournaments. And so only a couple of games going on. Daniel Naroditsky is not getting through a lot of that drink, is he? No
time for that juice.
No time for the Joe and juice there. I can't believe how healthy Norwegians are.
Really?
Yeah, I'm amazed. I've always said that, but I can remember, not this time, but last time I was over here, there's these stairs. There's like 200 stairs that I walk up and down to try and get a bit of exercise, and I always get overtaken by like some pregnant woman or a woman carrying their baby or something. Oh my God, how can you overtake me? They just run past me with their pram and 5 kids.
I hate that when that happens, yeah.
Oh, it's just, you're just too fit in Norway. You know?
Well.
I think so. It's all those Joan juices and, mountain air.
And the mountain air, yeah.
The mountain air, that's what it is. And we can see Pragg is trying to convert his extra pawn against Daniel Naroditsky, who is just sitting and holding the position. And Nepo there, it looks like Nepo is
bored?
Yeah, I was going to say it, but it looks like it's going to be a draw, Nepo's game.
Okay.
And he's going to hold that against Yu Yang-yi. So that means Nepo stays half a point off the lead. So he's really still in contention of maybe getting his first ever world title.
Really? Interesting.
I mean, there's a chance still.
Stuff. We have still 2 players now on 8.5 points. Murzin and Grischuk, who played a draw in their encounter, 8.5 points. And then Nepo will now be on 8 points, half a point behind them. Alireza Farusha is on 7.5. Anish Giri is on 7.5. Daniil Dubov is on 7.5. Denis Lazovic is on 7.5.
So only Nepo on 8 then?
Wow. So far, yeah.
Wow, so a lot of draws. That means...
is that typical?
I don't think so. But it's very good news for Murzin and Grischuk, who keep basically the same lead, even though they made a draw. So that gets them
a little bit closer,
closer, yeah.
Is this when we start missing Magnus Carlsen who was, fighting on the lower half of the table to get back into it. And he is always the player who will not go for those safe draws and not risk losing and stuff like that. Always just going for the kill to have a chance to take the time.
Yeah, and especially with all of these draws, it means he could have had a bigger chance of catching up. But yeah, this is looking really good for Murzin and Grischuk then. I mean, especially since Nepo is the only one half a point behind. Or maybe Erigaisi as well, by the way. Didn't he win now?
Oh, good point. Let me check. And I'm also bringing up... This is Daniel Naroditsky against Praggnanandhaa.
And Prag is now 2 pawns up, so... okay, well, that was a nice little tactic there by Daniel. It's only going to be 1 pawn up, but very good winning chances for Prag. But keep an eye on the time here. They are under 20 seconds pretty much each here. Can Prag convert this, what is a superior position, into a win? We go into an ending. Prag has the extra pawn, but it maybe not a great extra pawn. Okay, he grabs another one. If Daniel can eliminate the last pawn, very close to being a draw, can he now go rook takes pawn?
I don't think he can, because then Prag will bring his rook down, pinning Naroditsky's bishop.
And if you can't go rook takes pawn here, then the black pawn on the right by the chess clock is just going to roll up the board. And we haven't really seen much of Prag. He's coming good when it counts.
Yeah.
And another player I was wondering who's getting on is Firouzja. Everyone's, treats Firouzja with so much respect, understanding just how talented he is. And we can see now on the leaderboard that Firouzja is only 1 point off the lead. And he could maybe have a very strong late finish there.
Yeah.
And I think Prag will win this game as long as he avoids any blunders at this moment in time.
Prag with the black piece as well. Speaking of, Magnus Carlsen and fighting in every single game, Prag, and I guess all the young Indians, they have that same attitude, it often seems.
Yeah.
Erigaisi as well.
Yeah, generally I think they do.
Coming from a win, yeah.
Yeah, they've got a great... I mean, there's anyone out there who wants to improve, then yeah, the Indians are role models. I mean, any young player, just don't ever think about draw. Always try to win all the time. And even though you're going to lose some games like that, you can only get better. And that is how they've got so good, by being such fighters.
Yeah. This is round 11 out of 13 rounds. Only 2 more rounds to go in World Rapid before we name a new world champion. If we have 2 or more players on a tied score, it will be decided in tie breaks. Thank you to everyone for hanging out with us here on the YouTube channel and Twitch channel of Take. We are having a goal of reaching 100,000 subscribers on YouTube before the show is over today. We are on 98,600. We need 1,400 more people to subscribe to the channel, so please do that and give us a thumbs up if you enjoy the commentary here. 37 seconds left for Daniel Naroditsky with the white pieces here, struggling against Prag.
I think this could be a killer, this last idea. I think Black's pawn is going to come through. Where do you put the white king? If you come forwards, there's a knight check which will win the game. If you move your king to the back rank, you're stepping into a promotion with the black pawn and rook combining. And here the knight check surely is just winning. Check with a knight, take the bishop, simplify the position. You're 2 pawns up, and 2 pawns is enough in an ending to win. And I think Prag has played this brilliantly.
Yeah, you even get 3 pawns now if you give a check with your rook.
That's just greedy. 2's enough. You don't need the 3rd one.
It's too
greedy. You might as well take it, right?
Yeah.
Take the 3rd.
Fair enough.
Yeah, 3 pawns is 3 too many, and you can only hope for a miracle here with the white pieces. So very, very sad news for Daniel Naroditsky fans, as that really takes him out of contention of winning. Maybe he's got a medal. Maybe he can get a medal if he wins his next 2. I think it's unlikely now. A real pity after playing so well. And Black probably has a number of ways to win this. And going this way, trying to win the 4th pawn, is just greedy. That's too
greedy.
Much.
Yeah.
That's just greed. trying to take too many pawns there.
Agreed.
But greed is good in chess.
Greed is good in life. Or am I mistaken there?
Isn't that one of the deadly sins?
Is
Or
it?
something like that?
It is.
Greed?
Greed. It is one of the deadly sins.
And who is it that says greed is good? Is it
Gordon Gekko, Wall Street,
in Wall Street?
1980 something and other. And they are on Wall Street. So it's kind of like, I suppose in New York, okay.
Guess who is in the background of Wall Street 2?
Probably Hikaru.
It's Kaja. Snare. I was studying in New York when they were shooting some night scene for Wall Street 2.
Oh, wow.
I was at a nightclub. They asked
Okay.
the girls if we could just party in the background, basically,
Nice.
on the streets there.
Yeah.
And we said yes. So
Okay.
for like a split second,
That's a good cameo to have,
possible to
right?
actually see
Yeah.
me
Do you know
in Wall
what?
Street
Do
2.
you know whereabouts? You have to send me the link, and I'll.
I will. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been such a long time. But
Yeah. So you're a movie star, as well as
I'm a
well as
movie star.
as well as a world-class presenter, movie star. You know,
Well,
guess the move champion of the studio.
yeah.
What
Oh, we
else?
should play Guess the Move in the next game.
It should do.
Yeah. All right, action here. I guess nothing's changing. Praggnanandhaa. I mean, this looks incredible with the black pieces.
Yeah, the pawns are just coming up, and you know, even without 2 pawns, this is winning in most circumstances. But when you've got 3 whole extra pawns, it's not really okay. And we see Daniel resigns there. Very important win for Pragg.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Daniel Naroditsky fans, but Pragg doing a great late run at the moment, and
Yeah.
that puts him into a medal contention there.
Yeah.
Very important win, and these wins, they just count twice as much at the end, because you're just closing in on the final whatever
Yeah.
end.
We will have, after this round, 2 players on 8.5 points still. Volodya Murzin and Alexander Grischuk on 8 points. Jan Pomniachtchi and now Praggnanandhaa will be there on 8 points. All right, India. Young Praggnanandhaa is up there. He could be the next World Rapid Champion, joining his friend Gukesh with a World Championship title. How cool. But it's still, nothing's decided with 2 rounds to go in World Rapid Championships. Are you changing your predictions now? You said young Christoph Duda.
Yeah, I think we both made some pretty bad predictions looking
speak
at the
for
last
yourself.
round, Simon. But now I've changed my mind. Your prediction was good. Mine is still not so good. So yeah, I don't think Duda is going to win anymore.
Okay.
I have to admit that.
Duda,
Yeah.
7.5 points now after round 11. So he's only 1 point behind.
Yeah, it's possible that he can get back, but I am feeling optimistic for Grischuk and Murzin.
You are?
Yeah,
Okay.
they are quite far ahead. Or one of the guys on 8 points, of course. But I think if you have 7.5 now, you might not get enough points, even with 2 wins in the end.
And of course, looking forward to pairings for round 12, second to last round. I guess then it will be Murzin or Grischuk against Nepo, and I can't remember if they have already played. But then you also have Pragg
Neither
up there.
can I. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That would be really cool if Pragg suddenly won, because yeah, like you mentioned, Simon, I haven't really seen him at all.
I know. He's been sort of always, a little bit down on the standing, so we haven't really talked about young Praggnanandhaa.
He's doing a Magnus without Magnus.
Yeah, exactly.
Sneaking in the back. Someone needs to do a Magnus, right? Now
Praggnanandhaa is doing the Magnus.
Yeah.
Wow.
He has 4 wins in a row.
There you go. Yeah.
Wow.
Powerful stuff. And that's what you need to do. You need to get a roll of wins together. And the best time to do that is obviously at the end of the tournament. And if you can string it together, then you can win these events. And a lot of it is psychological as well. I mean, if you get a roll going, you gain so much in confidence and you just feel you can beat anyone. And that's also incredibly important. It mean you don't try to freeze up and offer too many draws. You just go for it. So so Pragg in a very good position now. Yeah.
Pragg in a very good position. It's It's just a lot of drama here, you guys, in World Rapid Championships. We will have a new world champion by the end of the day. Praggnanandhaa, he is now in shared second place. And I'm wondering who you guys at home, who are you guys rooting for? I bet we have a lot of Praggnanandhaa fans out there now desperately rooting for him. How about Grischuk? Any Grischuk fans, Sasha fans out there, his nickname? How about Murzin? Young Murzin, 18-year-old. Does he have any fans out there? And then, of course, Jan Pomniachi. Could this be his chance to take a world championship title? And then, of course, we have other players as well fighting to take the title. Bunch of games that we were able to check into in this round. Which one would you like to go through, Lucas?
Should we have a look at maybe the Erigaisi game?
Yeah, 100%.
It looked the most interesting. We didn't really go in depth in that one.
Exactly.
But it looked very exciting. So let's see what we missed in that game. Is it still frozen from this position, though? Because that's not how the game ended.
That's the problem.
It is, yeah.
Another day with technical issues from New York. We just have to apologize for all of that, you guys. We are trying our best to get the moves from New York, but the data we are receiving is just not good enough.
Less moaning about genes, more concentrating on the boards.
That would be nice.
That's the message we're sending.
Yep.
Across the sea. Get
Agreed.
your boards right. It's amazing how, DGT boards, and this does happen in most events, they freeze up. After all these years, no one has found a good solution to getting the live moves done immediately. There should be an easy way of doing it. Someone needs to sort this out. And okay.
Yeah. It shouldn't.
Shouldn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, it sounds like something that shouldn't be too hard. I agree. But then someone has to do it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if someone does solve it. That would be great for chess.
It would be, yeah. I can still remember in the old days where I used to play, used to play at tournaments, and you see it. I think you see it in the old James Bond movie, where was it From Russia with Love, the second James Bond movie, where they hook the pieces, they without any electrics, and they run with the moves, and the good old days of chess, where you had to do everything by carrier pigeon. You didn't have to use carrier pigeon ever, but yeah.
All right.
It was nice, and.
So no need to go through. Well, we need.
We could still do it, but it's a bit unfortunate if we can't see the end of the game.
That
right?
is a good point.
Maybe we should find one.
Maybe Prague's game could be.
Yeah, we can have a look if.
See how
because we only got into the very end of Prague versus Naroditsky. Naroditsky with the white pieces in that game. Prague winning it to jump to shared second place in World Rapid Championships. He is now in the fight, in the race to become the Rapid World Champion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, but this one also got cut off. We could still have a look at it, of course.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, maybe the Erigaisi game is still more interesting. But yeah, let's just pick one. Should we go for this one?
Let's go for this one, because we didn't see the start of this game.
True, we didn't. All right.
And Naroditsky, of course, so many fans out there hoping he can stay in the top, but a loss here, unfortunately, for Grandmaster Naroditsky.
Yeah. All right, he started with a ready opening, which is an opening that we have been seeing quite a lot recently, both in the World Championship match and in these rapid games the past couple of days. And we end up in some sort of reversed, it's some sort of strange Grunfeld from another move order here, where we suddenly have trades in the center and everything is symmetrical. And these positions are known to be quite equal, but white always has a very slight advantage with that extra move, always being one step ahead. Then actually Pragg decides to go for an offensive here first, advancing with his knight in the center, which is probably what Naroditsky would have done if Pragg had castled in this position, making it symmetrical. But let's see. Naroditsky develops. We see a couple of trades here. Now Pragg does castle. And it looks like after the opening, it seems to be quite equal still. And Naroditsky is playing in quite a logical way, but ends up having this weak pawn next to his knight, which is being attacked by Pragg's rook. Maybe this is how his problem started. Pragg also having a knight on the rim for now, but it looks like it has a very good potential square in front of that weak pawn. Let's see if it ends up going there. Pragg starts by doubling his rooks on the open file towards that weakness, a very good idea. And Naroditsky has to play very passively already, and we can see Pragg is better, increasing his pressure here, now creating some direct threats. Naroditsky goes for counterplay in the center, but this seems to eventually here lose him this pawn that we talked about being weak for a long time now, and here it dropped. Naroditsky got the pawn back, then he lost another pawn, and for the final few moves here that we can still see, Pragg is up a pawn and starting to try to convert his advantage, which he did eventually do after a convincing endgame. Unfortunately, though, we don't have any more moves from this position, so we'll have to stop it here.
Yep.
And, yeah.
But it ended up being a win for young Praggnanandhaa, fighting to become World Rapid Champion. How cool, you guys. Now, I do see some comments about my stickers on my computer, and I'm very proud of it. I said when I started sort of just putting stickers on here that I've always wanted to be one of the cool kids with just the coolest computers with all the stickers. And all of these stickers, you can buy them in the Take merch store. You go to shop.taketake.com and you can buy stickers. And there's even jeans. But they're actually sold out. Yeah. Don't dress nice, play chess. And take jeans. Did you guys consider wearing jeans today?
I did actually, but I couldn't find any. I realized that I don't actually own a pair of jeans.
You're not really like the jeans type.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
That's what I realized. So I had to go with something else, and I was curious to see if any one of you guys.
I was definitely considering it.
Yeah.
But like we talked about with Sutovsky, no, sorry, not Sutovsky, but Dvorkovich, that you have chess tournaments and then you have world championships, just like in other sports. You have, the Premier League, but then you have the World Cup. And I do feel like for the World Cup, for the World Championships, you do dress a little bit nicer. So I couldn't bring myself to wear jeans. And Simon, you're also looking smart with your blazer. Did you consider jeans?
I am wearing jeans, yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no one can see under the table, so I kind of like...
Yeah, we could be wearing shorts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm wearing jeans and trainers, which is pretty bad. Actually, can all be considered, but no one can see, so who cares?
Yeah.
I always wear jeans.
Always wear
jeans. You've got to be comfy.
Exactly. Well,
the way you work.
That's a point as well. Yeah. A lot of talk about the jeans in the World Rapid Championships now. I can see Levy is in the sofa in New York together with a notable player. It's Daniel Naroditsky coming from a loss, but wow, what a performance, Levy.
Yeah, so far, quite a tournament for Dania. He was with 6 points and the sole leader. Now he just had a tough game against Prague. But I appreciate you stopping by even on a loss. Usually folks are afraid to ask for interviews from players. But how's it feeling now on day 3 of the World Rapid?
I mean, obviously very, very disappointed to have lost this game with White. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but 2 more games. I'm doing my best. Like I'm really giving every game full effort. I think And I just wanted to very briefly apologize to any fans who I didn't give an autograph to, but there are like tons of people coming up to me in the seconds after the game finished, and I need some space. Like
very famous. I mean,
yeah, but I don't know. I mean, like people need to understand. People need to give me a little bit of space. There's like cameras in my face, everyone's in my face. Like I need like a few minutes of recovery, but I try to accommodate everybody. So just a quick apology to any fans that I blew off.
You have to like walk through a fan.
Well, no,
area,
it's like the fans are cordoned away from the path, like the corridor that the players exit through.
Yeah.
But like I need to catch my breath because it was a long time scramble. I came close to saving the game. People forget that I'm like a retired 2600, and it can be frustrating that the goalposts always shift. Like somehow the expectations for me are higher than the expectations for like a 2750 active player. So considering that I'm like here on vacation, I'm happy with how I'm playing. I'm doing my best, and that's all I can do. Some of these guys are just better at chess than me. Their understanding of the game is greater than mine, and it's a fantastic learning experience and a lot of fun.
I can attest to that. Sometimes I get accused of making these segments about me, but I in Madrid, the one game that I lost, which was the GM Norm game, there was like 40 people waiting outside the chess club, and I left, and I was dreading having to put a smile on my face to make everybody happy. But they actually gave me, they let me just walk straight through. I mean, that was very nice. And yeah, chess is one of these things. It's a little harder to recover than losing a tennis match. It's very cerebral. You need a few minutes to sort of gather yourself.
I mean, and people should understand that.
Yeah. And okay, well, you have 2 games left. Maybe let's say a gold is not possible, but how's the tournament been so far? What are the goals to finish?
In terms of the goals to finish, like I think I'll be happy with 1.5, but I'm going to play, full tilt, not full tilt in the bad sense, but I'm going to try to go for 2 for 2 as well. Nothing to lose. Of course, like I've overfulfilled my own expectations times 100 in the rapid. I think I've shown a pretty good level throughout. In the games that I've lost have not been due to blunders. I've gotten outplayed. Like Duda outplayed me. It was a positional masterclass. Prague just now.
Queen A1 by Duda was unbelievable.
Unbelievable play. Yeah, I mean, I'll show that. I'll be proud to show that game. And just now, I mean, it was a bad choice of opening by me. It was too passive, but I fought well. I mean, it could have gone either way. Insert basketball cliche down the stretch, on the defensive end. But again, like I knew that. Like if I get my type of position, I have a chance against these top guys. If I get their type of position, I'm going to lose some games. So, I was sole leader after half the tournament was over. The tournament hadn't even begun, so it's not like I was sole leader and I was expected to then win the event.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to give the last 2 games my all, and if I can finish 8.5 or 9, I'll be celebrating with a night on the town.
Yeah, and you're cordially invited to my place. Let's not leak where that is. To be honest, they're not invited. But I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And how many games of Blitz do you have to play to before the qualifier?
13 games.
Okay, 13 games. What do you expect to be a top 8 finish?
No, I mean I think that would be like the performance of a lifetime if I finish top 8.
No, but I meant how many points? Like, is it 11?
Probably
10?
No, probably like 9.5. I would say. Most important thing in Blitz is to recover quickly, I think. Same with Rapid. I mean, you don't get a lot of recovery time, so you can't just start blitzing out the next move because you keep getting punched. Like you get a strong opponent, and you got to let the position come to you. Primarily, it's not like I came here for the Blitz. I mean, both Rapid and Blitz are super fun, but I'm hoping to do well in the Blitz. I think I have a chance. And now you see Grischuk and Murzin leading the tournament. I mean, on whose bingo card was that? There's probably one bracket in the world that had that exact arrangement of players. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the rest day tomorrow. This tournament is exhausting. It's so, now I see what people mean. It's like 3 days. How bad can it be? It's just like the emotional pressure is massive.
One last question before I let you go. You generally are talked about as one of the most eloquent and level-headed individuals on most issues. And I feel like you and I have both done our duty to the chess gods with a Hans Neiman interview over the last few months. So I would love to hear your impressions of the last few days. Dress codes as the appetizer, but more big picture, what the chess world has to do to have some unity, some good sense of how people can make careers out of the whole thing. And so this whole thing doesn't just feel like some sort of mutiny led by Magnus and Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I still need to gather my thoughts. It's really, what happened is really, really bad. It's just no matter whose side you're on, and we're so accustomed to now taking sides and not assessing the situation as a whole. Obviously I guess more facts will come out in the coming days, and I think it's very important. Like the bigger issue at play here is not the dress code. To me, it's very obvious that that is the straw that broke the camel's back. But if it wasn't that straw, it would be a different straw. Or shall I say the pants that broke the camel's back, or whatever. There's gonna be a million puns that I'm gonna generate from this. It seems like the freestyle situation is the one that needs to be fully fleshed out. But I mean, there's a huge outpouring of emotion when this happens. I can understand FIDE's perspective. Like the rules are the rules or whatever. I wish the situation hadn't happened. I wish that the grievances had been aired before the tournament and that this had been resolved amicably. Because I personally, I'm just like exhausted from all the scandals. Every time a non-chess friend texts me about chess, it's for a bad reason. It's because we don't have the maturity as a chess community to just move past the bullshit and talk like real people, air out the facts, find a peaceful resolution. Because this is bad for everybody. Magnus is the leader of the chess community in many ways. If you have this rift with the International Chess Federation, which is acknowledged by almost everybody, nobody benefits, I think. You have another ACP situation. So I'm really, really upset and sad that this occurred. I hope that Magnus and FIDE can meet in the coming days and make things happen. And I hope we can all be friends.
Yeah, I will just say, to that point, like you said, the chess world can't get past the bullshit. It does feel like I have musical chairs here. I've had Magnus, I've had Emil, they had Dvorkovich on the show, but somehow none of these people have sat at a round table and sort of figured it all out together. It's sort of like one person comes in, makes their point, another person comes in, makes their point. It's kind of absurd. But another thing that you said, which is really interesting, all your non-chess friends constantly texting you about chess, it's always because of a bad reason. But that's our fault. That's everybody's fault. That's like FIDE's fault, top players' fault, organizing body's fault, because we need to give people a positive reason to talk about chess in the mainstream, like with massive prize-funded events or like a new tour or a new format or something. But somehow we've like failed to do it. Like we have Queen's Gambit, but that was sort of out of control. And then
we lose the mental energy to promote chess and deal with the actual important issues. Like, what is the future of chess? Is it Fischer random? What time controls are the most popular for spectators? All these questions, we don't have the mental bandwidth to deal with them if we're constantly, if we constantly get caught with our pants down.
Or pants on.
Or pants on. Hands off. Hands off. So it's like, it's so infuriating because it's become a vicious cycle. And now a lot of fans are entering the game expecting the drama. They're here for the drama. And ultimately, that's not a sustainable model. It's just not. So I really wish that a dialogue will happen in the coming days. Otherwise, it's going to keep escalating. We're going to have another rift with fans on both sides of the equation. Clearly, there are some facts that can easily come out. Like the freestyle situation sounds like it can be easily proven or disproven by publishing the available data, by asking the other players if Magnus's claims are true. If not, like, what are his other grievances? What is FIDE's position? Just sit them down at a table and air everything out. How bad can it be? Both of them can speak.
On twitch.tv/Gotham Chess.
That goes without saying. When
are we dropping our
I'll restream it.
First podcast
okay, pairings are up. I got to go.
Okay. Good luck, Tanya.
Thanks, Levy.
Always a pleasure,
Thanks for
guys.
It down.
Yes.
Love it. Thank you. We heard applause from New York. Thank you, Levy. Thank you, Daniel Naroditsky. He is completely right. Pairings are out. Let's see who Daniel Naroditsky plays in the next round. Mohammad Muradi is the opponent for Naroditsky, both on 7 points. But we have to look up to the players on 8.5 and 8 points with 2 rounds left to be played in the World Rapid Championships. We have Alexander Grischuk against Jan Pomniachtchi, 2 Russians, and we have Praggnanandhaa, the young Indian, against Volodar Murzin on 8.5 points, the young Russian. So we have 2 Russians and we have up against each other, and we have 2 youngsters up against each other. On board 3, 2 players on 8 points, Arjun Erigaisi and Lenya Dominguez-Perez. Suddenly he's up there as well. He's the... before we started this, with Hikaru Nakamura, with Fabiano Caruana, with Wesley So, Lenya Dominguez-Perez looks like the American that is fighting for the title. Is that surprising?
Yeah, I'm not sure where he came from.
Yeah, suddenly he's there.
He really is a quality player, Dominguez, and he's kind of forgotten for some reason quite a lot. I mean, he's won, was it the Blitz World Championships before? So he's very, very good at the quicker time limits. He's got great openings, great everything. So it's not actually a surprise he's up there. And people, they don't really talk about him enough.
Yeah.
Because he can. I mean, he can win this tournament now. He's half a point off the lead, and that is a very big game. I mean, they're all big games now. These last 2 rounds to decide who the world champion is going to be. And is it going to come from the top 3 boards? I imagine it will do. Just having a look at the results. One of those players in the top 3 boards is probably going to be world champion.
Wow.
Kaja, come on, who are you going to go for now? Pick one. You got to pick one.
Well, I witnessed Praggnanandhaa become the youngest at the time to ever beat Magnus Carlsen in a game in the Champions Chess Tour. Been a Prag fan ever since. And it would be so cool, after him witnessing his friend, but also rival, right? As a young Indian, Gukesh becoming world chess champion. How cool for Prag and for India if Prag takes it. How about you guys? Okay, so not who you think, but who your heart is rooting for right now.
Okay, Grischuk. I'd love to see win it personally. Probably the oldest. I don't know if he is the oldest even, but he's just a bit of a character. So he's done very well so far. Really tough game now against Nepo on board 1 with the white pieces. That's going to be again. When I say they're all challenges, it is a cliche, but they just don't get easier, do they? You're playing Nepo. Anything possible. You got the white pieces, and my tip was Erigaisi. So
he's still in the fight.
He's still in the fight as well. I mean, it could go. Yeah, it could go anywhere, couldn't it? And what about you, Lucas? Are you gonna?
Yeah, I've got kind of the opposite logic of you. I'm rooting for the youngsters.
Yeah.
So if either of these 3, Praggnanandhaa, Erigaisi, or Murzin, win, I think that would be cool. But yeah, maybe rooting mostly for Murzin, as he has kind of had a really strong tournament throughout, and it would be very deserved if he could keep the lead until the end here and win.
And is the youngest at 18 years old. Praggnanandhaa is 19. Erigaisi, 21 years old. We are waiting now, you guys, for round 12 out of 13. Only 2 rounds to go before we are going to crown a new World Rapid champion. If we have 2 or more players on the same score, then it's going to go to tiebreaks. And tiebreak regulations, is it blitz chess they start playing?
Yes. So if there are 2 players on the same score, after all the rounds, they will play a blitz match of 2 games. So 3 + 2 time control. And if there are more than 2 players, let's say there are 4 players, it will be a knockout tournament for the win.
Oh my gosh. So we could be here for a long time.
Yes,
this could definitely be dramatic. I see Levi sitting there in the sofa. Can you hear me, Levi? Would love to check with you as well, Levi. We now had 2 players on 8.5 points, and we have 4 players on 8 points. Do you think one of these 6 players will be the next World Rapid champion?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you were to bet your money, that would be a solid bet. But it's going to be really chaotic if both 8s beat the 8.5s, and then we have a bunch of 8.5s going into the final round. But yeah, certainly somebody in the top 6 right now will be the World Rapid champion.
Wow. 2 more rounds to go. Levi, on another note, we are trying to reach a goal of 100,000 subscribers on the Take YouTube channel today. Do you have any tips? Because do you actually know how many subscribers you have on YouTube?
Yeah, let me check. You guys never tell me when I'm on camera, so I just always look very angry. I have resting bitch face, as they say. Except in this case, it's me. I have 5,788,011.
Whoa. That's so... how did you get to that, Levi? And you haven't been... It's not been that long, that you've been doing this.
Oh, okay. So now we don't have to just say positive things about like Fisher Random. No, I'm just kidding. We can say positive things about me. Oh, this is my favorite part of the show. No, look, I was a chess teacher for many years before I started YouTube in 2020. So it made my job was to make the game interesting for kids, and that's very hard with so many distractions that kids have. And I just sort of took that into content creation. I was unapologetically myself. And it's gotten me so far. So I'm extremely grateful for all the folks out there that are here. I've met over the years that say like chess is such an important part of their life now, and they've reconnected with relatives. They've met their spouse. Like I have fans of my channel that have started in 2018, went through medical school, got married, and had a baby in the last like 6 years. It's just unbelievable that I could have such a part of somebody's life. It's very special. So incredible. I'm just very grateful.
Almost 6 million followers on YouTube watching your chess videos, learning chess. Did you have a normal job before being a chess teacher, internet chess teacher?
Almost. So I went to college from 2013 to 2017. My first 2 years, I was basically valedictorian. Like I think I had a 4.0. I didn't get a single grade below an A. I was on pace for like a business and statistics degree. I was going to a bunch of networking events, and my plan was always teach chess, leverage your connections, and then use that to get a job. So I interviewed at many banks like for actuarial science jobs or something. But my last 2 years of college, I decided to try to run my own chess program. And so at the age of 19, I basically did that. And I took a program that had 2 after-school classes with 20 students to 150. We won like the city championship, the state championship. And I realized like, wow, I'm pretty good at this. And I can not just teach, I can also inspire, get people excited about the game. Now I'm just doing it on the internet. So almost is the answer.
Amazing story, Levi, and thank you for joining Take and being in New York doing the interviews. What is the mood like now? Is it shifting now that we're only 2 rounds away from the finish of World Rapid?
Yeah, I will say the mood is very tense. Every single player that we've tried to get here has declined an interview. I don't think it has anything to do with us. I think it has to do with the fact that they have to lock in. They have 2 rounds. And you know that meme where you go from sitting like this to like this? I think that's what's about to happen with all the players. It's without Magnus, it's basically wide open. And I think they're all sort of feeling that pressure, like, this is my opportunity to get a gold medal.
Exactly. Wow, it's getting tense. Levi, thank you for the input from New York. We'll see you again very soon. Round 12 out of 13 is getting very close, you guys. Round 12 out of 13. We have 6 players within half a point of each other. We have Alexander Grischuk and Volodar Murzin on 8.5 points, 2 Russians, and then we have 4 players on 8 points. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Praggnanandhaa, Erigaisi, and Lenier Dominguez Perez. And some of them have started playing. Look at that! Some of the boards have started playing. Not board 1 with Grischuk and Nepomniachtchi, but the other ones have in fact started playing. All right, action! Action, action, action. I guess since we are waiting for Grischuk and Nepomniachtchi, what's up with that?
I wonder if they've already finished. I don't know. I mean, are they waiting? Oh no, they are. They're about to start now. So
there we see them.
I was just wondering with the ball 1 game, because obviously they're close friends, I would imagine as well. But I can see Grischuk now sitting down for the game.
Huh. And there we see it. Alexander Grischuk, the 41-year-old, playing against his fellow Russian, Jan Nepomniachtchi. So many fantastic players from Russia, obviously. Are these 2 friends? Do we know anything about their relationship? Talking about Nepo and Alexander Grischuk?
Yeah, I mean, they must know each other very, very well. Nepo and Grischuk, as in they're sort of, well, I say similar ages, but it's they're going to know each other's game incredibly well. I'm just trying to work out what first move has been played, and It looks like Grischuk has gone for the English opening, but these are fascinating pairings. All of these pairings we can see, and these are the players here. One of these players is most likely going to be world champion in just a matter of hours. And who's it going to be? Who at home are you expecting to be world champion? Who you think is going to be world champion? I mean, this is fascinating all youngster clash, and board 2, Pragg is playing the young Russian. I mean, it's so hard to pick. And
who should we pick?
I don't
Pragg
know.
game or Grischuk game?
Should we go for the youngsters?
Yeah, it's fun with the youngsters.
Fun with the youngsters.
Okay.
Pragg is going to push for a win with
yeah,
White
always play
going all in. So let's have
aggressive chess. All right. We are sorry for the technical issues there, you guys. Thank you for being patient with the issues from New York. This is Praggnanandhaa on 8 points, playing against Murzin on 8.5 points. This is round 12 out of 13.
So every game gets more and more tense the closer to the finishing line, because this is the stage where if you make one mistake, you're probably going to lose. You're out of contention. But of course, if you win, you're a step closer to becoming world champion. Earlier on in the competition, if you lose a game, you can bounce back, but you're losing that chance to have opportunities come back. So a win is massive for any of these boards. And we're seeing here, I think an opening which Gawain Jones, my friend, might have championed a bit with the white pieces. And Pragg has that advantage of the white pieces, and he's on a winning roll at the moment. He's won his last 4 games. So if he can do something here, he's going to be in a fantastic position. And we see Murzin trying to break up that very strong center that white has, that white pawn in the middle of the board there. And that looks like a logical idea in this kind of position, because otherwise the white pawn right in the center is just too strong. Black trying to get the rook into the game with that move. But this is all quite common so far. This kind of stuff has been seen before quite a number of times. So what is Pragg going to do now? Will Pragg take the pawn, or will he try something clever? And I'd love to play knight over to the edge here, but I don't think it quite works because black will just go pawn takes pawn in the middle. White would love to like move the pawn behind the knight 2 squares forwards, jump over the knight. You can't do that to secure your center. Otherwise, you're going to lose this strong center, and that's why I think the last move by Murzin, very very clever move actually. Maybe just trying to fight back in the middle.
Yeah.
Happening in round 12 out of 13. I guess we already have a result in this round, because I can see Jan Christoph Duda in the sofa with Levy. Must mean he's played a draw against Daniil Dubov. Am I correct, Levy?
Yeah, I'm here with Jan Christoph Duda. Actually, when I first saw him, I thought maybe he was wearing the wrong pants, but then I saw he's got a great suit, and the game must have ended in a draw, which is what happened. So I feel as though Daniil is kind of known for a lot of like penultimate and final round draws. He sometimes draws very quickly. Were you expecting it?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I got to know Daniil, reasonably well. So yeah, I mean, I've seen, that he had games like this here in this tournament. So I mean, I had some hope after once he played knight c3, allowing Nimzo that it's not gonna be the case. But I mean, okay, after queen takes d8, it's like I'm not really playing for a win with black, I think. So I mean, it is what it is.
And I noticed generally this is sort of the strategy if on the last day you suffer a loss, like you lost to Murzin, so now it becomes less about podium and I suppose more about just finishing somewhere in the top. It's better to risk less. Is that sort of the understanding?
I mean, I try to give my best in each game, but sometimes it happens like that you just can't win, and yeah, losing this game to Murzin was pretty bad actually, and I mean, I don't know if I was winning or not, but at least I could have made a draw on several occasions, obviously. So yeah, and after this game, I mean, like, you know, I got to play Russian guys, yeah, because afterwards I played against Isipenko, so, and also like didn't have a shot, you know, I think to win the game. So, I mean, it is what it is.
And what about Blitz? What are your expectations? Now there's a whole new format, 13 rounds and then a knockout. It's very different than normal. You usually have 2 days, like very long, so you kind of have to go all out to score as much as possible on the first day.
Yeah, you know, whenever I plan on to doing something, it's usually it usually doesn't work. So I guess I won't have any, you know, any plans, any like goals, just to play chess, you know, quickly, stupidly, and hopefully successfully. Yeah.
Quickly, stupidly, and hopefully successfully is, I feel, the perfect, let's say, description of the World Rapid and Blitz. Thanks for stopping by. I'll let you get some rest for the last game.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Levi. Thank you, Jan Christoph Duda. He was in the top, Jan Christoph, heading into the final day of Rapid. But falling a little bit behind now. We are watching one of the top boards, Praggnanandhaa against Murzin. Murzin on 8.5 points and Praggnanandhaa on 8 points. A big battle here. We have someone else joining us as well. It is the Chess.com Chief Chess Officer, International Master, Danny Wrench. Hey, Danny.
Hey, Kaja. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining. Where in the world are you, Danny? Not in New York, I assume, because you're wearing a T-shirt.
I am not in New York. I am taking a family vacation that was planned long before we knew the World Rapid and Blitz was going to be in New York. So I'm with my wife and kids on a bit of a getaway right now, but it's been hard to get away from everything happening. So when you asked me if I could join, I decided to take a break from Marco Polo in the pool and hop on.
Very happy you are taking a break from the vacation. Danny, before we dig into the drama, action in World Rapid and Blitz, we're going to have a new world champion today. We're looking at the game between Praggnanandhaa and Murzin. Can you first give us your take on this position? It says better for Prag.
I'm making sure I'm looking at the right game here. Full disclosure, I wasn't watching for the last couple hours, so I just got back from the pool. I wasn't joking about Marco Polo, so getting fresh eyes here. But all right, Prague is white in this position.
Yep.
And black just played bishop to e4. This is exciting, actually. We could have some explosive stuff happening on the king side. Okay, black takes back on c6, but depending on how Prague deals with the knight on f3 will be a big decision. I'm assuming that he'll avoid. He takes f6. So the question is, can black just take f3 here? I guess if black takes f3 and white takes on g7, we're going to get some explosive stuff. But okay, no, black won't. Black will take back on f6, I think. Anyway, sorry. You asked me to analyze, and now I'm in chess mode. But this is interesting. I think it's actually tricky for black because the thing is, if you take with the queen, then white can put the knight on e5, and that's a square that you'll never get back. So it's kind of a tough decision, actually, because if you take on f6 with the pawn, then you're opening up your own king side, and then Prague will save the knight on f3, and actually then I think white is potentially much better because that bishop on b6 is completely sidelined and out of the game. This is one of those very interesting, you have to be very careful in these positions because if black goes wrong here, white will be up a minor piece because that bishop on b6 is essentially out of the game forever. It's completely sidelined to the action on the king side. And so maybe as I'm calculating this, black actually doesn't have a choice and might have to take on f3 and invite some of the chaos because you really can't allow white to start dominating on the dark squares on the king side and that bishop on b6 not play. So I'm liking Prague's chances. The more I look at this game, the more I like white.
All right. Good news for Praggnanandhaa. Maybe he could be up there before the final round and lead. But Danny, so much more than chess has been happening in the World Rapid Championships. I bet you have heard about the Jeans situation with Magnus. What was your reaction?
I have no idea what you're talking about. No,
what is Jeans?
Go ahead.
What was your reaction? When first you heard FIDE decided to not let him play in round 9 and then Magnus saying, I now feel it's a war with FIDE and I'm not going to play Rapid or Blitz.
Wow, where to begin, right? Like everybody else, I was shocked and surprised as everything was coming down and kind of going like, wait, wait, what? Like, wait, so he was given time to change, but he didn't want to change. He is kicked out. Is he going to come back or not? So just full disclosure, I was sort of on the edge of my seat following everything in real time. And then obviously Magnus gave the interview he did to Levy yesterday, which was explosive to say the least, right? And he didn't hold back his feelings in regards to how he felt the whole thing was ridiculous. So what is my take on it? I will give you my best take. There's my first awkward pun of the day. I'll say I'm personally just not in favor of the dress code restrictions. I don't think it's necessarily what the game needs. I respect that it's not chess.com's event, and I have made my perspective on this very clear to Emil Satovsky and Arkady Dvorkovich many times in terms of how I see the game being more accessible and being more relatable to broader audiences. I believe, in my opinion, chess players need to be wearing more T-shirts with cat gifs on it and less suits and stuffiness. That's just my opinion. I think that the newer audiences, the younger audiences, want to feel like they're that they can relate to the best chess players in the world, and sometimes the buttoned up look that chess has historically had, I don't know that it's really what the game needs. That's my opinion. Chess.com obviously doesn't have a dress code at the CCT finals or otherwise. So I'm just putting that on the table. But again, it's not our event, and it's not anything more than just my opinion on just the general topic of whether dress codes should even exist. And then I'll say I was a little surprised because I feel like there's a letter of the law and there's a spirit of the law. And I think Magnus looked good. I mean, I don't know if I'm biased. I thought Magnus looked good. He had he looked sexy, right? He's got his suit and jeans. Like, it didn't look like Magnus was disrespecting the request to show up looking professional. By the way, Black did take the knight. And okay, this is the position I was thinking we might get, but I can't stop looking at it as I'm giving my opinion on this, because I think Black actually had to go for this the more I looked at it, which is a bad sign, because the tempo White now gains on the rook on f8 by taking g7 before you capture back on f3 is pretty big. I think that now Pragg will obviously recoup the bishop once Black deals with this threat on the rook. And then I think the g file after the king slides over ultimately becomes more useful for White than it is for Black. And so with that bishop on b6 again being sidelined, I'm liking Pragg's chances here. And it's also not an opposite bishop position, meaning the long-term features don't necessarily hold drawing chances for Black. So I think Pragg's in pretty good shape. And I think Black actually had no choice but to go for this, to not allow that White knight into a square like e5. So back to the answer. I'm inherently
no, but I love that you're
dress
talking about the
codes.
chess as well. It's perfect, Daddy.
Okay. I'm inherently against dress codes. I thought it was a little bit unnecessary based on how we try to interpret the letter of the law and the spirit of the law when we're in those positions as organizers and arbiters. That said, I think Alex is actually an incredible arbiter. I think Alex actually does an amazing job. We work with Alex Holacek several times when we run FIDE events, whether in conjunction with the IOC, running online Olympiads or this and that. So I want to say, I think Alex is an incredible arbiter, and I think that in general, I understand why the rules exist the way they do. The rules exist to be upheld to a certain degree. So if I was there, sometimes no one knows unless they were there. Sometimes things just happen, and then they end up being sort of out of everyone's control. And then before you know it, everyone looks at it and goes like, how the bleep did we get here? How did we just ban Magnus Carlsen, the greatest player of all time, who we all want in New York, who every fan has bought a ticket to see? How in the bleeping world did we just ban this guy from the tournament, right? Yeah. And at the same time, I know FIDE would say that they disqualified him for one round, and obviously it was Magnus's choice, right, to not continue to compete, which is fair. Yeah. So I don't even know what to make of it, Kaja. It's a wild world we live in here.
But it also feels like it's about more than dress code, more than jeans. There's a story here. Magnus has been in a conflict with FIDE before. Right before Rapid and Blitz, there was a statement published with Magnus, Hikaru, and Chess.com and Freestyle Chess on one side, and FIDE on the other. And I'm just wondering, are we entering a 2025 with a whole new chess world, with everything different, with one side, Magnus Hikaru, is Chess.com on that side, is FIDE on the other side? Will we potentially see someone try to create a new federation? Will we have, players banned from tournaments? There's just a lot of chaos. How do you envision the near future now for chess?
Yeah, I mean, those are a lot of big questions, and I think a lot of big ideas that people have. I will say that, again, contrary to popular belief, there is no plan at all, from my perspective, to do anything but try to cooperate and to work with all parties. I think Chess.com both has the responsibility, and I would argue the luxury of wanting to just work with everybody, because our job is to be the largest platform and to hopefully bring the largest audiences to the biggest events where the best players play. I don't like it when the best players in the world are not playing in the biggest events, and many of the biggest events are FIDE's events. So straight up, I know there have been some ominous looking tweets. I believe Hans Neiman himself said, if you think this is about genes, you haven't been paying attention. What I will say is this: if anybody thinks that Magnus acts in conjunction or in cooperation with his partners in these types of decisions, then they're not paying attention. Magnus is his own man. Magnus does what he wants to do. And I say that with all due respect. That's why we love Magnus. That's one of the things that makes him great and who he is that Magnus, he is who you think he is, right? What you see is what you get with Magnus. I think he wore jeans, shouldn't have. I think he was really frustrated and felt like it was unnecessary the way they were sort of acting against the spirit of the rule for the letter of the rule. And I agree with him. That was the point I was trying to make. So I think he wore jeans. I think that I would argue FIDE lost their way a little bit and acted a little more too much on the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. Magnus said, go bleep yourself. And yes, the underlying stuff that is going on is a big deal. And I'm not trying to dance around that. I mean, Magnus himself said that FIDE was directly informing players of the fact that they were not allowed to compete in anything with a world championship. And that's the polite, I will say that they were informing them. Magnus used other words in terms of how the players feel in that regard. But from my perspective, I would hope that cooler heads will continue to prevail across the board, because the truth is that what freestyle is doing with Magnus Carlsen is awesome. It represents, from my point of view and for a lot of top players, a very exciting brand and maybe an evolution of where the game should consider going because of where we've arrived with machines, with AI. The neural nets have completely changed what preparation can do, and we consistently see that top-level chess in a classical time control is something that has a lot of preparation, and maybe people don't like that. But also, classical chess will forever be the pinnacle, most legacy title anyone can achieve. I think we can live in a world where both of those things are awesome. And I would say that Magnus would agree with that, even if Magnus personally doesn't believe that classical chess is the most challenging to the sporting elements of a top chess player. And I agree with him. I think he just spent every single day doing a recap with Levy for Take, analyzing classical chess, the Classical Chess World Championship, right? So it's not like people are turning their back in that way. So what I would say, Kaja, is there is no federation that would ever work that doesn't cooperate with FIDE. FIDE is the officialdom, and they hold the keys to the infrastructure. And from my perspective, that is a very, very valuable thing for the game. And ELO ratings protect the status in the hierarchy. Title players have a very clear status in our game, and those are awarded by FIDE. I think that's an important thing, and it's sacred. But does FIDE maybe need to reconsider or consider how they want to operate in a world where Magnus Carlsen, who is such a great ambassador for the game, has interests that are outside of classical chess, to not maybe create what seems to be a dynamic of an antagonistic relationship building between freestyle and FIDE. I would advise that would be a smart thing to do, but I am only involved as much as people want to ask me questions, and I was very involved in a lot of the back and forth discussions. That's why my name was on that tweet that went out, and trying to do what I could to to help Arkady and Jan Henrik and everyone reach the perspective they did. But ultimately, I think that everyone can get along, and I don't believe that there are bigger battles coming necessarily.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to see?
Maybe that's a disappointing answer.
No, not at all. But what would you like concretely, what would you like to see from FIDE now in the future and maybe even in the near future? What do they need to do to sort of just bring the chess world together and have everyone, going for the same goal, just growing chess, right?
Good question. By the way, so Prague is sliding the king to h1, and this is what I was thinking. White would be using the g file more effectively than black, and the only thing you have to worry about is queen e4 check. So white will put the pawn on f3 at some point and slide the rook to g1. But okay, this still has a lot of chess left. Although I do still like white's chances. What does FIDE need to do? I don't know. I mean, obviously, what happened with Magnus in New York is clearly disappointing for all. I think it's disappointing for FIDE. It's disappointing for chess fans around the world. I would say that even though Magnus is excited and jealous of the warm weather that I'm enjoying with my wife and kids here on vacation, I think even Magnus wanted to stay in New York and continue to play. So no one's happy about what happened there. And given how forward and honest Magnus was about what really tipped, or I guess you would say upset him in regards to how FIDE was handling the discussions with freestyle. The cat's out of the bag, so I'm not breaking news and saying that there were obviously discussions where the players were, being informed that they can't compete in anything with the World Championship. I think it's a very tough situation. What would I do if I was FIDE? I would continue to try to bring all the kings to the table, if you would, and consider the fact that we have a 2025 calendar that is busier than any calendar I think I've seen in my lifetime, Kaja, which is saying something.
Yeah.
Like, I've been in this game since I was 10 years old as a whatever, and all the way to now. Like, this is, at some point when you have FIDE's events, the Freestyle Chess Tour, every individual party holding incredible chess events from Tata Steel in January to Norway Chess in May to the Esports World Cup happening now as part of the Champions Chess Tour, and then everything that goes into the Global Chess League. I'm not even talking about the Grand Chess Tour and Rex Singfield and St. Louis. Like, it is insane what is going on here in a great way.
Yeah.
It's a great time to be a top chess player because they have so many options to choose from. But I think if you're looking at it from the outside in, you go, what is going on here? Like, what really matters? Because when everything matters, nothing matters. And that's the problem. And I think FIDE is responsible to figure out how to give us the proper through line, how to give us the stakes and the storylines that can hold, that can bring in and then potentially hold fans' attention. Right? And we're not just talking about serious chess fans. Hopefully, we're talking about the casual chess fans who love the game, love our community, are fascinated by these storylines, love when Elon Musk jumps in and starts saying that Magnus is based, right?
Yep.
Like, these are the fans we all really want more in the game. And I think when you look at it from the outside looking in, you go, what is going on here? Wait, but FIDE owns the World Championship, but wait, Magnus Carlsen is the best player, but he doesn't play, but wait, there's all these events over here with this and that and this and that. Like, and I've had a lot of these discussions, and it's tough. And so I believe that some sort of summit, some sort of communing, of some sort of uniting of the clans is long overdue here, because if it doesn't happen, purely because there are so many events competing for calendar space, it will naturally become antagonistic. Because at a certain point, if everybody can jump in and say that their event is the most important thing, it's great for the players, but it's a really hard thing for fans, I think, more broadly to understand and navigate, which has other sort of ripple effects to it. So I would say FIDE needs to really think about what's happening here and consider having some big conversations to bring everybody to peace. That's what I would say.
Danny, thank you so much for sharing your insight. Congratulations, by the way, on the CCT final, setting a new standard for spectators in chess. That was so much fun in Oslo, right?
Thank you. I have to give credit to the team, to Arna, you know who you are, and everyone else who crushed it on site. Like, the team delivered on what, in my opinion, was the best spectator experience we've ever had for a chess tournament, and it was incredible. So hopefully more things to come. And there were some big comments made that maybe at the Esports World Cup we'll see things even bigger and better. We'll see what the future of that looks like, but we were really proud of it and excited to see 2024 come to a close. And hopefully I gave you the take you were looking for here, Kaja.
Yeah,
that's all I got.
did.
But
thank you so much for that, Danny. Thank you for joining us, and keep enjoying your well-deserved holiday with the family.
Thank you. I will. And have a great evening here, and go Prague. I think Prague he played Queen F3, and now he's going to bring the rooks to the G file. So prediction, I think that Prague might be headed to his first ever World Rapid Championship. We'll see.
Ooh, exciting! All right,
I'll leave you with that. All
right. Danny Ranch, he thinks Prague will win the World Rapid title. Thanks for the predictions and for your thoughts and your take. Danny, thanks for joining. Let's jump back to the chessboard, you guys. So Praggnanandhaa better with 7 minutes to go on the clock. This is round 12 out of 13 in the World Rapid Championship, playing against Murzin, the 18-year-old. 2 minutes left on his clock. Will Prague win this, Simon?
Great chances. Really, really critical moment in the game. And I think Danny summed up some of the problems that Black has nicely here. And if we just compare the bishops, both bishops are quite bad at the moment, but White's bishop has more potential. If White can move the pawn in front of his queen, which he should be able to do at some point, the bishop will be free. But look at Black's bishop. How is Black's bishop ever going to come out of the tomb there? It's stuck around those pawns. It can't really escape. And really, it's just a big pawn. That bishop of Black's is a big pawn, and a pawn is not a very good bishop. So Pragg in a great position. Pragg also a pawn up. The Black king could be a little bit weak, and there's a number of things Pragg could do here. Maybe just swapping off all the rooks, going for an ending, would be a promising approach, something that Magnus might actually try to do in a similar position.
Ooh.
But there's no rush to do that. At the moment, Pragg brings a rook into the middle of the board. Another issue, the time scenario.
Look at that.
Murzin is going to be under a minute any second now. So Pragg is
low on time.
He is low on time.
For Murzin, it's trouble for the young 18-year-old from Russia. Pragg on fire here. And he's eyeing up his opponent on the other side of the board with the white pieces. Pragg, if he wins this game, he could potentially be in sole lead in the tournament. But we are also paying attention to the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi, 7.5 points. Sorry, not 7.5.
He's got
8 points against Alexander Grischuk on 8.5 points.
That's also very interesting, Kaja. I'm keeping an eye on that because we could be in a scenario if we have a winner in this game, and if Grischuk somehow is able to win, then they will play for the title in the last round. And at the moment, Grischuk is slightly better, definitely against Nepo with the white pieces. I actually really like his position. He's got good chances to push for a win there. So it could, and the way it's looking, be Pragg versus Grischuk for the title if they can keep up their advantages. I think what Pragg should do here is start trying to exchange off some pieces because the endings are looking pretty okay. But maybe he should even keep on one pair of rooks. A long way from winning yet. I mean, he is better, but the pressure's going to be on him. He's got to convert this, and he's not there yet.
Pragg, Nepo, Erigaisi and Lenya Dominguez pairs all on 8 points heading into round 12. And then we had Grischuk and Volodar Murzin on 8.5 points. But Pragg, is he winning this game in round 12? Grischuk now better in the game against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, these are key games going on. We can see the players on the camera. Hopefully we'll better catch up on the other boards, 3 and 4 as well. But the top 2 boards are where the leaders are clashing. And both the players with the white pieces are better. Grischuk is better against Nepo. Pragg is better against Murzin. But they're not winning as of yet. They've still got to make a lot of progress to break through and finish the game off. Pragg seems to have made a move. He might be keeping the rooks on for the time being, and he's preparing a pawn break in this position. In some situations, the pawn in front of that rook, he may well move forwards to try to open up the rook there. And it does actually look now, to my eyes, that, yeah, maybe an exchange of rooks is not the right way to play because black's king could start wandering in. And here comes the black king. I don't think this is as simple as the computer gives. Yes, it's a pawn advantage. It says that Pragg's a lot better, but I don't know. It looks like there's a lot of work to my eyes here, Lucas.
Yeah. I was thinking about the same thing. This has been kind of like a strange game with that bishop that we've been talking about being kind of boxed in. And then even though it seems like Pragg would be like kind of a bishop up in an endgame, there's actually no way to proceed, I think, if he trades the rooks. So it seems correct to keep the rooks on. But even then, it's not so obvious like what was he going to do. And we can see now that he's going for this other pawn break, which kind of frees up Murzin's bishop a little bit. But that's maybe what was needed.
Yeah, I like this plan because now black has a very tricky decision to make, and black moves his king, but Pragg has a couple of tempting options here. One option is to move the pawn forwards again, and the black bishop is nearly trapped there. The black bishop will have to come to the side of the board, and he does do that. Look at the black bishop. The black bishop is still in the game, but it doesn't have many squares to go to, and that could be the big issue that black's going to face here. For example, if somehow the white rook can come around and attack black's bishop, which it's trying to do. The white rook wants to go up 2 squares and then over to the left. That black bishop, it just looks really unstable to me. Pragg's playing this really well. And I can't actually see any counterplay for black. Even if the black king can't come forwards because there's a pawn check forking the king and the rook. So black moves his rook to the 7th rank, but there's no threat here. Maybe the idea is to now bring the black king in, but this shouldn't be an issue with good play from white. And can white now try to go? Can he start going for the black bishop? Pragg's not going to get a better chance than this to become a world champion. This is wow. So impressive. He's won 4 games in a row. And if he wins this, it'll be 5 games on the trot. He has not become world champion yet. There's 1 game to go after this, with Grischuk still pushing for a win against Nepo. But every minute is getting more and more exciting. Can Pragg convert?
Yeah, much better for Pragg. 30 seconds, 37 seconds left for Murzin. Lenya Dominguez-Perez, much better against Arjun Erigaisi in that game. Remember, these 2 players are on 8 points and at same score as Pragg, both in contention. Dominguez-Perez could then be, if he wins this game, on the same score as Pragg. If he also wins this game, Grischuk. Better is what the bar says in his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Grischuk is one of 2 players on 8.5 points heading into this round. If he wins this one, that's going to be a huge step for Grischuk towards the title. But we're watching this game. Pragg, much better, on fire. The young Indian, the 19-year-old, wanting to copy his friend Gukesh, who recently became the world chess champion. Can Pragg become the world rapid champion? He is so close with a win in this game.
I think he's now just trying to find a way to convert this big advantage into something tangible. I mean, the obvious idea I saw was to bring the rook around to attack black's bishop, but maybe this doesn't actually achieve anything because black's bishop will just keep dodging the rook. You have to watch out for the black king coming in. And where's he going? He's moved the rook. Has he moved the rook forwards? Is he going to chase it? He has. So he's trying to chase the bishop, and now black's king steps forwards. And the one thing Pragg's got to be a little bit careful of his back rank. Black's rooks are a bit scary. At the moment, everything is covered. There's no way that black can make much progress, but you've got to turn this into something tangible, and I'm not sure how you do that. The key line is the white rook goes over to the left, attacking black's bishop, but then the bishop just moves 1 square diagonally, and what you do next. You can force a draw here if you want to, but Pragg is certainly not looking for a draw in this position. He's looking to become the champion and to win this one. You can take the draw just by moving the white rook left and right. You keep doing that, you go for the draw. But what else can he play here to try and win this position? I mean, is there a clever way to trap the bishop? Is there something else I'm missing here?
No, I also don't see a very obvious way. I was thinking, can he maybe just move his pawn next to Murzin's king up, just to open up a bit for his bishop and get some more potential play? I feel like this pawn is sometimes just annoying for him.
The pawn in front of the rook, or?
Yes, the pawn on f4.
Aha, yeah, maybe you can sacrifice it just to get it out of the way, potentially. I mean, I guess he needs a good follow-up there. Well, he's moving his rook to b1, and this doesn't have a threat as far as I can see, because you can never move that rook away from the first rank, the rook that Prag's just moved, because then black would play the rook down to g1, checkmate. So you've got to watch out for this idea. So, for example, the white rook coming across, trying to get that bishop, still not working. And what would you do as black here? Maybe throw your h-pawn up the board? Well, the king comes in.
Oh, wow.
And black really using that king well, but this does allow a bishop check.
Winning position for Pragg.
Can he play bishop check somewhere and win like that? Pragg looks like he's found a good move.
Yeah.
He's pushing his pawn forwards. This is your idea, Lucas. Now that that pawn can't be taken, use it to distract your opponent's position.
Yeah, ice cold move from Murzin there, but yeah, it seems like it doesn't work. But could he not have given a check with his bishop, and then if
we have a result as well on board one? What is the result? It must be a draw. It looks like
they both look happy.
They both look happy, and I've never seen Nepo happy after losing.
Exactly.
So it must be a draw, and that keeps them both in with a shout. So this means the board 2 game is even more important. I see what Murzin's idea is. He wants to bring his bishop to e1 and go for checkmate. Murzin is trying to create a really tricky checkmate idea. So, for example, if Pragg pushes that pawn again, the black bishop comes in front of the black king. And then if you push the white pawn again, black's rook comes down 1 square, checkmate. So it's actually a little bit scary here for Pragg. Pragg is doing well, but he's got to deal with this threat. Does he just give the king a check? Force that king to go backwards? Because at the moment, the black king is really infiltrating into the position.
It is a draw for Grischuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi. That means Grischuk is now on 9 points, Nepo on 8.5. If Pragg wins this game, he will as well be on 9 points in shared lead with Grischuk heading into the final round, and it's very likely those two will play against each other for the World Rapid title. But this is not over, you guys. This is definitely not over.
A little bit surprised by Murzin's last move. I thought he could have tried that checkmate net, but Pragg must have had something up his sleeve. And now they're playing very quickly. Pragg repeats the position once, so he still hasn't found the win. He's just checked the black king forwards and then put the rook back, maybe to gain a little bit of time on the clock. You'd love to have more time than 20 seconds here.
Yeah. Like the bar says it's winning, but it's very tricky. And with little time on your clock, you have to be careful, because if you keep playing, like you mentioned, Simon, you can even get checkmated and end up losing.
That's right. And Pragg's now giving a check with the other rook, but it's not easy to the human eye to see the mate. And now black is threatening checkmate. Black is threatening the black rook to come in, and the bishop does come in. Black's threatening checkmate.
Now
black is winning.
Yeah.
Black is winning. Black has a checkmate out of nowhere.
Oh, look at Pragg. He realizes that is the blunder that loses him the World Rapid title.
What a turnaround. The black rook is threatening to come in with checkmate, and Pragg is throwing this away. He's just blundered, and look at the face there.
Him.
Oh, this is heartbreaking for Pragg, and this means Murzin is the big favourite if he can convert this.
Wow.
He's a massive favourite to be one of the youngest ever world champions of Rapid. What a game this is.
If Murzin now wins this, he will be on 9.5 points in sole lead heading into the final round. Heartbreak for Praggnanandhaa. He was in a winning position. And he makes a massive, massive blunder. Can he even fight back from this? Time trouble is still an issue here. Is this still difficult for Murzin?
Yeah, this is not over. I mean, it's very easy for Murzin to play. So it's not really a problem with the time trouble, but there are still some slight chances here for Pragg.
Some chances. I mean, the two rooks have got to be the major favourite here. You know, the rooks have open lines to work on. The Black King did this kamikaze run into White's position, and the Black King is looking really strong now. It's threatening just to pick up some pawns in the centre. So major, major favourite to win this game now. And what a turnaround. I mean, it's never easy. It's much easier watching. And even though the evaluation bar gave Pragg as winning, we couldn't see what the win was. Pragg couldn't see what the win was. There wasn't anything simple there. And he just neglected his king's safety for a little bit. But the game is still on. This is a real test for the young Russian. Can he keep his cool? He must now realise he's inches away from, well, being in the lead going into the last round of the World Rapid Championships.
Massive drama also in the women's section. Heading into the final round, you have 7 players on 7.5 points. They are now playing round 11, which is the final round in the women's section. Keeping an eye on that as well. Very likely there will be tie breaks in the women's section. Not unlikely there will be tie breaks also here in the open section. Time trouble in this game. Pragg versus Murzin. Pragg was winning, but a massive blunder puts Murzin now in a winning position. But still a lot of moves to be played here.
And Pragg is desperately looking at getting counterplay here. He's trying to give his king some chance to get out.
Well, that's a good move from
Brilliant
Murzin.
move.
5 seconds for Pragg. Can he save this? Makes it with 2 seconds left on his clock.
And he finds a clever move. The idea is if the black pushes the H-pawn again, the white king can creep its way out. Pragg needs to get his king into a safer position here. Needs to get his king into the middle. So Pragg is fighting really hard here. He's doing his best.
Yeah, now there's a direct win, I think. If you take the bishop now with the pawn, then give a check with the rook, or just move it immediately.
Brilliant. And that could be the end. It's game over. What a turnaround.
Whoa. He resigns. Praggnanandhaa. That is just the most heartbreaking game we've seen so far for, well, young Praggnanandhaa. So close to a win. That would have made him one of the favorites to take the title to become World Rapid Champion. Now it's going to be very, very difficult. Even, let me check now, standings. Crazy stuff. We now have Murzin on 9.5 points. Sole lead heading into the final round. Half a point behind him is Alexander Grischuk. And then we have Lenia Dominguez Perez, Arjun Erigaisi, Janne Pomniachi, and Grigorian also now on 8.5 points. But Murzin and Grischuk, they have played each other. So we're not going to see that battle in the final round. Who will Murzin play?
Good question. I mean, can he play Dominguez? Maybe Erigaisi? I'm not sure. It's going to be a very tough last round, but all he needs to do is I think he's got the white. He's probably going to have the white pieces. As long as he avoids losing, Murzin is going to be in first place.
Yeah.
Maybe on a tie break, maybe not.
We are looking here at Andrei Esipenko, board 4 against Ali Reza Firouzja. I will find that game.
Big game between two younger, talented players there who are both fighting to get into the podium. It looks pretty even at the moment, that game, but there's a lot of play left. Queens and rooks on the board, and Esipenko is now trying to open up Firouzja's king. But Firouzja has this big pawn in the center of the board, which he's trying to promote to a queen. And it looks to me like black has a little bit more pressure here, but black has the weaker king, and weaker king in the quicker time limits is so important. So any result possible, both very short a time. Very dynamic round there. I mean, just imagine what Pragg's feeling, though. That is just heartbreaking for Pragg when he probably realizes he's winning that one, and he just, I don't know, it wasn't easy. It wasn't as easy as it looked. It wasn't as easy as the computer said.
Just chess is just the most brutal sport. That is just
such
a heartbreaking
It is. You will not find a more brutal game sport than chess.
Really?
I mean, the thing with chess is you can do all this hard work for days, and then you make one little mistake, and you throw it away.
Yeah,
It's heartbreaking.
hundreds of moves on a day of World Rapid Championship.
And one move just throws it away. It's it's devastating. There's nothing else like it. I mean, try to name another sport or game where you make a little error and you can't come back. It's very hard to find something like that. Okay, well, it looks like Firouzja has a good chance here.
Yeah, did we see here an error from Esipenko?
We did.
Winning position now for Alireza.
Esipenko has blundered, and this is allowing Firouzja to start an attack. And Firouzja now, great chance to get into a good position going into the last round. It's still equal in material, but the White King, very exposed here. The White King is going to have to step forwards, and it's into the hunting zone. Firouzja trying to hunt that king down now. The White King coming in front of the pawn. Looks very dangerous, but can Firouzja find the finish? He's normally a brilliant calculator, and he's going to have to calculate well here to win this one.
Alireza Firouzja, he's on 7.5 points before round 12. With a win here, obviously, we'll be at 8.5 points. 1 point behind Murzin. Murzin, if he loses in the final round, he's not going to play Alexander Grischuk, who is on 9 points. So that means the 8.5 guys still have a chance.
Yeah.
Still all to play for in the last round.
Definitely.
I mean, it's not over by any means yet. I mean, the prizes are there, the podium's there. And Firouzja is one of those players who could get a top 3 finish if he manages to finish off this game. The problem here, the White King, look how exposed the White King is, and now Firouzja brings another unit into the attack. I like this. It's a good philosophy that if you're attacking, look at your pieces which are attacking. So in that position, the rook and the queen. If you can't see anything definite, then bring in reinforcements, and that could even be a pawn. And Firouzja brings in his Gary pawn, the G pawn, to help attack. And there's a threat now, checkmate in one move.
Ooh.
The Black Queen is threatening to come in front of the White King, giving checkmate. So Esipenko stops that idea by covering that square with his rook, making sure the Black Queen cannot come in front of the White King, but it's still really exposed, isn't it? I mean, where is the finish? There must be a finish here. There must be a way to win this one.
Should be, yeah, but it's not so easy.
Speed demon, Firouzja. 13 seconds left.
Maybe you could move up your other pawn with black, but it looks very risky, allowing some checks there.
Yeah, he just moves his king to a safer square. That's a very
yeah, that's a patient way.
Yeah, I guess he's just saying, well,
good.
White's pieces are all on optimum squares, and whatever White does is going to loosen his position. So over to you, and that White King, it would be amazing if it can survive here. And Firouzja now hunting the king down with a rook check. The queen comes into the corner. We can see this on the light board, and he looks very confident. And there you go. That is the end. Firouzja gets himself into a brilliant position.
He will now be on 8.5 points, and that means it's not over for Alireza Firouzja, one of the big favorites heading into World Rapid. He can still take the title, but we need to know pairings for round 13.
Whoever faces Murzin now is going to go all in for the win. So it's not going to be simple for him to get a draw and just have an easy, safe way to the tiebreak.
Yeah. So Murzin, he did play with the black pieces now. It's very likely he will then play with the white pieces in the final game. Can you, with the white pieces, play one move out of the opening? Or two? To just, make it one of those dead drawn positions?
Well, it's a strategy. It's kind of what we saw some of these players doing against Magnus in the beginning of the tournament. And it worked out quite well as he was trying to push hard and taking some risks to win. But It's also a risky strategy. You never really want to play for a draw. Yeah.
You never want to play for a draw. The game we're seeing here is Sam Sevian against Alexander Bortnik on board 11, both on 7.5 points. Clock's ticking down. But I can see in New York, Levy has a special guest in the sofa. And it's a smile on the two faces there. Levy, who is joining you in the sofa?
Yeah, I've got Hikaru again.
Yay!
And he's fresh off a pretty fun draw against Bogdan Daniel Deak. You played your like reinvented Queen's Gambit variation, which I feel like you've played like 10 times in serious games at this point, like both in maybe classical, rapid, and in blitz.
It's probably not 10. I mean, I played against Ding Loren in Norway. I played against Praggnanandhaa in the candidates, but outside of that, I think those are the only 2 classical games I've played it. So
did you play it in like a Norway Armageddon?
I mean, I may
I've seen you just play it many times. Maybe it's mostly online.
Yeah, I mean, I might have played it, but I think it's something that's solid. But I mean, the good thing about this game is I never had a chance to win, because I think if I had a chance to win this one, then I would actually be upset about what happened in the last game yesterday and the first game today. But I mean, Dak really gave me no chances, and then at the end I was a little bit lucky to make the draw because I was trying too hard to win again. But that's what it is. I mean, I'm surprised they asked me to come back here, because obviously I'm not winning the event, but so be it.
I want to get your hot take in the meantime. I had this thought while looking at some of the boards. Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday was asked to change a sweater. It was a nice sweater. It was some sort of branded sweater. Mm-hmm. What about Daniil's vintage Balenciaga? Like, what's the difference in the sweaters?
I mean, it's what I said before. I think everybody's expressing their own opinions. Actually, I spoke to Daniil before the games today a little bit. So who knows? Maybe he'll come up with something a little bit more original for the Blitz. Maybe I will too. But I think ultimately it's what I said earlier. At the end of the day, I mean, the players, they just have to basically say enough is enough. If they say that as a collective, I mean, it's going to be fine. But certainly, I mean, the rules are questionable, and they aren't uniform, so it's frustrating to see.
One question about the standings and sort of these really tense moments in these last couple of rounds. We see there's one important game remaining in the standings, and that's Sam Sevian. He seems to be converting, which means that we're going to have, I believe, 6 people on 8.5, 1 person on 9, and another on 9.5. And the 9.5 and the 9 have played each other. So it's going to be the 8.5 who are trying to win. I mean, they're going to be going all out. And Prague was actually in a +5 position against Murzin. It was weird, like he was getting attacked, but he was also up like 3 minutes. And can you talk about those high pressure moments and how you can overcome all the nerves and actually get the finish?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing is that there are very different types of positions that can be winning. So, for example, the position that Gukesh had in the final game against Ding Loren is pretty much the dream. There's no chance of losing. If you calculate it correctly, you're winning, but there's no risk whatsoever. Positions that are like +5, but you have to find 1 or 2 moves to win, or it's equal or maybe even losing, are the worst, just because you feel like you're winning. But it's very sticky, and in rapid, I mean, even if you have 3 minutes on the clock, calculating the right sequence is very hard. I think this is Murzin's tournament, though. It's definitely, he's had a couple of lucky breaks. He's also played very well in some of the games, but sometimes it's just meant to be. And I think in Murzin's case, he's clearly showing that he's a very strong player.
If you are leading the tournament with half a point ahead of the field, and you're going to play somebody who's trying to beat you, what do you play? Like, I actually think he might even be white in the next game. So is that the dream, or is it actually a little bit hard to force a draw with white? You might try to play too solidly.
I mean, I think certainly it's preferable to be white, just because it's easier to control sort of the type of game that you get versus being black. But I doubt that anything really changes. When I've seen Murzin's game, he's very, very solid, and I think he'll probably try to play the same. And it's a great situation, because even if he loses, there's a very good chance that he'll be in a tiebreak. I don't actually know if it's like 2 players or everybody or what it is, but even if he loses, he's probably in a tiebreak. Although actually, I think they changed the rule to include everyone, right? because in 2021, I think, when I played in Poland, if I have the year correct, Magnus tied for first, but he was like third on tiebreak, and he didn't qualify. So I think they changed it. So Murzin's in great shape, and I mean, I think he's probably feeling nerves for sure, but he's has a great chance to win it all. I mean, when I look at the standings, though, I mean, the big winner is obviously Fabiano, right? He's the big winner in all of this, because Arjun. I mean, it's very unlikely that Arjun's gonna. Wait, what happens if Arjun ties for first?
That's a great question.
Does he get enough points or not?
Oh, I have no idea.
For the FIDE circuit, I mean.
The only people that know what happens in the FIDE circuit are all of us after the points are entered. I don't think anybody actually can calculate any of it in advance.
Yeah, I mean, this is another thing also, though. I mean, it's a beaten horse. So we've already beaten the horse dead at this point. But, I mean, that's another thing that to me is very illogical when you look at the FIDE circuit, that you have the situation where you have a rapid tournament and or maybe the Blitzer, I'm not sure if they both count, towards something that's supposed to be about classical chess. Like when you look at the FIDE circuit and qualification for the candidates, in what world should a rapid or a Blitz event be counting? It shouldn't, straight up. It should just be classical chess altogether. So, I mean, I know maybe that sounds like a little bit of a rant, but it's another one of the many decisions that FIDE has made that, I mean, is very consequential overall and just makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever.
We actually, I think, have breaking news. I was about to talk to you about the fact that the women's championship is going to be an 8-player knockout playoff. And Humpy Koneru, I think, just won a very pivotal game and won the gold medal. I mean, I don't want to. I might be wrong because we've still got results pouring in, but
You're correct, Letty.
I was keeping an eye on that. So I was just going to talk to you about knockouts, and maybe we won't even have one there. So
yeah, but
there you go.
But of course, it's also great to see because I mean, Humpy is a player who's been 2,600 for many years. I think for a long time. She's probably the clear number 3 behind Judith and Hu Yifan. So it's great to see her playing so well. Assuming that's good enough to win. I mean, I think it's fantastic. Of course, the Indians will be celebrating once again, like they have a lot recently.
Yeah, they are completing chess. Like Sagar before the event wanted Prague to win a rapid and Arjun to win the Blitz or something. I was like, Sagar, relax. Like let the rest of the world have a gold medal.
But I mean, also, because that's another topic I think that it's really great to see is when you look at chess. I think the Indian model right now is very clearly the best. You have all these players who have serious support behind them. I mean, you have Arjun, for example, who his sponsorship is public with Quantbox. I think he's getting $300,000 a year sponsorship. I mean, I know Prag, Vidit, Gukesh, all of them have very serious sponsorships. And I think, when you're in that situation, and whether it's the Chess Federation or even the local governments that are taking care of you, it's very easy to play chess for the love of the game and to focus on it versus a situation where, unfortunately, many players who make it into the Grand Chess Tour, they're simply trying to earn a living. And, if I use an example, you look at Parham Magsudlu, who was, I think, 27-30, start of the year, clearly going to get a bunch of invitations, loses 70 points this year, and now he's going to have to go play a bunch of open tournaments and make a lot less money. And so I think, the future is very bright for India, and the fact that they take care of their players speaks volumes about why they're doing so well in chess as a whole.
Why is that? If I can get a quick final answer out of you, like why is that? I mean, is it simply here we care too much about things like ROI, or?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's so much that we care too much about these things. I think it's that chess is viewed as a very significant cultural thing there. I mean, it's viewed as something that smart people play, and it's something that's very valued. And when you look at the United States, for example, I mean, I've said this many times, there's nothing comparable. And I think it's just because at the end of the day, there's just, there's a lot of pride, a lot of Indian pride around the game. And I mean, yeah, it's what it is. It's sad to see on the one hand, but you can hope that when countries like India do support chess the way they do, that maybe down the road there'll be sponsorship like here in the U.S. But honestly, I wouldn't hold my breath for it.
All right, Hikaru. On that note, good luck in the final round. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks.
Thanks, Levi. Thank you, Hikaru. You are absolutely correct, Levi. Humpy Koneru is the Women Rapid Champion 2024. She takes the title for the second time in her career after what was a crazy final round in the women's section. You had 7 players on 7.5 points, and they were all facing each other. 3 of those games ended in draws, but Humpy Koneru was able to win her final game to take the win, to win the World Rapid Championship for the second time in her career. So congratulations to India. another title to the great chess country of India, and maybe another one coming in for India tonight, because Arjun Erigaisi is on 8.5 points. He should still have a chance to get to playoffs, play the titles. We are constantly updating here to get pairings for the final round. As I see another guest in Levy's sofa, Hans Neiman. What's happening, Levy?
Yeah, I'm joined by Grandmaster Hans Neiman. Hans, let's make a deal. Let's make this one a feel-good interview. Just a few minutes, and we do have a gold medalist, so we probably will be chatting to her as well. You're on Humpy.
Oh, great.
Her game was the deciding one.
India's really gonna.
Hold on, let me just check the what are these bands? What's the?
These are not jeans.
No. No, I'm just and those are.
I'm actually cultured, so I don't own a single pair of jeans. I looked in my closet and I don't have a single pair of jeans, so unfortunately.
Me neither, but I wouldn't say I'm cultured. I'm actually in sweatpants and boots today. I feel like I'm dressed like Brandon Jacobson. I feel like this is the Jacobson look. The Uggs and the sweats. And
yeah, well, Brandon is quite a talented player. He had a great game against Hikaru today.
He did. I saw
revolutionary opening theory.
A4.
Yeah, I don't know how Hikaru felt about that, but there's always new things to learn.
There's always new things to learn. Yeah, I saw that. How is your tournament going?
Not good. The rapid, I really struggle to. The time management is just rapid. As it's like, as Dubov says, he had an interview where he said, "When I play rapid, I don't know whether I should drink all night or sleep all night." And I don't have that dilemma, but managing time is so difficult. It's such like a weird. I spent a month just playing, like 8 hours of blitz every day. So the time format is something still beyond my comprehension. A bit of tilt, but I think the format definitely should be longer. To be honest, I think 13 games isn't really enough to decide a world championship.
15, you think?
Do
you like a knockout?
It should be more. It's like there's so much variance. I don't, because everyone's ratings are, obviously I played terribly, but everyone's ratings rapid are so inaccurate. Like you have 2660 FIDEs with 2400. So
yeah,
I think maybe I like the knockout in the blitz. I still would prefer more games. Like I don't know, I'd say at least 20 games to be honest, because you see even like there's so many really good players who you're like where are they? So I think more.
Yeah, that is fair. I've had to scroll through the player list several times to find people. And you're right. Like I've seen some top grandmasters have ratings that are 2600. I see also strong GMs who are generally 2500 at like 2200. Brewington Hardaway 2180.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of. I don't know. I just think that like you're deciding a world championship. Like there has to be more games. Generally, what's happened in a few years is I would lose one game and then I would. Sort of the tilt would be difficult to manage. In rapid, it's sort of hard to move past the tilt like blitz because you have all this time for the loss to sink in. In the blitz, you just play right after, so you can sort of just play yourself out of the tilt. But I prefer, I think we need a lot more games. Like the blitz is great. You have a knockout, top 8, still, but it's like I don't know. Like, okay, Murzin's a great player, playing really well, but there's just so much variance.
Yeah.
For such a title, I feel like you should have. It shouldn't be like that. But
that certainly makes sense. Obviously, there's a break day tomorrow. Then there's the Blitz, which I feel like we sort of talked a lot about.
Yeah.
I'd love to know your thoughts on, well, the elephant in the room. I saw some tweets. You kind of said, if you think this is just about the genes, it's really not. So I want to know the Hans Neiman unfiltered opinion.
But this is just sort of a power play, right? Like this is it's a bit weird that people think that this is about genes. This is a how do I word this? Let's just say that I think that Magnus was very happy that he was kicked out of the tournament because now he has the perfect excuse to completely challenge FIDE in a way he's wanted to do for a very long time. And with his obviously financial, when it comes to the Freestyle Chess Tour, which I was invited to, I guess because they had to by rating, and honestly, Butner, I've nothing negative to say about him. I even met him. Great things to say. I have nothing against the tour. I'm playing in a qualifier. But, the reason why he's doing this is just to discredit FIDE, so that his tour can be labeled as the official World Championship. And they just raised like $12 million, right? It's a big sort of investment, and how can you? I presume Magnus would be a shareholder in the company, just like he might be as a shareholder in chess.com. Well, there was a merger, so I would, I've gone on a bit, but this, in my opinion, was a coordinated and planned thing. It's not some random thing that happened. This is the perfect way for them to discredit FIDE, and once they discredit FIDE, then they can call whatever they want their World Championship, right? Because there's this sort of battle. Like in the entire world of chess, you have all these people who are vying for the stupid name, like the World Championship. Like you saw chess.com announce their global championship, which was first called the World Championship, and then I guess that was a test to see how FIDE would react, and then they changed it to global, probably because of legal threats. But no, I feel like they've successfully sort of done they've won it's a PR battle, and now he has the complete, let's say, protection to secede from FIDE, because there's this Genes headline, which is, I guess, confusing people about what's really happening.
That all makes sense. In your opinion, how do we crown a world champion? Is it something we need? Should tennis have a more tennis-like system where we have 4 to 5 agreed-upon tournaments that are elite? Then we have some sort of majors. Do you like the whole candidates qualification circuit?
No, I think that, first of all, FIDE obviously should be given credit for many things, but I find the current, if you look at the history of the candidates, it was established, let's say FIDE back in, let's say the early was all Soviet players, and it was sort of well known that you'd have 8 Soviet players in the candidates tournament, and if it's not a knockout, you could guarantee that a Russian player would win and maintain the title. So I think that if you look at the entire system, the candidates 8 people to Swiss. I don't know. I feel like the most meritocratic way for any system is that you need to have as many sort of open qualification systems. Like the freestyle tour is great. They've huge prizes. It's amazing for the players, but only one spot is going to an open qualifier, right? I'm playing in the qualifier. I would say that for any, like for example, for the FIDE circuit, right? Since I don't really receive invitations to that tournament, it makes it harder for me to do better in the FIDE circuit. So, for example, if you get to play the Grand Chess Tour, or you get to play Vaikanze, which is, let's say, a bit of a subjective thing, then you have an advantage of getting in the candidate. So, I would say that to make something a world championship, it needs to be as meritocratic as possible. You need to give every single player the opportunity. For example, Murzin is a very young, talented player. Is Murzin ever going? Maybe now, but like every single top tournament, if you want to have some level of prestige, you need to have open qualifiers. So, for example, Vaikanze, like why is it just one person who selects people, right? Why isn't there an online qualifier to Vaikanze? In tennis, you can be an absolute nobody. Like I remember when Raducanu qualified to the US Open by some qualifier, she wins the US Open. You don't have that in chess. Like if you are, the democratization of information throughout the world has leveled the playing field in terms of improvement, and is given rise to all these great players from, let's say, impoverished countries, if you compare to how lucky we are to be in America, and players with limited financial resources have been able to break in. But in reality, there are so many talented players, even if you see people you never heard of who are crushing online, who they're completely stuck. Like, for example, Lazovic. Why is this guy 25-70 feet? Like, why is his rating so low? So I think we need a centralized Grand Prix system like an ATP Tour. But I also think that there should be rating decay. Like, the entire system's broken because people can play 10, 15, 20 games a year, and there are no consequences. Like, how can, someone, for example, Magnus and Nikar find they're some of the best players in the world, but they don't play enough. And if they're not incentivized to play, then they're not incentivized to play classical chess. And I think that the entire system is just sort of unfair. And there are so many, I think, amazing, talented players who could make it into tournaments if given the opportunity.
I don't think I have anything else to add. That was very well stated. I hope we can sit down again during the Blitz, maybe before you make it to the knockout, or maybe before you get a podium finish.
Yeah, no, I think the Blitz will be much better. Obviously, because I have a lot of, obviously after Paris, there are sort of two people who I, let's say, regard quite highly, and everyone else I feel confident against. So maybe. I hope Hikaru plays in the Blitz, but I wouldn't mind if he drops out, because I guess he was wearing jeans yesterday. But my only message would be, I think there's so many egos in chess, including mine. But it's really important that the sanctity and the competitive integrity of the game is prioritized, and that every single person gets the opportunity. And obviously, I believe that everyone is entitled to the equality of opportunity. Obviously not equality of outcome, because that would be DI, but opportunity is important. And I think that if the freestyle tour wants to do that, my advice, I would say that you should make it half. Like, make 5 players qualify, and that way you just give everyone a chance, and then, then you'll actually be able to see who the best players in the world are.
Hans, it was a pleasure. Maybe I'll see you in the next few days. Back to you guys.
Levy, thank you for that, bringing us the thoughts of Grandmaster Hans Neiman, who has been in the center of a lot of drama in the chess world previously, but now the drama is centered around Magnus Carlsen's genes. But you know what? No more talk about the drama now, because now it's all about crowning the next World Rapid Champion. The final round is coming up shortly. We haven't got the pairings yet for the final round, but that's going to be the crucial round. 18-year-old Murzin is in sole lead with 9.5 points. Alexander Grischuk, fellow Russian, is half a point behind him on 9 points. But all those players on 8.5 points, they still have a chance. And if we have several players on the same score after the final round, round 13, then we will have tiebreaks to decide the next World Rapid Champion. We have already named one World Rapid Champion tonight in New York. The women Rapid Champion is the fantastic Humpy Koneru of India, and she is now with Levy in the sofa. Big congratulations to her, Levy.
Yes, thank you, Kai. I'm joined now by the gold medalist this year of the Women's Rapid Championship, Grandmaster Humpy Koneru. How are you feeling right now? Because that was crazy. There was a potential 8-player tiebreak happening. Your game was equal for a while. Did you know in the back of your mind all of those games are drawn, and if I win, I'm getting gold?
No, I wasn't aware of all the games. So in fact, I didn't expect to win it in outrightly. Even I thought there would be a tie breaks, and I expected it to be a quite tough day. But things turned out different, and even my game was like nothing special out of the opening. It was very close to equality. Like, if she just cuts off my king without getting the king g6, it's a draw, nothing. There is no improvement over there. But then she started making all the wrong moves and she had a bad pawn structure. So that helped me to get the point.
At what point did you know you were the champion? So the game is over, you win?
Just after I finished the game, when the arbiter congratulated me, that's
really?
When I understood.
That's incredible, because if you were playing on the first board and you knew in advance, maybe it would be different. Do you think it led to you being somehow more relaxed, even though it was a scramble?
No, I was waiting for the opportunity. Like today also, the first 2 white games I drew, I was just waiting for the right opportunity, and things worked out. So even if I have known the result, I think it would have been the same.
How does this compare to other successes of the past? Like when you add another gold medal to the collection, does it ever start feeling like, well, I'm happy, but as opposed to, like, let's say the first gold medal?
This is quite a surprise for me, this event, winning this event outright, because I lost in the first game. And I have no expectations to win the tournament after the first day, having just 2.5 out of 4. But on the second day, I had 4 out of 4, and then I was in the joint lead. So that's when I told myself that there are chances that I can get a chance to play a tie break. That's what I was expecting. But I'm happy that it went out very well for me.
How exciting is it to add to all of the success in Indian chess, like one after the other?
Yeah, definitely. This is like very important for me because, the whole year I have been playing very bad. Like last 2 tournaments, I finished in the last places of the tournament. So at one point, I even felt like do I deserve to continue playing chess? That was my mindset at that point. Even at first, when I get to know that the World Rapid and Blitz is going to be in New York, I wasn't sure whether to play or not because of the time difference. Earlier, I had a lot of issues with the jet lag and all. So finally, I took a decision to take that risk. And of course, after coming here, I didn't sleep at all, literally. I was just struggling with my sleep. But I'm happy that even with all those negativities, I made it.
And I guess my last question would be, how do you see your role in Indian chess? Obviously, at the moment, it's gold medalist and it's active competitor. But also for the future, Hikaru was just here and he basically said, at some moment he considered you top 3 in the world along with Judith Polgar and Hou Yifan. And I'm curious, how much more motivating is this to continue to compete for the gold medals, for the candidate cycle, and at what point will you also start bringing up the next generation to get like a Gukesh, but on the women's side, let's say?
I think whenever I was on very low, when I get this thought of maybe I'm just losing my strength, some miracles happen. I win some important tournament or some important game which motivates me to further continue and play. I think this is one of that victories.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining me. Please do get some rest tomorrow, and maybe I'll see you for another gold medal interview for the Blitz.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Levi. Congratulations to Humpy Koneru. And we hear applause.
Thank you so much.
Women World Rapid Champion 2024, Humpy Koneru, bringing those medals to India. They won the Chess Olympiad in both the open and the women's section earlier this year. And Simon is bringing me coffee. Thank you so much. Well, that's much needed now, heading into, what is it? 5th hour of broadcasting right now. We are waiting for the final round now in the open section. We have a women rapid champion, but we're still going to name a open section world rapid champion as well. And I have to tell you, round 13 is still not paired. What is happening? I am wondering if games are still going on in round 12. Let's check. Luckily, I have my Take app, and I can just scroll through all the games. All right, so it looks like Svane is still playing. Yep, so okay. So we have a game. Svane against Kartik. They are now in move 143. I guess we can even bring that game up. Let's see. And this is not a game for players fighting for the title. But look at that. We are in move 144. Why are they still playing, Simon?
Well, I mean, if you've got extra material, you should play on. And in this position, White does have this pawn, which is only 1 square away from winning the game. And maybe White can win here. Can White go check and then bring the knight back? For some reason, that doesn't seem to win. I expect there's a number of reasons. Yeah, actually, that doesn't. But, of course, the white pawn, if it can... Well, he's gone for this idea of the check. and black now trying to just give up the bishop, because rook and knight versus rook is quite well known as to be quite an easy draw. Of course, this should be a draw, this position. I don't see anything else that white can do except, well, take this bishop and pray to win that one, which will go on another 50 moves.
Really?
So quite possibly, yeah. It's funny how, and this game probably doesn't affect any of the standings whatsoever, does it?
No.
I wouldn't imagine so.
Let's scroll
so, yeah.
down to see if we can find Svane and Kartik.
So we do now have this ending, rook and knight versus rook, which is a pretty straightforward draw. Rook and bishop versus rook is a lot harder. And even though white's a whole piece up, you can't ever really coordinate the rook, knight and king in a very good way. So that's why this is known to be a draw. But again, if you're white here, you're a piece up, you play on. And there was a story, I think, of Bobby Fischer going into this ending with the extra knight, and his opponent offered him a draw. And he just said, well, why would I have a draw against you? I'm a piece up. And it's a good answer. I mean, even though the position is a dead draw, you're a piece up, you might as well make sure your opponent can draw or knows how to draw this ending.
I actually have a very painful story with this endgame.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was playing against a strong GM, Evgeny Postny, I think in 2015 or something. So that means I would have been 15. I was 2100, he was 2670.
Ooh.
And I played like this marathon game against him where I got a very good opening. At some point I could win a piece and just be completely winning. And then I was better for the whole game, but ended up trying to secure an easy draw and sacrificing like a knight or something to get into this exact endgame. And then I also had an extra pawn, like playing down the knight. And this was one of the tournaments in Norway in Fagernes, where the time control is the same or similar to the World Classical Championship, where you don't have increment. So I ended up spending lots of time while he was like trying to win my pawn. And then I lost my my extra pawn, so the 50 move countdown started then. And I was starting to get low on time, and eventually I had like 10 more moves to survive. And then I got below 1 minute on the clock, and then I blundered checkmate with like 5 moves to go or something. So that was pretty pretty painful
memory. Oh, and maybe that's why this game now, has it stopped? The clock's not ticking anymore. All right, I need to restart my phone.
Yeah, so of course that should be a draw, and then we'll get the pairings pretty soon after that.
Yeah.
So if it is tied at the top, then there's a playoff.
Yep.
So
with blitz chess.
With blitz chess, so that could be very exciting. But do we think there's going to be a tied situation? Because Murzin is, well, he's in such a fantastic position now. And if he just gets a result in his game, then he's got a great chance of winning the competition outright. So, for example, just to break you down on what could happen, if the young Russian player draws, then the only person who can catch him is Grischuk, if Grischuk manages to win. And that won't be easy in a stressful situation. If the young Russian wins somehow, obviously he wins the event outright. And even if he loses, there's a chance there'll be a playoff. Because the only way there wouldn't be a playoff is if Grischuk wins his game and overtakes. So it's really going to be a very intense final round. And this is how you draw this ending. You basically put your king at one end of the board if you're trying to defend, and you put your rook on the other end of the board. Just keep your rook as far away from your opponent's knight as you can. That's a good strategy in most of these endings, because the knights are really tricky and you don't want to fall in for a knight fork. So as long as you keep your rook a long way away from your king, you can't get forked. The white knight won't be able to trap both your remaining pieces. So and this is what black's doing now. I think black knows how to get the draw. but it might go all the way to the 50 move rule.
These players are both on 6 points. They are not fighting for a medal in the World Rapid Championship, but this is the game everyone is now waiting for. After this game, we will get the pairings for the 13th and final round, where we have several players fighting for the title. Murzin is in sole lead with 9.5 points. With a win, he will be the World Rapid Champion. Alexander Grischuk is half a point behind with 9 points. They have already played each other, so we will not see a game between Alexander Grischuk and Murzin. And that means Grischuk can also take it, but also those players on 8.5, they have a chance. They have a chance to take it to tie breaks to play for the World Rapid title. Take has now hit 99,000 followers, subscribers on YouTube. 99! Come on, you guys. We need 100,000 followers before the World Rapid Championship is over. Please give us a follow-up, subscribe to the channel. Tell everyone you know to subscribe to Take on YouTube so we can hit 100,000 and celebrate that in today's broadcast. That would be a lot of fun. It's going to be so disappointed if we end up with 99.
99 is still pretty good. That's not bad, It's not as good as 100, but it's better than 98. So, it's not bad. Come on, just press the like button, though.
Please.
There's a player in England, Peter Lalich, and he's going for the David Howe record. Our friend David Howe loves to play long games, right?
Oh, and
but this guy, I think he just made the world record, and he had a game which went something like over 300 moves.
Really?
But it's really annoying, and he's an arbiter's nightmare because he plays on absolutely the most boring, dead drawn positions, and he'll play them on for 49 moves, and then he'll make a pawn move, so it resets. Because obviously, if you play 50 moves, the game is declared a draw. So he does it on purpose. Against weaker players, he will, make sure they're all locked up, and then he'll play 49 moves, make a pawn move. And then he'll do another 49 moves, make a pawn move. And he's been doing this for a couple of years now, just trying to get the world record, the longest moves. And the thing is, the tournaments he's playing in are maybe not big international tournaments. And these poor arbiters who volunteer their time for a weekend tournament, they have to wait for him to finish to have their dinner or to go home. And I've heard these arbiters are going home at like 3 a.m. because, they're told their wife they'd be back by like 10 p.m., but they're waiting for this one player to play 49 moves.
But is it because he's trying to get a record, or is he trying to win the games? He's trying to get a record,
which he got. So he did get a record because he had 360 move game or something, just by annoying his opponents into boredom. And then, but these poor have you ever heard me say that thing in the same sentence, poor arbiters? It's like...
yeah, that doesn't sound like you yesterday.
No, I mean, that's not even a statement that should really fit together. But these are poor arbiters. They have to wait for him to finish. And then there's a morning game, so they have to get ready, prepare for the morning. And he's now hated by all the arbiters because he just keeps them up all night. And with this little glimmer on his face, torturing the arbiters with his 49 move before he moves.
Do you think he's still going to keep doing this? Or is he done after he got the record?
I reckon he's going to keep doing it. I reckon he's going to try to beat his own record. I think very sadistic.
That is very sadistic.
It's really sadistic. He loves it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just got something personal against arbiters, and, this could be it. And he's trying to take out, his anger by playing 49 moves and then playing a move. And this game kind of reminds me a little bit of that, but it's totally understandable that White's trying to win because you are a piece up. But they should make move 50 soon. It should be declared a draw.
Yeah, everyone is waiting for that game to end. So we get the pairings for round 13 and get that final round started to name a World Rapid Champion. Magnus Carlsen is the reigning champion. He has left the building in New York, will not defend his title. We will have a new World Rapid Champion by the end of today or tonight, wherever you are in the world. We are also trying to beat records. We want to hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I can see Take on YouTube has now said that if we do get 100,000 subscribers, we will gift a pair of jeans to Lucas, who apparently does not own jeans.
That is true.
Yeah.
Do you want a pair of jeans or?
Now after this happened, I think I should get some.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Jeans is the thing now. Could we? How about you're the only one wearing jeans today, Simon?
Yeah.
Can we give your jeans away to the viewers?
No. I mean, that would just be a bit weird, wouldn't it? I mean, I have to sit here without jeans on, and I mean, my jeans are staying on my legs, unless
Well, I tried.
There was.
What if you get some new ones? Could we then give them
I can't
away?
afford new jeans.
Okay, talking about jeans. Here's a weird thing I heard about men.
Yeah.
Most women that I know, was my friends that are girls, will will have several pair of jeans or a pair of pants, and they will wear one of them one day and then next day different mood, different pants. But I've heard that a lot of men they have several pair of pants, but they have one favorite, and then if that jeans or that pants is available, they will wear it.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's like the first. I've heard it's called like the first pan, and then you have a second.
I mean, I've been wearing these jeans for 5 years now, so I haven't taken them off yet. So they're stuck to my legs. I mean, even when I have a shower, I just leave them on.
That's your favorite pair. Is that your favorite pair of?
I think most men have like a black pair and a blue pair.
Yeah.
And then they just can't be bothered to like basically buy another pair. I think they are maybe. Not me, of course. No. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right, basically. Yeah.
And I heard the same about shoes as well. Like you have the fit. You don't match the shoes with the outfit. You're just like my favorite pair of sneakers. I'll wear them, no matter the outfit. And talking about that, when Magnus stopped by the office before World Rapid and Blitz, I could see that his sneakers were just torn. They were just so worn down.
He can't afford any new sneakers. This chap.
Yeah.
So he's. I would have thought he'd have a pair of sneakers every day of the week.
I know exactly, and I was like, Magnus.
Yeah. Come
on. What is this?
Buy some sneakers.
Why are you wearing completely torn up sneakers? And he was like, they're super comfortable. They're my favorite pair of shoes.
There you
I
go.
will wear them.
He probably sleeps in them. Yeah.
Probably.
So, why not? Sleep your sneakers on. And
then we had Hammer's shoes as well before that. That was even better.
Yeah.
What happens with Hammer's shoes?
No, they were just like even more worn out.
Barely hanging together. Yeah.
They were.
Like the point of shoes was sort of missing with those shoes.
Yeah.
Protecting your feet from weather.
From weather, yeah. So the whole sole's come off and they're just flapping about.
Yeah.
So, steel shoes. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long day, isn't it?
Jeans, shoes. We are waiting for the final game in round 12 to finish, so we get the pairings for round 13 when it will all be decided. Will.
Oh.
What are you doing, Simon?
I don't know. It's not supposed to speak to me. Buy some shoes.
Yeah.
Buy some new trainers. Buy some jeans. The game should be over soon, and it's going to be really interesting to see the pairings, though. So I think we just can't wait to see who the new champion's going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, that last game was Murzin versus the young Prag. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you're Prag now, imagine. I mean, this is the hard thing with chess, which you mentioned earlier, Kaja. Just how heartbreaking it can be. You do everything right. You fight back into the tournament. You time your run really well. You've got a chance to be world champion, and it just goes away.
Yeah.
You lose it all for at least another year or so. And how many opportunities are you actually going to get to be world champion in a strong event like this? They might only be once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Which Murzin is taking and grasping really, really well.
Do you think it's going to be good or bad for Murzin to have this long break before the last game?
Bad, I would have thought, because you're rolling, and the longer you have to think about things, the more you think about things. You just want to get on with it. He's in a fantastic position, but if you suddenly think, well, hang on a minute, if I draw, I'm world champion. If I win, I'm world champion. And you're like, oh my God, I'm actually nearly world champion. And then you start freaking out. I would do anyway. So I think he's yeah. I mean, he's a young guy, and he's got to show. He's already shown incredible strength just to hold things together. To fight and win that last game was exceptional, but he's got to do it one more time now. If he can do it one more time, he'd be a very deserved winner of this championships, because he's played some of the toughest players. He's played brilliantly. And no one can say he doesn't deserve to win this now.
Mm-hmm. And it was that crucial round 12 where Praggnanandhaa was in a winning position, a big blunder, and Volodar Murzin was able to win that game to take him to sole lead. We should, of course, go through this game, Lucas.
Yes, we should. We should. We haven't done that yet, but definitely let's have a look at that game.
This could be the game that basically gets the underdog, the big surprise, the 18-year-old Volodar Murzin, the World Rapid title. Let's see what happened here.
Let's have a look. So we saw this Italian opening where it got quite concrete. There's this variation where white strikes in the center quite early, which is what Pragg is doing here. And all of these moves are kind of forced. You have to know a bit of opening theory here to be okay. And then we got this interesting situation where after a while, this so far has been quite normal, but then we had this move, and that was what Danny Wrench was talking about as well. It was very concrete at this point. If Murzin recaptures that pawn, the knight would jump into the center and would be very hard to get away. So Murzin, after quite a long think, decided to take this knight, probably thought that this was his only option. Now Pragg takes a pawn as an in-between move, and actually Murzin can't even take that pawn, as Pragg's bishop would give a check to the king and win even more material. So he had to actually move that rook, and Pragg is up a pawn here. And the next few moves are a little bit strange because it feels like Pragg just needs to get his king out of the way, double his rooks on the open file, and then he's close to winning. But it's not so easy because it's kind of difficult to do that without some checks coming with the queen and rook. However, he was able to do that after a little bit of maneuvering. Then we got to this situation here after a few more moves where the queens were traded, and we talked about this bishop that Murzin has on the left side of the board, which is completely boxed in. It cannot really get out and get into the game, which is very dangerous for him, because if he cannot get it back into the game at some point, he is basically playing without that bishop. Strangely enough, though, Pragg couldn't trade off these other pieces and go into an endgame against that bishop, because Murzin's king would be too active, restricting Pragg's pieces. So Pragg actually went for a different plan, opening up for the rook and thereby actually slightly freeing up Murzin's bishop. I was a bit surprised that he didn't capture this pawn just to make things a little bit easier for himself. Instead, he kind of risked having this bishop out on the edge, almost getting trapped. But this worked out actually quite well, as he was able to find a very dangerous counter-attacking plan here, with the king actually marching up and becoming a very important piece for him in this counter-attack. So still we saw all the time here that according to the eval bar, Pragg was much better and even winning at some point. And even though he had a lot of time on the clock as well, it was very difficult for him to find the decisive moves and actually win the game. And here as well, we thought that still Pragg should be able to find a win at this point, but with only 1 minute on the clock, he actually made a huge blunder in a couple of moves here. After repeating moves first, suddenly he went for a different move, which was losing. And now he's almost getting checkmated. He had to sacrifice his rook for the bishop. And after that, it was all about technique for Murzin. And it didn't take too long for him to convert this. So, yeah, massive turnaround for Murzin there. And hugely important game. Actually, Simon, do you feel like you see what Pragg could have done at this point? I still don't see the variation. It feels like it's almost winning.
No,
it's very close.
I mean, the computer, as we can see, gives it as much better for Pragg, but we're not looking at computer suggestions. Maybe we can just make it a bit easier.
Yeah.
Because the problem is the white king is actually in quite a bad scenario here, and it seems like there's a reasonably big threat of this black bishop moving in front of the black king, threatening a checkmate. And the two computer moves here, well, I think one of those moves was actually played, wasn't it? The pawn, so this is clearly all right. And now I was wondering about this bishop move at the time. Black did not play that.
Here? Oh, yeah, the other one.
Yeah.
I was going to say, maybe here, as the computer says.
Maybe this bishop move's very clever, because then the white rook is not actually to, well, maybe not necessarily to do something with a bishop, but the white rook can come over horizontally and get in the way of the two black rooks. So I think that could be the key concept. But it's a very complex position.
Yeah.
I mean, the white king is stuck in the corner, and it's very surprising how even in the most harmless looking endings, you can still get in mating in nets here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the problem here. The white king ends up stuck in quite a surprising checkmate net, and something that Pragg had underestimated, pushing for the win a little bit too much, just lacking a bit of sense of danger there. So it was unfortunate for Pragg, but not as easy as the computer says it is here.
Yeah,
which is often the case.
And we have to say it was extremely impressive how Murzin managed to create these chances, like seemingly out of the blue, just marching up with the king and taking this big risk with his bishop as well. Yeah, so kudos to him for that.
Yeah, very, very good practical chess. And that's what you got to do. If your position's going badly wrong, then you just got to try to complicate it and to create some chances even out of nowhere.
So that's the blunder.
Oh, yeah. The blunder is this rook move here.
Yeah. And this allows black to start this mating net. The white king is in a horrible situation here, trapped on the back rank. And black's rook is threatening to come in with a check. That is checkmate here. And yeah.
And Volodar Murzin went on to win this game, to take sole lead in the tournament with 1 round to go. And we have the pairings, you guys.
Okay.
Pairing for the final round is out. Here it is. Volodar Murzin, with the win, will be the World Rapid Champion. He plays Grigorian on 8.5 points. One of the players who's suddenly up there on 8.5 points. Karen Grigorian.
Great pair.
Wow.
Great.
That is very surprising and a very good pairing for Murzin.
A game he can win. With the white pieces as well.
Grigorian is obviously a super strong player, but he's not like Firouzja or Nepo or Erigaisi. I suppose Murzin has already played those guys.
Okay. With a win, Murzin will be World Rapid Champion. With a draw, then chances for Alexander Grischuk to enter into tiebreaks with Murzin. Alexander Grischuk with 9 points plays Lenia Dominguez Perez. 2 guys, 41 years old. The oldest. No, 40 is not old, but they will be up against each other. And of course, it's also possible for the 8.5 people to enter into tiebreaks if Murzin loses his game and anyone with 8.5 wins, then tiebreaks. Jan Nepomniachtchi on 8.5 plays Samuel Sevian from the US playing on home turf, both on 8.5 points. And then we have Ali Reza Firouzja against Arjun Erigaisi, 2 of the biggest favorites heading into World Rapid Championships, both on 8.5 points. And another interesting matchup, you guys. Hikaru Nakamura, 7.5 points. Plays against Hans Neiman. That's interesting, taking history into account. Nothing to play for in terms of gold medal, but do you think Hikaru will be very eager to win this, Simon?
Yeah. I mean, obviously they've got a bit of history, and that does play its part. And actually, the game that Hikaru lost, which really put him off track, was against his fellow American, where the American played this outrageous first move. So I think that's going to be a bit tricky for Hikaru. I'm sure Hikaru did not want that pairing. He just wanted to get a normal game and to get on with the blitz. I can see our YouTubers sneaking up.
Yeah.
Come on, YouTubers, 100,000.
We just got live here in the studio now. The live count for subscribers to the Take YouTube channel. We are so close to 100,000 subscribers. We got 99 problems, and one of them is that you are not subscribing. Please hit that subscribe button and help us celebrate 100,000 friends on YouTube by the end of the World Rapid Championships 2024. And we're going to give out a pack of stickers to someone in the chat, one of our friends. Oh. I have a bunch of them up here. I'm going to put together a really cool pack of stickers. Maybe you want Magnus. Maybe you want Checkmate. Maybe you want some glitter beyond the board.
What happens when it goes red? Does that mean people are actually unsubscribing? That's a bit rude.
Oh, maybe.
I think it is what it means, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. On the very rare occasion, it goes red.
Yeah.
On the extremely rare.
Let's see those green numbers. We need 600 more people. We actually need 598 more people to subscribe to Take on YouTube. Thank you to everyone who is hanging out with us. We are so excited now to follow the final round of World Rapid Championships. Round 13 will be starting very shortly. Volodar Murzin is in the lead and has it all in his own hands. What do you guys think right now?
I mean, it is a great pairing for him, because the other thing that would be going through my mind is, okay, well, I'm playing, as you mentioned, against not one of the elite grandmasters. As good as my opponent is, he's like a 2600 player. So could I offer him a draw? Could I literally offer him a quick draw? Will he be happy to take the draw? Because it's a massive payday for him. And you've got to think the money is very important for the professional players. So if I offer him a draw, I might just win this tournament unless Grischuk catches me up, but I'm guaranteed first place. So if I was white, I'd probably offer a reasonably quick draw. If my opponent says no, okay, I'll just try and win. But I might get a free pass. So you just got to think about the right strategy. And the same goes to board two. I mean, does Grischuk? How much is Grischuk going to push with the black pieces? Because he's playing Dominguez. I'm sure he has great respect for Dominguez. Is he going to play something risky? You know, he might lose. He might not get any money. So you do want to place. You do want to go home with a nice paycheck, as well as potentially winning the whole competition. So you've got to weigh the risk reward scenario in this situation.
I love that you're saying that, Simon. I feel like everyone's like, no, they're not thinking about the money. They're only thinking.
No, that's just rubbish.
Exactly,
thinking about
right?
money.
Everyone's thinking about the money.
I mean, unless you're maybe one of the top guys like Hikaru, Magnus, who don't need the money, let's be honest, because they got very successful businesses. You're thinking about the money. You know, you might have a wife to feed and bills or a cat to give cat food to. I don't know. You might need the money. So they're all thinking about the money.
Exactly.
This is what they're doing. I mean, you want to come first, but you want the money. Of course you do.
Yeah. And we just saw a red number on the count there.
Well, we did get 200 more.
Yeah.
Actually, so
99,000. Ooh, a red number again, but 99,000, almost 600. We need 400 more people to subscribe.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. All right. Round 13 out of 13 in World Rapid Championship World Rapid Championship is about to start. We are waiting for the two players on board one. Volodar Murzin. He is from Russia. He is 18 years old, and he is in sole lead. With a win, he is the new World Rapid Champion. With a draw, Alexander Grischuk still has a chance.
I think he's got a great chance of a draw, because Grischuk has the black pieces. Dominguez is especially good with white. Dominguez is an opening specialist. He's very hard to break down when he has the white pieces. So a draw I would say a draw or a win on board one for white. Great chances that he's going to be the world champion. So he's just got to hold it together for one last game. But amount of stress that you're on, you know, he's had so much time to think about this, and you could go crazy, right? You could literally start to play a bit too safely. That's one way, or you could maybe think, oh, okay, I'm going to go for the win because I've got an easier pairing, and make a lot of mistakes. So it really is a tense moment for all the players, but especially those who are in contention for the first prize here.
We saw a friendly conversation between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. They are on 8 points, fighting for medals, but they cannot become World Rapid champions. The players on 8.5 points, they still have a chance. They need Volodar Murzin to lose his game against Grigorian. And if that happens and we have winners with 8.5 points, then that will be tiebreak people. If Alexander Grischuk does not win and ends up on 10 points. So many scenarios still possible with one round to go. We are waiting for the 2 players on board 1, Murzin and Grigorian. And also Alexander Grischuk. We are waiting for him. He's going to play Lenia Dominguez Perez from the USA.
Well, here we go. We potentially see...
Imagine the nerves for this 18-year-old.
Yeah.
Not in his, well, maybe in his wildest dreams. But he did not expect to be in sole lead heading into the final round.
Did anyone in the world think that he'd be in this position in this round? I don't think anyone could have potentially imagined that Murzin would be leading going into the final round. I mean, who could actually guess this board 1 clash? It's not to be expected.
Not me, yeah.
No.
Murzin against Grigorian. What do we know about these 2 players, these 2 styles that we will see now on board 1?
I don't know much about Grigorian. Obviously, I've been following Murzin in this tournament. Very impressed. But Grigorian, I'm assuming, is quite obviously a brilliant player. Comes probably from a more classical approach. Has probably some more solid openings, but I'm totally guessing, so it could be well off the mark here. I mean, I guess if you're in his shoes on board 1, you are thinking in money. As long as you avoid losing, you get a nice payday. So you play something solid. You maybe even hope your opponent offers a draw. Just get it done, and go and have a drink. And chill out.
No. But at the same time,
to drink, isn't he? Sorry, I can't believe it. He become world champion. He can't even get a drink in America.
Oh yeah,
18 years old. Oh, that's true.
21. Yeah, so someone give him some fake ID. Yeah. He won after this. So
it's going to be tough. He's going to be famous after this game.
Yeah, maybe Levy could sort him out with fake
ID.
Check in with Levy and
take him out in town, you know.
Who does he look like? Who could be his fake idea? A little bit Magnus, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit Magnus. Yeah, maybe he could put, you know, if he says he's world chess champion, he could pass as Magnus, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Not sure he could really, and we see now Grischuk sitting down there as well. Massive game for Grischuk at the same time, because he's got to think, how does he play this? Does he go all out and risk it with the hope that if he wins, he can still be world champion, or does he think, okay, come on, my chances even if I win are quite low. Let's just play solid. So you got to work out all these very small permutations going into this round, and they just add to the stress of the whole scenario.
Alexander Grischuk, he became the world blitz champion in 2006, 18 years ago. The same year that Volodar Murzin was born. He is only 18 years old. Round 13 out of 13 is starting in New York. It's now going to be decided who will be the world rapid champion. Let's go, you guys. What are we seeing on board 1?
Wow, it's starting with a Sicilian opening, which is actually a very aggressive opening. But in the position, Murzin, with the advantage of the white pieces, now plays bishop b5 check. And this has a more drawing reputation, because you're offering an exchange of pieces, and it makes a lot of sense for his tournament situation. You can still play for a winner's white, but you just simplify by exchanging some pieces off. And now the first decision for Grigorian, how does he meet this check? If you move your knight, you're showing a lot of ambition, but he moves his bishop. In my eyes, that is the more drawish option, and that could be saying, okay, look, I'm happy to take the draw. I think this might be heading for a quick-ish draw, but let's see. White now builds up the center in a standard way, a very risk-free opening from White this, and White is now getting ready to move the pawn in front of the queen 2 squares, but Black, on the other hand, is playing very sensibly as well. And we can see more exchanges happening. This is all very well-known stuff with a very drawish reputation, this variation.
I have to say, I will be a little bit disappointed if this is a quick draw, but I understand the reasoning.
Yeah, I don't actually know what the are there rules with having a quick draw? I mean, do you have to play a certain amount of moves? I'm not. I should know that, but I don't actually know if you're allowed to offer a quick draw. But this is a well-known position. You can see the pawns in the center. They're like that Lego formation we discussed before. They're linked, so you have a more closed structure. Both kings are quite solid. Black has done a good job of getting rid of his light square bishop. And this position is basically considered to be pretty even here and pretty safe for both players.
And they are allowed to agree on a quick draw.
You can,
yeah.
Okay. Well, they're still playing at the moment, so no draw has been offered yet. This could just be a way of Murzin playing where he's basically taking no risks and saying, well, I do have a bit more space. And this move is showing a little bit of ambition. The white rook can now either swing over to the queen side, or if you're really going for it, you could think about somehow getting rid of the white knight and bringing the rook over to the king side. Okay, so he doubles rooks. He's going again for the safe strategy, and I think this is totally understandable. Yeah. No point risking things of white.
Yeah, I think what he's playing makes a lot of sense. A good way of playing something very safe, like kind of going for the draw without having to like play passively or anything like that. This is very solid, but he can also try to push if there is a chance to do that.
Yeah. Black now rerouting his knight, offering possible exchange of rooks on the open file. So we could see a mass exchange there, maybe making the draw a little bit more likely. But also the black knight can jump in and attack that white rook at some point as well. And white now has to sort of make sure he doesn't try too much to draw. This is the one danger if you're white in this position. You could be like, right, I just want to exchange off, get to a draw, because actually your pawn's in the middle as white. Some of these endings could be a little bit difficult because there is one, and he is trying to exchange off, and the white pawn in front of the white queen, that's actually a little bit weak, and black doesn't have any weak pawns. So I wouldn't be in too much of a rush, but he is. Murzin is just trying to get straight to a draw, and he's offering the exchange of queens. I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, going for a draw, understandable, but this ending should, of course, be equal. But black, and again, the computer is saying this as well. If anything, black is a little bit better here because white has a bit of a weak pawn in the middle. Black has no weak pawns. And the kind of position where black also has a pawn break. Black might be able to push the pawn near his king. The move f6 is very standard. And I would certainly rather be black here.
Okay.
So it should be a draw, but maybe trying to draw too much here.
Yeah, well, good news for all the players on 8.5 points. They need Murzin to lose this game.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it should be a draw because there's not much going on. And the queens are coming off. And the bishop takes, and white will move his king to the center. Black will probably try to move his king to the center. But there's no problems whatsoever for black in this position. And the reason I slightly prefer black is, again, you see where the black knight's moved to? That black knight is not attacking, but it's hitting that white pawn in the middle, the base of the two pawns. And that white pawn is just slightly weak. It can be defended easily. It should be defended easily, but you'd rather be black in this this ending, I feel.
Right.
Am I being a little bit optimistic here for black's chances? Of course, it should be a draw, but
no, I agree with what you're saying. Black is more comfortable here, but I think it's very likely that it's going to be a draw unless Murzin gets very stressed out and starts to overthink it. But I think it's strange for him to go for this so quickly if he hasn't like thought it out or seen it before or something like that.
I mean, he's got to be nervous, right? I mean, how can you not be nervous in this situation? And I suppose he just thinks this is the easiest way to get a draw. And this next move by Grigorian is showing a bit of ambition. This is the move I mentioned a second ago, F6. And it was actually Victor the Terrible Korchnoi, who was a brilliant player in this type of endgame structure, who would use this F6 move to create chances in this kind of ending. The good idea behind Black's move is now the Black King has a way to enter into the game on the light squares. And also you can take in the center, you can create a pass pawn. So I'm just you know, if I was a Murzin fan here, I'd be a little bit nervous, even though it's equal. He's got to prove that it's equal. And with the nerves, he's got a bit of work to do yet.
If this is a draw, then Alexander Grischuk has the chance to take Murzin to tiebreaks if he wins his game against Lenia Dominguez-Perez. Lenia Dominguez-Perez has the white pieces in that game, and on the bar it says slightly better. Paying close attention to that as well, especially if this looks like it will be a draw. If this is a draw, then there are only 2 players fighting for the World Rapid title. It is Volodymyr Murzin and Alexander Grischuk. It will be going to Russia. All the players on 8.5 points. They need Murzin to lose this game, but it is looking very bullish.
Yeah,
it's still looking equal, but I think Black will be very comfortable because there's no way Black should lose this one, and Black is making a bit of progress. I like this last maneuver. The bishop is aiming. And we have a result on board 2. We have a result.
Whoa!
Grischuk, I think, understandably, has agreed to a draw. So he's kind of saying, okay, I'm just going to take the money. I understand that. Against someone as strong as Dominguez, it's a business, you know, a business move and not a crazy move.
All right.
Disappointing.
A little bit disappointing. That means Alexander Grischuk ends up with 9.5 points. That is the same score that Murzin has right now. And he as well need Murzin to lose. And that also means with a draw now.
Yeah, with a draw,
Volodymyr Murzin is the World Rapid Champion.
He's the World Rapid Champion. Oh, my words. How nervous will you be getting in this situation?
Oh,
But Grigorian, he's ready to move that bishop to attack that white pawn that I've mentioned is a little bit weak. Then Black will have 2 pieces attacking that pawn. He can potentially then move his pawns on the king side. There's a lot of things that Black can still do to just put a bit of pressure on Murzin's position.
Yeah, he can also move the bishop to attack the other pawn, for maybe forcing Murzin to take that pawn next to Grigorian's king, and then Grigorian might get a strong center.
Yeah, that's right. If White ever plays pawn takes pawn, Black will recapture with his pawn. Then, as you mentioned there, the black pawns in the middle could start being a real force to reckon with. So it's a long way from being a draw yet.
And look at that. So many people now gathering around Volodymyr Murzin, and he's looking around. He has probably noticed that Grischuk is finished, meaning he knows with a draw, he will be a world champion at 18 years old, copying 18-year-old Gukesh becoming the youngest ever world chess champion in classical chess. Murzin here fighting to become world rapid champion. I do not know if that will be history. I bet there's been younger
I was wondering the
world
same,
rapid
actually.
champions in history.
I mean, 18, pretty young.
Satorov?
Exactly. Okay, I'll dig into that and you guys talk about the game.
Yeah, so last move, Murzin is making a bit of space on the king side, but still a little bit, I don't know, I'm not sure about this. And Black making space on the queen side with a very sensible move. You might as well advance your pawns if you can do for free, a bit nearer the queening squares. And I expect on the next move, Grigorian will place his bishop behind that pawn he's just moved. And White center is just a little bit more under pressure in this position. But at the moment, Murzin is holding everything okay. And just the draw needed for him to become one of the youngest ever world champions. And he's in a great
was
position.
17 when he became world rapid champion in 2021. But 18 years old. He's up there.
That's not bad. I mean, what we're all doing at 18, we certainly weren't like potentially winning world chess championships. It's
certainly not.
It's incredibly impressive just to be in this position. And even if he loses, this game, he's still now guaranteed a playoff for the world championship.
That's also true.
Which is, gives you a little bit of confidence. And I'm sure he'd love to have known that before the game started, because he might have played a little bit more risky. The danger of playing for a draw is that you play for a draw too much and you keep giving away a little bit. You keep giving away a little bit. And before you know it, you're struggling. And that's the danger that Murzin is in this position.
Like the Ding Gukesh game, the final game. Kind of had the same story.
Exactly, you're totally right. I mean, Ding clearly wanted to draw the last game of the World Championships, and he tried too hard to draw, didn't he? And he kept giving away a little bit, and a little bit more. And look at the evaluation bar. This is what I'm saying, that even though it might not look like much, this position to my eyes is just a bit uncomfortable for White, because your pawns, the white pawns in the center, they're just a little bit weak. They're on dart squares. Black's got a dart square bishop to attack them. They can be attacked by the knight. Black's knight is in an ideal situation. Black's already brought his pawn up to pressurize them. And it's certainly not a clear draw at the moment.
All right. Hikaru is playing Hans Neiman in this round, which is just interesting because it's Hikaru and Hans Neiman massively better on the bar for Hikaru Nakamura. That would be a nice finish to the tournament for him, heading into World Blitz, starting in 2 days. But we are following the final round of World Rapid Championships. Murzin, with a draw, will be the champion. But it's uncomfortable, says Simon. And if he loses this, then we will see tie breaks with at least Murzin, Grigorian, and Alexander Grischuk.
He plays your move there, Lucas. So Black is just increasing the pressure on the center. And now White plays this move, which you don't really... I wouldn't really want to play as White. He's played pawn takes pawn. And the slight issue with this move is now Black has 3 pawns in the center versus 1-2 pawns. And the Black pawn diagonally away from the king, that's the pawn that could start coming forwards. And the more you unbalance it, and here it comes. Grigorian plays the move quickly. His pawns are starting to move. And the more unbalanced the structure becomes, again, the further away from the draw you become. So it's just this center coming forwards that you're nervous about if you're White now.
I have to say, I would be very intimidated if I was playing against Grigorian. He looks like such a boss. He looks so scary with that posture and the way he moves the pieces.
Yeah.
It's like, of course I'm going to play this.
I don't know what the scariest kind of move is. Is it the like quiet ones where you slide it, or is it the bang moves where you bang it on the board?
I would say that like the very confident where you just...
You confidently
You almost don't look at the board.
They're the ones where you just feel your opponent is in charge.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, he does look very confident, a lot more confident than Murzin, understandably, in this incredibly tricky position he's in.
But I have to say, I did like his last knight move here, Murzin. Kind of rerouting it to a better square and stabilizing the center so that he doesn't... Grigorian can't really get the full center if he just keeps, or if Murzin keeps his pawn there in the middle. And I think he's found a way of doing that if he now defends it with the knight.
Yeah, I mean, but White is now defending a bit. You know? This is the problem that White has. I mean, White is trying to defend his center while Black is attacking the center, meaning you're on the back foot and you're spending a bit more time as well. Because your position is a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, it is an ending. Neither side has a material advantage, so the draw odds are quite high. But you know, you got to prove it here. And how's he going to play this? Is he going to defend the center with that knight? Then is that what we feel. And okay, he's got. I like this idea. This is a very brave decision. From Murzin. He's offering a pawn in the middle of the board. Black can now play pawn takes pawn, winning a pawn. So Black can go a pawn up, but I like this. This is the first brave move of the game from Murzin, because that white knight is trying to find better squares. He's basically saying, okay, I've had enough of this, trying to hold the position, have a pawn. I'm going to try to activate my pieces. And Black does take the pawn, going one pawn up now. But I still like this decision, actually. I think it's better to go active and give a pawn away than try to defend too passively. But it's a pawn down now. Murzin is one pawn down in this position, and he's just trying to blockade those pawns. It's not a great pawn because it's a doubled pawn. Double pawns get in the way of each other, but a pawn is a pawn is a pawn.
The soul of chess.
That's right. And now, how does Black try to increase any advantage here? He can try moving his knight. The Black knight can come into the center. That would be quite an obvious idea. Trying to find a better square for the Black knight. He's playing it. I think that's also a nice move. He's using his bishop Gregorian to try and take away the squares for the white knight. Nice positional idea there. The evaluation said this is balanced, but it must be better for Black still, right?
Yeah.
Must be.
It has to be, yeah.
All right, fighting to become World Rapid Champion. 9.5 minutes left on his clock. Gregorian still has more than 13 minutes on the clock. Pushing those pawns. This is the final round. Round 13. The question is, will Murzin become the champion, or will we see tie breaks with blitz chess with 2 or several players? Well, actually, definitely at least 3.
Yeah, so I guess just talking about tournament situation, all these players like Erigaisi, Firouzja, there's a whole pack of them. If they can win their game and Murzin doesn't manage to hold this, then they can still be, all these people on 8.5 points. Well, I say all of them, there's maybe not that many, but Erigaisi, Sam Sevion, they have a chance of still becoming world champion. Outside chance, but it is a chance.
And I did check out Alireza Firouzja against Arjun Erigaisi. Much better for Alireza Firouzja. If he wins that and Murzin loses, then Alireza is also in tiebreaks. And here we have that game happening right now. Remember, in the app, you can easily check out standings. You can easily play Guess the Move. We're not going to play that now. No. It's too tense.
That would be too crazy.
Yeah, crazy. But you can always play Guess the Move. And go back to the board and get full overview of what's happening in such a crazy tournaments as World Rapid and World Blitz. So tomorrow is a rest day in the World Rapid and Blitz Championships. World Blitz starts, I don't even know what day it is. Saturday today?
Saturday today.
Starts on Monday then.
Yeah, it blends into one, these chess tournaments.
Yeah.
I remember whenever I played a long chess tournament, you just don't care what day it is because every day is kind of the same, right? After a while. It all blends into the same. And Gregorian pushing a pawn there. Obviously, the more pawns that get exchanged, the nearer to a draw you get. You need to keep some pawns in order to create chances. But I think he's, with that last move, trying to find a way for his king to maybe advance into White's position. I'd still be nervous for Murzin if I was a Murzin fan here.
But I think actually that last move makes the task of defending a little bit easier, because then you can never really get these or this like big pawn center with recapturing a piece back with that pawn in the center of the board, which I thought might be his best winning plan.
Yeah, moving the knight into the middle.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean White's knight is a beautiful piece, right? That white knight in the center of the board, it stops the black king from ever coming forwards. It controls nearly all the ways that Black can enter into the position. And the only thing that Black could do to remove that knight is by exchanging it for his own knight. But then if you imagine if both knights are removed from the board here, the white king would just go to where the white knight is and sit there. And if anything, white could then start to be better in that position. So I think this is looking like a very decent blockade that Murzin has created here with that very clever pawn sacrifice. To me, that was so far the key defensive idea, giving up the pawn to get his knight to this fantastic square. And Murzin's idea now is, I feel, just to sit and wait. He's going to ask Grigorian, okay, I've got a great defensive setup. How can you break me down here? I'm just going to wait, see if you can do anything. And I don't see an obvious way for Grigorian to improve in this position.
Yeah.
Hans Neiman has now been thinking for over 7 minutes on his move now in the game against Hikaru Nakamura, big American battle between two, I guess we could say rivals, two American rivals, not fighting for gold medal, but a fierce battle between those two. Hikaru Nakamura is massively better on the board and on the clock in that game. Murzin is also down on the clock in this game. Grigorian still 11.5 minutes left on his clock.
That's a very surprising move, at least to me, what he did now.
Harry.
Yeah. It's not that it's bad. It just feels like...
I don't know what to do. I will push
Harry. Kind of like overextending, and now those pawns could potentially be attacked later. Whereas if you just wait, I don't see how Grigorian could improve his position.
Showing a bit of ambition, I would say, from Murzin. You know, just in a way that he could have just sat there, as you say, but he's maybe trying to force the draw by creating his own chances. I mean, the good thing about that exchange is now the white king can come more into the game by diagonally moving. And again, we've talked about how important it is to activate your king in the ending. Let's remember, black is still a pawn up, but it's not a very good pawn. White has a chance to get an outside pass pawn on the right-hand side. More pawns that get exchanged, the nearer to a draw you get in an ending. And so far, Murzin is holding the position well. But yeah, he didn't need to push that pawn. He could have kept his blockade. I'm not sure what black is doing here, though. I don't know what plan black can try. Like we said, the white knight, incredibly strong. And if black gets rid of that knight, the white king will become incredibly strong.
We could be getting closer to, we could be getting very close now to the ending of the World Rapid Championship. With the draw here, Murzin will be the champion. And we are 300 subscribers away from 100,000 on YouTube. So please, get your mother to subscribe. Get your uncle to subscribe. Get your, I don't know, whoever you know. We need 300 people, please, to celebrate 100,000 subscribers and friends on Take YouTube. One of you in the chat will get a sticker pack. And you can also buy stickers on the Take merch shop. You then head to shop.taketake.com. But one lucky winner in the chat, if we reach 100,000 subscribers, will get a pack of stickers. All right, let's talk about moves and not stickers. The bishop has moved.
Yeah, I think the safest option for white here is to check the black king with his bishop, and then move your king diagonally to get rid of that black piece that's just come into your area of the board. But first of all, you do need to defend your Harry pawn. That pawn's under attack. So you either check the black king or you move the Harry pawn forwards. Maybe moving forwards is a way to play as well. I just like keeping the pawns in those squares. Sometimes moving your pawns, they create weaknesses, and because you lose control of certain squares. So I think I would probably just go bishop check in this position, and then use my king on the next move. Murzin going a little bit short of time now. He's getting down to the 6-minute mark, so that could be another factor. Combine that with nerves. That plays an important role in your own destiny here.
Do you think Grigorian is now really becoming ambitious he knows that with a win here, he's playing for tiebreaks. He has a chance to become world champion.
I think he's trying. I think he's trying everything he can. I think he realizes that he can play risk-free, and I think he's realized that for a while. Had there been a bit more pressure on him, he might have been more tempted to liquidate and go for a draw. But in a situation like this, he's thinking, well, okay, I'm a pawn up. I shouldn't lose this. Let's just keep playing chess. Let's keep the pressure on my young opponent. I'm more experienced. I'm probably more used to these scenarios. He might not be able to cope with the pressure. Let's see how he copes with this.
Yeah. We have Levi Rosman in New York sitting in the sofa. Can I ask you, Levi, if you hear me reaching for the microphone? What do you think, Levi? Will we see Murzin now become world champion, or will we see tiebreaks?
This feels like one of the most tense endgames ever.
Wow.
But no, I mean, if we run 100 simulations, Murzin probably draws over 90 of them. Even with the pawn deficit, he has built sort of a fortress. I don't see a way to break through. He basically did everything right. And I mean, I really think that if Grigorian wanted to go all out and play for a win, he probably should have done it as early as move 3. The bishop d7 line is basically known to be a draw. And I mean, I think this will be a very long endgame, but unless Murzin completely self-destructs, no, he should be the 2024 World Rapid Champion.
Wow. Wow. But he must be getting nervous. Can you imagine what is going through his head? Do you think he's thinking about the title?
I can't speak for him. I know that I would be very nervous, but the good thing here is that nerves don't matter when there's this few pieces on the board. And it's very, very, very hard for his opponent to pose some serious problems here. You also have to combine this with the fact that I'm not exactly sure his opponent wants to go all in either. So those two things combined, like we just saw in board 2, Linier Dominguez make a draw in 15 moves. He could have played for a win. He could have burned the bridges, but then, you know, he wouldn't have finished wherever he's going to finish, tied for third. So, no, guys. And I think we can pretend, but I think we're looking at a very, very young Rapid World Champion.
Wow, wow. That would be huge. I want to ask you also about Hikaru versus Neiman. I mean, that is a big, big matchup, right? Levi, do you think Hikaru now just desperately wants to finish with a win against Hans here, heading into the Blitz?
Yeah, for sure. I actually will take the audience and kind of break the fourth wall here. I was interviewing Hikaru, and we were chatting before the Hans Neiman interview, and there was a moment where, you know, he walked in, Hans, for the interview, and Hikaru kind of looked up, and he didn't quite stumble in his words, but he sort of, you know, he had this moment like, oh, it's Hans. Hikaru put to bed a lot of the talk of a really intense rivalry at the Speed Chess Championship. He really showed up for that bronze medal match. But there's definitely an element of competitive fire, I think, that is lit anytime you see yourself having to play against Hans Neiman, and especially for Hikaru.
And he is massively better in that game. I think Hans Neiman is also just extremely low on time in that game.
Yeah, and by the way, everything that I just said can also be said for Hans. I mean, for all of the... Obviously, we had the wild interview together, and for all of the sort of more wild things that he says, we just saw a very measured Hans Neiman for 11 minutes with me. He said a lot of things that I actually think a lot of people agree with, maybe even Magnus and Hikaru themselves. And he also does feel wronged. It's been sort of it's like beating a dead horse at this point, but whatever he's done as a teenager, he still feels was sort of blown completely out of proportion by Hikaru, and he's sort of never hidden that. And he also really wants to beat Hikaru. But yes, right now Hikaru does have the upper hand in this game. Nobody has the upper hand in this one, though.
Exactly. Yeah. So we see a pawn move here from, and I'm gonna try to pronounce it as nice as you now, Levi, Grigorian. Anything changing here?
No. like I said, the only thing that could go wrong here is if Volodar, for whatever reason, really panics, misevaluates his position, and does something disastrous. And I just cannot see that happening. But give him 3 less minutes on the clock and anything is possible.
Good point. All right, Levi, thank you for your insights on the game and everything happening. We'll be back with maybe a winner interview after this round. Will Volodar Murzin be the world champion in rapid chess? That is the question. I have to tell you, Simon and Lucas, kind of always regret going to Levi because he makes us look really bad with the pronunciations. I see the chat. The chat is. I wouldn't say beating you up, Simon, but because you keep calling him Murzin.
Yeah, I don't care. No, I say it how I see it, and I apologize if I don't say the Russian pronunciation.
Volodar Murzin.
I'm not Russian. I'm dyslexic, so it doesn't help. But yeah.
Because now I also said Murzin.
I was about to say that you picked it up as well.
I know.
Simon said it so many times.
Kaja now with the Murzin.
When you've had a long day, it gets hard to remember how to say things correctly.
All right, let's all try it in the correct way. Volodar Murzin. No, that was not very Russian. Give me your best Volodar Murzin.
Is that right? Volodar?
Volodar.
The thing is, I've never heard of Volodar before this tournament. It just shows you how much talented players there are. And I will certainly never forget him after this tournament because he's most likely going to be the rapid world champion. And he's performed incredibly well. But it just shows you, just how many strong young players there are in the world nowadays. We have another exchange of pawns in the position. And this... Again, it doesn't change too much. I mean, there's so little material now. I guess we're getting nearer to a draw.
Yeah, that brings him a step closer.
With the more pawns that get exchanged.
Okay, so you're saying closer to a draw? A win for...
Just the more pawns that come off, the least pawns that can become queens. But they're both trying. I mean, they're both playing on. I mean, when I say trying, I mean... Gregorian is he's still hoping for a miracle to get a chance in this position.
Jan Nepomniachtchi on 8.5 points. He is better on the board against Sam Sevian, the American player on home turf, also on 8.5 points. If Volodar Murzin loses, then they also have a chance to play tie breaks. And then we see Alireza Firouzja playing against Arjun Erigaisi. And in that game, balanced is what it says on the bar. We have a battle between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. Balanced.
Yeah, they've all got to try to win just to pray that they get a chance for a playoff or something, all these other games. And I mean, if we look at the time situation now in the board one game, they're both under 5 minutes. Funny things can happen. I mean, of course, this is and should be a draw, but when you're both getting shorter time, you have to make moves, and all it requires in chess, as we've seen so far, with Volodar's game against Pragg, just one mistake, and that can change everything drastically. And when there's so much pressure on the game, one mistake is easy to do. So. It's not completely. I don't think it's as dry as maybe people think. And okay, we see Gregorian moving his bishop in. Now this is a chance to go for a draw. Oh. So Volodar has given the Black King a check, and if Gregorian moves his bishop back now, they could repeat the position at least once. So this is a silent draw offer, and I feel that Gregorian is now thinking, okay, is there any realistic way I can keep this game going, or is it time to take the draw now? Is this the moment when we're going to see a new rapid world champion?
Is this the moment where 18-year-old... Okay.
So they're repeating. That is the first time they've repeated. Now, this is the key moment. If Gregorian moves his bishop again, I think we're going to head towards a draw. And
how many more times do they need to move?
I think 2 more times. But will Grigorian find any way to play? I mean, it is a draw. It is an equal position, so there's nothing wrong with them agreeing a draw. He's just trying to, maybe he's convincing himself. He's maybe thinking, okay, well, look, I won't be world champion, but I'm gonna get some nice money if I now go for this. And I wonder what kind of celebrations we could possibly see.
I know.
As well.
Will we see tears? Will we see arms in the air? We could be moves away from an 18-year-old world rapid champion, Volodar Murzin from Russia. Could be the next world rapid champion. We could be moves away. Will Grigorian repeat again? Okay.
He's going for it. They repeated 2 times now.
One more time, and we have a new world rapid champion.
I want to see celebrations from Volodar. He could be one of the youngest ever world champions, and a real surprise if he manages just to keep his nerve one more time here. Is Grigorian going to try something else here? He'd be very, very brave to do anything in this position now with so little material on the board. He's moved the bishop back, and they have a draw.
It's a draw in this game. Volodar Murzin, 18-year-old from Russia, is the new world rapid champion, and a smile on his face. We had hardly heard of him before the tournament. Celebrations are coming in. He was a massive underdog, but what a performance from Volodar Murzin. Mark his name. He is now in the history books. He is 18 years old, and he is the world rapid champion 2024. And we see him hugging someone. Is that a father? Fantastic images from New York. Arbiter telling him to stay calm. But hey, becoming a world rapid champion, you need to celebrate.
Yeah, incredible result there. And well done. And the first person to congratulate him was his fellow teammate Nepo there, which is a really nice touch, you know.
Yeah.
Something that Nepo's never done. I don't think, has he ever won a world championship? It's not that I'm aware of. And
no.
Volodar at the age of 18. And he played so well, fully deserved with the quality of his chess. And I certainly won't forget, well, I might pronounce his name wrong in future, but I won't forget his name, that's for sure, because he's proven that he's now hit the limelight and another incredible prodigy in the world.
He will now never be forgotten. He is in the history books. Volodar Murzin with a fantastic performance over 13 rounds in the World Rapid Championship. He has won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games. Not lost a single game in New York. A fantastic performance by the young Russian. Congratulations to Russia on getting the World Rapid title. Lucas, how impressed are you with this 18-year-old?
Very impressed. I have to say, I think he kept the lead throughout the whole tournament. Mm-hmm. He was under an incredible amount of pressure in that last game, and he seemed very confident and solid. He never really seemed that nervous, to be honest. So it felt like when you look back at it, it was kind of always him in the lead, and we were waiting for this result where he would mess up, but he never did.
Exactly.
Yeah, super impressive.
And the names of players that he has beaten on his way to the big title. Fabiano Caruana is one of them. He has beaten Hikaru Nakamura. He has won a game against Jan Christoph Duda, and that crucial game against Praggnanandhaa, where he was losing. A blunder from Prague meant that Volodar Murzin headed into the final round in sole lead, and with a draw against Grigorian, he is the World Rapid Champion. After a lot of drama in the World Rapid Championship 2024, it will be remembered for genes, for Magnus Carlsen being kicked out of round 9 for not turning up for the rest of the tournament, for saying to Norwegian media he feels like it's a war on FIDE. But we will, of course, remember also an 18-year-old becoming the World Rapid Champion. And we are now hopefully getting some reactions from New York. What will all the other people do now? Will they keep playing? Let's check out. Should we go to, for example, Hikaru game, if that is still going on?
Yeah, we can check which games are still going on, but the Hikaru game is certainly interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we know who the winner is, but they're obviously still fighting for second and third place and all the money prizes. I don't know how far down the money prizes go, but it's going to be very decent money for the top 10 players at least.
Oh, what? Did Hikaru blunder?
Oh, look at that. Winning position now for Hans Neiman. I guess we can click a few moves back.
So we heard from Levi that he was doing very well not too long ago. Yeah, as we can see, he was much better here. Maybe he was even before this. But what happened? So it's a little bit stuck here right now. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say what really happened there.
We see that Hikaru has become lower on the clock. Big battle here between two American rivals who's been in a little bit of a conflict.
Yeah. Maybe we should restart. Oh, no, that's it. Never mind. Let's quickly restart the app here.
Yep.
And find that game. Here it is. Okay, so what's happened? Okay, maybe we should just stick to the current position.
Yeah. I mean, time trouble.
Yeah, I guess...
okay, so is this a current position?
Yeah.
Wow, so back to balance.
Yeah, so things are going back and forwards here, which I guess is expected in time trouble.
Yeah. Balance now on the bar. 30 seconds left for Hikaru, 14 seconds for Hans Neiman. Better on the bar for Hans Neiman in this game. We already have a World Rapid champion. His name is Voldar Murzin. And we're obviously waiting for reactions from New York, from the 18-year-old. He must be over the moon about this. After a dramatic World Rapid Championship, an 18-year-old takes the title away from Magnus Carlsen. He is no longer reigning champion in World Rapid. The World Rapid champion is Volodar Murzin. Mark his name. He has made his way into the top of chess, and no one will forget his name now. All right, this is Hikaru Nakamura against Hans Neiman, not playing for a title, but it is a big battle between two Americans. And reminding you guys also that we still want to reach 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and we're so close, so close. We only need a little more than 100 to reach.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're getting close.
100 more subscribers, you guys. Help us out. We will give out a sticker pack to one of our friends in the YouTube chat. How are you guys doing in the YouTube chat? Of course, yes, I can see Kumar mentioning Humpy Koneru earlier today, becoming the World Rapid champion for women after an intense and dramatic final round. She is the winner in that, becoming World Rapid champion for the second time in her career. I'm just now updating subscribers. Oh, 100. We are 100 subscribers away. And remember, you guys, this is not the final day of World Rapid and Blitz in New York. Tomorrow is a rest day, but the day after, World Blitz start with a completely new format this year. They will play 13 rounds of Blitz on the first day. And then on the second day, it will be a knockout tournament. So on the first day, players qualify for knockout. And there will be matches on the second day to decide the next World Blitz champion. Magnus Carlsen has announced he will not play. He has said that he will leave New York, but we did interview FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich earlier today, and he said that he was trying to make Magnus stay, hoping he could have something to say in getting Magnus to play. What do you guys think? Do you think there's a chance we'll see Magnus playing Blitz?
I don't think so. I mean, I in the past, like when Magnus says something, he pretty much means what he says. And it's like when he said he wasn't going to defend the World Championships. I'll be honest, at the time, I thought that, you know, he might just be saying that. But he really meant what he said. And I think most of the time when Magnus says something, he means it, you know. And I think that's he's already made his decision about playing in the Blitz, and he's probably going to be, stick to his principles and not get involved. So, which is a pity, because you know he's a great chess player to watch and he's a great chess player to follow, and it's a loss for chess, if anything, just not seeing him and his skills on display. I mean, you want to see the best player in the world playing chess, right? I mean, that's what everyone wants to see. If you forget about the politics, you just want to see the best chess.
But Magnus Carlsen, he didn't have the best tournament in New York in World Rapid before he pulled out, so he wasn't about to defend his title anyway. The World Rapid champion, his name is Volodar Murzin, and let's forget about that, okay? Volodar Murzin, and he's in the sofa with Levy in New York. Huge congratulations from us here in Oslo, Levy, to Volodar.
Yeah, thank you, Kai. I'm joined by the 2024 Rapid World Champion, Volodar Murzin. Last time you were here, you had a few more games, and now you are the champion. Were you nervous at all when you left for the last few games?
Yeah, I was very nervous. Yes, but I'm here with my mother and coach, so my coach also playing this tournament. And before the game, we were talking. He tried to something relax me. This has helped me really.
What can he say to you that can help, except, hey, Volodar, relax?
Yeah, just
relax.
Just relax. Just play the game. Result, it doesn't matter. You just playing the game and try to do all your best. Yeah.
Were you surprised that Karen played Bishop d7? Because he can try to win, right? Like Knight d7, but Bishop d7 is a little easier to play.
Yes, it's easy to play. Yeah, but of course I didn't realize that. But Bishop d7, it's I think he want to just to play
a game.
Some equal position with some chance. I think I played really bad because I think I had this bad position. Because I think because I was very, very nervous. Yeah, but I'll make a draw. So. And I won this tournament. I'm really happy.
Yeah, no, of course. Of course, yes, you were a pawn down, but you had some sort of fortress.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And so I was saying to the broadcast from here, like, unless you go completely crazy, you go to 1 minute and then somehow panic. But you didn't. I mean, it was a draw, and it was. I think the hardest result sometimes is to make a draw, like with white, because you don't know, do I play the best move?
Yes.
Or do I play just very solid and equal? Were you surprised at all that the board 2, I don't know if you saw board 2, they finished in 5 minutes?
No, I didn't. I'm also tried, when I play game, I try to check how other games, but I didn't see what they make a first draw.
Okay.
I didn't see. I was thinking translation is like, yeah. I was thinking about that, and I was a little bit nervous, of course, and to just try to play.
I guess the last question that I have for you, you are now, you're 18, you're actually younger. I don't know if you know this, you're younger than Gukesh by 2 months.
Yes.
Did his victory in the World Championship inspire you at all, like going into this tournament, like, hey, I'm even younger. I'll try to become one of the youngest. Nodirbek has the record in 2021.
Yes, I know.
So sorry, but you're still obviously. It's an amazing achievement. Did Gukesh inspire you at all?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Did you watch Gukesh win the? I'm thinking of the word in Russian, but I can't. When you watched Gukesh win the championship,
Yeah.
did it motivate you in any way?
Yeah, no, the first time really happy for Gukesh. Yeah, I want to congratulate him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
You can say it in Russian. I can always translate.
Ну, я, если честно, больше болел за Гукиша, потому что мне не очень нравилось, как играл День Лежень. Он как-то пытался ничьи сделать, и, мне как-то больше было, что Гукиш выиграл.
And the answer is Volodar was sort of rooting for Gukesh because he wasn't, I suppose, too inspired by Ding's play, too solid. And Gukesh playing every game, fighting every game was very motivating for him. Okay, what do we do now? Do we rest, relax, and now get a gold in the Blitz?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, yeah. Tomorrow, in my plan to go shop.
Amazing.
Yes. Some rest, of course, and try to win Blitz also.
What's the prize money?
Sorry?
What's the price?
I don't know.
Well, you can shop. I think you win. I'm actually not sure. Maybe they can tell me in Oslo. You probably won 200,000 or something for first place, dollars.
Maybe.
Please.
Какой приз?
Да.
Я не смотрел.
He didn't look. Okay, well, I'm sure it's going to be very nice. So you can do a lot of shopping tomorrow.
Yeah.
Congratulations, and maybe I'll see you for an interview during the Blitz.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, wait, before you go.
This is for you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I love it, Levy. Finally got use of those flowers.
It's 90. Okay. Good enough.
He can go shopping. I love it.
Oh, I'm still here. Yeah, it's 90K, so not bad.
I mean, I could use that money in New York, definitely. How are you feeling, Levy? We have a world rapid champion, and he's 18 years old.
Yeah, no, I mean it's super exciting. He played like an old established champion. I mean, really, he played fantastic. Oh, I'm back here. Yeah, it's very inspiring to see. He played really, really well. He got lucky in maybe one or two games, which you absolutely have to in this tournament. Defended bad positions and converted, and it was very nice that he came, sort of admitted that, I'm a bit nervous, but I managed to stabilize, I managed to hold. And it's super inspiring. I also wanted to ask him, he didn't know the prize, so I wasn't able to follow up, but for somebody like Volodar, maybe the biggest title he won so far is $10,000 maximum. I mean, I'm sure he's won an Open, maybe he's won some online rapid stuff, but this is life-changing for him. And if he ever had any doubts that he would be a chess professional, they should all be gone now, and his next goal should be Blitz World Champion and hopefully 26 and 2700.
Incredible stuff. Thank you so much, Levy from New York. The game's still going on here. Hans Neiman and Hikaru Nakamura are still playing. What do you think? Now it says winning again for Hans Neiman, I think.
Yeah, this game will go on for a long time. It's queen and bishop versus queen, which is a draw, but they have pawns, which means it's probably not a draw. It was very complicated. It was a huge scramble, but yeah, it looks like Hans is going to get the job done. Hikaru definitely won't be happy. He lost a few games today, but that's the Rapid Championship. Hikaru himself, before the event, said his goal was to actually do better in the Rapid than he usually does. He won't be happy, but he has the Blitz, and there is no Magnus. But there is a Volodar, so be careful.
Yeah. Would you say Volodar is now also a favorite in the Blitz?
I mean, more of a favorite than he was on December 25th, let's put it this way, before either of these tournaments started. No, these are two completely different formats. And yeah, he's very good, but everybody's very good. And it's also a completely different format, which heavily incentivizes winning on day one because there's an 8-player knockout. Previously, you just sort of have to be near the top, and we've seen players skyrocket like to the top of the field. We once saw Magnus in Zagreb or Prague or Bucharest, one of these places, go 9-0 in one day, and I think that was day 2. So yeah, you sort of play your way into Blitz, but this year it's not possible. So no, I don't necessarily think there's going to be any spillover. I just hope Volodar doesn't relax and say, well, I've already got 1 medal, and I'm going to go, buy some jeans, some really nice jeans, True Religion jeans, and, blow my prize money on jeans.
I mean, that would be the thing to buy tomorrow, definitely jeans, right? I guess all the players will be out buying jeans, yeah. So I was actually, so we know that Hikaru heading into this day was like, he tweeted like, will several players turn up with jeans for today? It ended up being a calmer day today, obviously. Not that much drama. Players sort of abiding to FIDE regulations and not escalating, I guess, the drama.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if audio can help, but the audio has gotten progressively worse. I can still hear what you're saying. There's just it just sounds like robots are at war in my ear. Yeah. Look, today was not going to be some day of rebellion because of a pair of jeans. I think what has been said. Like, everybody has made their point. Hikaru made his points. I think Hans was very eloquent in everything that he said. I don't think he said anything wrong. Danny Wrench said what he said. Arkady Dvorkovich said what he said. So, yeah, everything's been said. I think everything's great. And I really hope that everybody meets together. I mean, I still am holding out hope that Magnus plays the Blitz. I don't know how that's going to happen, but we'll see if it happens.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah, we did hear Arkady Dvorkovich say that he is working on it. He is trying to get Magnus to play the Blitz. Do you know if Magnus is even still in New York? He said he wanted to leave for someplace warmer.
No, I don't know how I could possibly know that. I think any Norwegian, as part of Take or NRK would know. He doesn't, unfortunately. There's Elon Musk and other billionaire jet trackers. I don't think Magnus has evolved to that status of celebrity just yet. So, but yeah, who knows? He could be halfway across the globe. He could be downstairs. Exactly. We won't know.
Yeah. All right, Levi, thank you for your interviews and input from New York. Obviously, I guess some people might turn up to the sofa, but if not, we will see you again for World Blitz Championship World Blitz Championship in two days. What are you going to do tomorrow for the rest day?
Be at home, get some work done, maybe play some sports.
Oh, cool.
I know there's a conference here. Some people will be at the conference, but hopefully tomorrow I won't need to do much speaking. I can recharge the social batteries. And I had like 10% thought when Magnus verbally said at least that he wouldn't play the World Blitz. I thought, oh, there's a spot open. Maybe I'll play. Maybe you guys can have somebody else manage the sofa. I think it's been taken, actually. I've got some insider info that some folks immediately applied who are local. So no, I won't play. I will man the sofa.
Yes.
And tomorrow I'll rest.
Tomorrow rest. Levi, thank you so much for everything you do in New York. And have a good rest day tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, keep following the games that are still being played, you guys. Let's take a look at the games that are now live in New York. Final day of World Rapid Championship. Volodar Murzin is the champion. Alireza Firouzja and Arjan Erigaisi just finished their game, I think.
Is this the last game?
So is this actually the last game? It could be. Hikaru Nakamura against Hans Neiman. Levi did say this will be a long one. What are we looking at?
And I think we're still looking at kind of the same situation. But it looks like Hans is making some improvements, getting his king over to the other side. I think that's a good way of getting closer to that win. so that he can, well, first of all, his king is a little bit more safe, but also that's where the pawns are. He can then more easily protect his own pawn on the other side and potentially attack Hikaru's pawns.
Some issues with the clock tech from New York. We do apologize for all this. This is the data that we are getting from New York, and it hasn't been top-notch. We can say that. But this is Hikaru Nakamura fighting to not lose in the final round of Blitz against American rival Hans Neiman. We still need like 50 more subscribers to hit 100,000 YouTube subscribers for Take. Please help us reach that goal by the end of the show. I don't know if we have a lot of time. What do you think, Simon? This game?
Well, I mean, now Neiman's just won another pawn, and there's a important little point about this ending is like Black's remaining pawn is queening on the light square, and Black has a light square bishop. If Black had a dark square bishop here, it'd be quite an easy draw. But I think now that Black's won that pawn, it should be really pretty straightforward. You can just guard against the checks, so you put your bishop and queen near your king, and then you can just slowly move that pawn down the board until it becomes a queen. And I expect Hikaru won't want to resign this game just because he's winning and a big rival, and it's a horrible way to end, the rapid section of this by losing to someone you don't want to lose to, especially when you've had a great position. But resigning wouldn't be the most stupid idea here. I mean, looking at the results as well, it looks like we have a Russia 1-2-3, right? I mean, it looks like...
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Grischuk and Nepo are second and third at the moment.
We can, of course, get up the standings.
Done very, very well this rapid tournament.
We have Volodar Murzin. He is the World Rapid Champion in second place. Alexander Grischuk, also from Russia, and in third place, Jan Pomniachi, another Russian. Triple there for Russia. Gold, silver, and bronze medals. And then we have quite a few players on 9 points. Even more players on 8.5. So we ended up with a winning score of 10. And that seems to be around where it usually lies in World Rapid with 13 rounds.
Yeah.
Big score.
That is what we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Like 10, 10.5, even 9.5. Which makes it interesting to think about like how many points Magnus needed to come back and so on. But I think it would have been a very hard task.
So if he hadn't been kicked out and he won that and he would have won that, let's say he won the last game, how many points would that put him on? Just trying to work out. I'm just wondering if he could still have won it on the winning score.
I think he had 5 points when he was kicked out with 5 rounds to go. And then we also, I mean, the tournament would of course be completely different if that had happened. And maybe he would have played against Murzin and that would have been a deciding game anyway.
So...
big news!
Yeah.
First of all, Hikaru Nakamura has lost against Hans Neiman. And that was not what Hikaru wanted, but he can come back in the Blitz in 2 days. But I want to find a good button now. I will put on... We have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you to all our friends all over the world supporting and following Take. We're a very new company, a very new and fresh app just out on the market. And we're so happy that we now have 100,000 friends around the world following what we do on YouTube. Thank you so much to all of you. All right. Well, someone in the chat will receive a sticker pack. Thank you for everyone helping us reach our goal for today. Lucas will get a pair of jeans. Will you wear them?
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe as soon as for the Blitz. Is that too soon? We'll see.
Is that too soon? Simon, what are you up to over the next few days?
Sleeping, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't had much sleep recently, and I'm not used to these late nights now, so it's exhausting. And I will try to definitely tune in and watch the Blitz, because it's such a great tournament to watch. You know, just as a lover of the game. I mean, you know, there's so much action going on, so many different games. You never know who's going to win it right until the last round. So you can't beat it. You know, you can't beat this as a competition for a chess lover. So I'll try to stay awake and watch it as well.
Yeah.
I'll try. You know.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. We need you too, Simon.
No.
We say here, take, that chess is anticipation, intensity, and fire. And that is what we will get when World Blitz Championship starts in 2 days. Tomorrow is a rest day in New York, and then there will be 2 days of World Blitz Championship. There are many questions that we don't have the answer to right now. Will Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion, turn up? Or will he, as he has said, not play World Blitz after the drama with FIDE over a pair of jeans? Maybe he has already left New York. Who knows? Will the new World Rapid champion, Volodar Murzin, turn up for Blitz as well as one of the big contenders? We hadn't even talked about him before the World Rapid Championship, but the 18-year-old from Russia is now World Rapid champion. Can Hikaru Nakamura finally become a World Blitz champion? Can Jan Nepomniachtchi take it? Alireza Firouzja, so many big names will still compete in the tournament, and we are looking forward to it, but we need a rest day now. Thank you to everyone for subscribing, for hanging out with us. We look forward to seeing you again in 2 days for World Blitz Championship. But for now, goodbye.